Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, and we are delighted to have you along for this afternoon's Ontario Liberal Party leadership election taking place at the Metro Toronto Convention Centre in downtown Toronto. Want to say hi to my pal here, John Michael McGrath, who is also joining us here on the stage at the Convention Centre. And, you and I are going to get into a lot of stuff this afternoon about the advisability of the way in which this leader is being elected. But basically, let's just set it up. We got four candidates. For those people who haven't followed this at all along the way, we got four candidates vying to be the next leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. Tell us about them.
So there is Mississauga Mayor Bonnie Crombie, I think widely perceived to be the front runner going into this race. Her camp was I would say, hinting very strongly, suggesting that they believe a first ballot win is possible. We will see. Then you have former Attorney General and current member of Federal Parliament, Yasser Naqvi. He, as I say, former Attorney General, very likely to be a strong second showing, I think. Nate Erskine-Smith, also a member of Federal Parliament, actually my MP in Beaches, East York, has been a very early contestant and has done a ton of legwork to really sort of make a name for himself in this contest. And then you have Ted Hsu, the MPP for Kingston and the Islands. I don't think it would be scandalous to say that he's not expected to be the strongest showing today. But he's added a lot of interesting ideas and has been an important voice in the contest.
We should point out that we are having this Liberal Leadership Convention today because, of course, 3 years ago, Stephen Del Duca won a first ballot victory in quite strong fashion in March of 2020. We called it the COVID Convention because literally a matter of a few days after that convention, Ontario shut down. This was March of 2020. And Stephen Del Duca led the Liberals to a second consecutive underwhelming performance in the last Ontario election in 2022. Mr. Del Duca stepped down. He is now the mayor of Vaughan, so they are having a contest to replace him. And coincidentally enough, all four candidates in this race either are or have been members of Parliament federally, Liberal MPs. Bonnie Crombie from 2008 to 11. The two you mentioned, Naqvi and Erskine-Smith, are currently. And Ted Hsu, before he was the member of provincial parliament in Kingston and the Islands, was the federal member of parliament for Kingston and the Islands. So they all have that in common.
Yeah, I don't think it would shock anybody to say that it's not like there's an iron wall between the federal and provincial Liberal parties. Right. A lot of cross-pollination between those two groups.
Now, I know we talked about this on the On Poly podcast, which you and I host every week. But we've got to get, let me just lay out how things are going to go today, because we are at about, 12:16, 12:17 p.m. right now. At 12:30, and I don't know if we can get a shot. Tony, can we get a shot of the stage? Because the president of the Ontario Liberal Party, that's Catherine McGarry, who's a former cabinet minister in Kathleen Wynne's government. She is up there, I presume, just sort of going over last-minute technical details, making sure the speech is in the teleprompter, and she will kick things off at 12:30 p.m. So we have a bit of time right now, John Michael, to essentially go over how the leader is going to be selected. Because unlike the proper and best way to elect a leader with a delegated convention, this is going to be different. It's one person, one vote, and it's a ranked ballot, and it's a point system. So that's a lot to consider. Yes. Do you want to take us through how it's going to happen?
Sure. So let's start off maybe by saying that, the last one of these that we covered and all of the other Liberal contests in my lifetime anyway were delegated conventions where at the riding level, Liberal members would elect delegates who would all have a big convention, and then they would choose the eventual leader at that convention among the delegates. Instead, and this has been happening at other political parties across Canada. The Liberals are relatively late to this. This contest is all decided. Sorry, spoiler alert, but no.
Everybody's voted already.
Yeah, the votes have all been cast, and what the Liberals chose to do this time around was use a ranked ballot, meaning that you can vote for up to 4 candidates. You're not required to mark the ballot for all 4 of them, but you can, and you rank them in order of preference. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the ballot according to your preference. And what that means is when they are done counting the first ballots, and that is either complete or will be complete very soon.
Started at 8 o'clock this morning. They started counting.
Exactly. When that is complete, if nobody has 50% plus 1 on that first ballot, then sorry. I forgot about the points. All of those votes that are cast at the riding level, and some associations which we can talk about if we want to get really nerdy, all of those votes are cast at the riding level, and the votes within the riding are then sort of proportionally allocated points. So if you get 40% of the votes in a riding, you get 40 out of 100 points.
Every riding's worth 100 points.
Every riding is worth 100 points. And then some of those associations that we mentioned, there's also some additional points to pick up there. The points are then all added up, and if nobody has 50% plus 1 of the points, then they will drop the lowest ranked candidate, and they will take all of the votes that were counted for that person, and then they will take their second choice. And then if nobody still has 50% plus 1, then they will do that a second time until somebody has 50% plus 1.
Right. Now, I know we're journalists, and for journalists, math is always hard. But we are going to just take a second here to go through this and let you know how this works, because there are, in the province of Ontario, 124 ridings. Every riding is worth 100 points, so that's 12,400 points up for grabs. But as John Michael just pointed out, they have a couple of wrinkles in the system as well. They have allowed, the Liberals have, students to create clubs on post-secondary campuses across the province. And these student clubs are worth 50 points each. So, of course, it is in the interest of the campaigns to go to post-secondary campuses, encourage students to set up these student clubs, and then try to get as many votes on those clubs as they can. 50 points for every student club, and I think there's, are there 10 student clubs, something like that? So that's another 500 points up for grabs. Then there are so-called women's clubs that the party has allowed to be created. If you are a group of women and you want to set up your own club, you can do that. And there are another 5 points per women's club that are also up for grabs. So, follow me, if you will, on this. 12,400 points from all the ridings, and then additional points for the 10 student clubs and the 8 women's clubs. That gets you to 12,940 points in total, meaning to win, the magic number, 6,471 points to win. So you watch, when they announce the results of the first ballot, which probably won't be for another hour or more, you watch for that number, 6,471, because if nobody gets that on the first ballot, then we go to the second ballot and the world unfolds as you just described.
And we expect the second ballot counting to be faster than the first ballot because, of course, they only need to count the ballots of people who voted for the lowest candidate,
yes.
i.e. the smallest possible number of ballots. And one other point that because we were talking about the clubs, I will just point out that if you are a Liberal, you only get to vote in either a riding or one of those clubs.
Correct.
You don't get to get a second vote.
Right. Now, we should point out that all of the voting took place. This is not a delegated convention where, of course, everybody votes in real time at the convention. This is a points-based ranked ballot system, in which case everybody voted a week ago. So last Saturday and Sunday, Liberals all across Ontario, and there were 103,000 who signed up to vote, they were eligible to vote Saturday and Sunday of last weekend. There was confusion. Most people that I've talked to seem to think that they could vote either Saturday or Sunday, and it didn't matter what day. They had the option. In fact, they had a designated place and day on which to vote, and a lot of them didn't know it, which meant they missed their chance to vote. I don't know what you're hearing, but I'm hearing of 103,000 Liberals who signed up to vote in this contest. Maybe 28,000 voted.
That's about what I'm hearing, yeah, like 30% approximately. Really, I mean, we did not expect 100% turnout. I think on the podcast we talked about, you frequently see, 50% turnout, but 30% would be disappointing, I think, for the party.
Absolutely, and I think it gets, we don't have to dive deep into this right now, but I think when you've taken the trouble over several months of a leadership campaign to sign up tens and tens and tens of thousands of members, and then suddenly 70% of them don't show up, we can have a conversation about how legitimate the results are, how effective this system has been, how well organized this attempt has been, because I think there's an argument to be made that, oh no, this is funny, they're doing all some stuff in the background here, and I just saw the debate that we had in our Bill Davis studio come up a second ago. But I think there are some legitimate questions to be asked about how effective this system is for picking a leader.
Well, and I think, you can be charitable and say that the Liberal Party doesn't have a ton of resources relative to the New Democrats or the Progressive Conservatives, who of course have more money, thanks in part to the per vote subsidy. But it's absolutely fair to ask the question of like just basic execution, right? If you're going to hold a leadership race, whether it's a ranked ballot or a delegated convention, you want it run well.
Yes. Now, one of the things that they're going to do differently this time from the last convention is they are welcoming two former Liberal premiers kind of back into the fold. 3 years ago, Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne, despite being former Liberal premiers, were not given any role at all, any formal role in the convention. Once this convention starts, and I gather from the rolling of the video now that they are just about to get underway, we will see Dalton McGuinty, I'm trying to remember now, 24th Premier of the province of Ontario, give a speech from up front. We will also see Kathleen Wynne, 25th Premier of the province of Ontario, give a speech. That's new and different. Why do you think that's happening?
Well, I think part of it is just the passage of time. Obviously, when Kathleen Wynne won in 2013, Dalton McGuinty had left provincial politics under a cloud, and that is now actually a decade ago. And I think some of it is just that time has passed, and some of the feelings of scandal, if you to put it that way, have passed. With Kathleen Wynne, I think there's 10,000 reasons why it could happen. Again, the passage of time. But I think one thing that we can talk about is the disappointing 2022 election. I would argue makes the extremely disappointing 2018 election look like it wasn't just her fault, right? That the party is willing to say, okay, there are deeper flaws in the Liberal brand beyond just Kathleen Wynne, who was personally unpopular, yes, but you can't ascribe the entirety of the 2018 defeat to her.
And the fact of the matter is that the Liberals had back-to-back elections where they failed to achieve official party status, which in the Ontario legislature is 12 seats. You need 12 seats in order to be constituted an official party. When you do that, you get more ice time and question period, you get bigger budgets to hire more staff, you get more research capability. None of that has happened for the Liberals after the last two elections because they have not achieved official party status. And in fact, you want to say the nickname that Doug Ford bestowed upon the Ontario Liberals after two bad showings in a row?
The minivan caucus.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's worth adding, because I do always like to say this. John Fraser, the interim leader, who's gone now 2 tours as interim leader, back in, it must have been late 2018 or early 2019 when the Premier started using that nickname, the minivan caucus. At a certain point, John Fraser and I were chatting in the hallway at Queen's Park, and he said to me, I do actually own a minivan. We don't have the back bench in there, but, I could always put it in.
Well, they're up to 9 now. There are 9 MPPs in the Ontario Liberal caucus, so have to be a big minivan to get them all in there.
Yes.
We should say a word about Fraser because John Fraser took over Ottawa South from Dalton McGuinty after Mr. McGuinty left politics. And he had no thought, I'm sure, to being a future leader of the party, let alone a future 2-time leader of the party. But the fact is that after the loss in 2018, he held his seat and was the sort of in-parliament leader of the Ontario Liberals, the interim leader. And then again after 2022, in another bad election for the Liberals, he was given the job again. So he is the, as he will tell you, not just the outgoing interim leader of the Liberals, the 2-time outgoing interim leader of the Liberals. And I saw him at Queen's Park yesterday, John Michael, and I had to remind him that as impressive as that sounded, he does not have the record for the Liberals in that regard. Robert Nixon was the leader of the Liberal Party on, I think, 4 different occasions.
Wow.
And for those of you who are really desiring me to get deep in the political weeds here, Bob Nixon won a leadership convention in 1967 for the Liberals, Ontario Liberals. He then lost 2 elections and stepped down. But nobody else wanted the job. So he won his old job back by acclamation in the early 1970s, 72 or 3, I think it was. So that's twice he's been leader of the Liberals. After Stuart Smith, who was the leader of the Liberals in the 1970s and early 80s, after he lost 2 consecutive elections, he stepped down, and Mr. Nixon, who was still in the caucus, he became leader for the 3rd time, interim leader. And then, after David Peterson lost in 1990, and Mr. Nixon was still in the caucus, he became interim leader again. So, 4-time Ontario Liberal leader Robert Nixon, who is 95 years old and still living very nicely in Paris, Ontario. I go visit him a couple of times a year. He's still in pretty good form for a guy of 95 years old. If he's watching, he's got the record for most times leading a party in Ontario, 4 times.
Well, let's not jinx anything, but I did have to joke with John Fraser when I saw him earlier this week that, people were, he referred to something as like it was his 2nd last day as interim leader. And I was like, I mean, you might have said that last time, John. I mean, it's always possible to lose another election.
Now, Kathleen Wynne just walked by us, and we were talking earlier a second ago. There she is. She's heading to the stage. Kathleen Wynne, who was not at all a part of the previous leadership convention in March of 2020, is about to take the stage to give an address here today. And of course, you can probably tell here, John Michael and I are killing a little time waiting for the program to begin, which...
How dare you, sir?
It's 2 minutes behind schedule
gold,
already.
Solid gold we're giving them.
It may be solid gold, but it's a little more than they may want at the moment. But of course, as soon as the official program does begin, we will take you to the stage and we will give you, because we're providing gavel-to-gavel coverage today, we will give you all of the speeches, all of what's happening from the stage, uninterrupted by you and I. Now, as we wait for former Premier Wynne to take the stage, let's just set this up. Everybody who wanted to vote voted last weekend. The votes were then locked in a box, left at Liberal Party headquarters in downtown Toronto until last night. They came in a U-Haul, a rented U-Haul from Liberal Party headquarters, about a 10-minute drive south to the Metro Convention Centre where we are now. They were put behind a locked door, paid security, making sure no shenanigans, and they were there until 8 o'clock this morning, at which time the Liberals began the process of counting all the ballots. That started at 8 o'clock this morning, and presumably they may still be counting. I mean, even if only a third of the people showed up to vote, counting 28 or 30,000 ballots is still going to take a long time.
Yeah, and if it is a tighter race than the leading candidates were hoping for, then you could also get into questions of people arguing over interpretation of is that a 1 or is that a 4, and those kinds of things. It wouldn't be a lot of ballots that they would be arguing over, but they are time intensive beyond just the sheer numbers of it. This is all happening with human manual labor. This is not computerized in any way, and that is also in part a reflection of the lack of resources that the Liberal Party has. But if things continue to go reasonably smoothly, we have been told to expect the first ballot results by about 1:30.
Now, we should say a word here about why the Liberals, obviously a lot of other parties, they use telephone voting, they use computerized voting. The Conservatives in 2018, when they picked Doug Ford, they had a PIN number that party members had and therefore could call it in. None of that is at play here. It's all mark an X on a ballot, and it's hand counting. How come?
Very simply because this was a cheaper way to run the show. There are ways to do a ranked ballot with a computerized system. Anybody who remembers a Scantron form from their days at university, it's more or less something like that. But that costs money, and the Liberal Party doesn't have a ton of money right now, but they do have a lot of volunteers. And so the people doing the vote counting are volunteer Liberal members who are, they got here very early today.
5 o'clock in the morning, I hear.
Exactly, and even after the first ballot, people who work with some of the campaigns in terms of scrutinizing these ballots, if their candidate gets dropped off the ballot, they don't get released. They're all locked in the counting room or rooms for the duration. So it is a bit of an old-timey manual way of doing things. But like anything that runs on volunteers, I think you've got to respect people who give up their time like that.
For sure. Now, seeing Kathleen Wynne walk by a moment ago reminded me of a story because, of course, when conventions are called and you're depending on volunteers in the main to get stuff done, the reality is not everything goes according to Hoyle. And watching Kathleen Wynne walk by reminded me that 10 years ago, almost 11 years ago, I think it was January 2013, at Maple Leaf Gardens, the old Maple Leaf Gardens, the Liberals had the leadership convention that picked Kathleen Wynne. And just before, that was a delegated convention, and just before the last ballot, before people were preparing to vote on the last ballot, they had a flood. Now, you talk about, trying to roll with the punches and deal with unanticipated things that come up. They had a flood. They had to move all of the voting stations to a different location as they dealt with the flood in what is now called the Mattamy Athletic Center, then Maple Leaf Gardens. So, as you think about all the potential things that could go wrong today and that could drag this out for much longer than the organizers hope, what comes to mind?
Well, I mean, we are in downtown Toronto. The city has seen protests on a nearly weekly basis related to the war in Gaza, and so protesters could come by. I mean, there are security around this building, but it wouldn't take much to be disruptive. Let me put it that way. Other things that could happen. We already mentioned, the arguing over the precision of specific ballots. That could potentially get really bad. Do people start talking to lawyers, and could this go really late?
They did it the last Conservative one.
Yeah, exactly.
They brought the lawyers in for that one. It was so close.
So, yeah, those are the kinds of things that could be disruptive, absolutely.
I do remember at the last Progressive Conservative leadership election, which was March 2018, the one that picked Doug Ford over Christine Elliott, by the time everybody got sent home, because we'd been there for, 8 hours,
yeah,
they still hadn't declared a winner. There were so many challenges to so many of the ballots and so many lawyers who were brought in to do what they do that they sent everybody home. Frankly, they hadn't rented the hall long enough. And as a result, they sent everybody home, and it wasn't until much later after they sent everybody home that we found out that, in fact, Doug Ford had won. So crazy, unanticipated things can happen at these things. Okay, I think this is as good a time as any to talk about why, and I won't speak for you on this because I don't know if you agree with me on this, but why I think there's plenty wrong with the way this system picks a leader. And let me start with this. Every riding in the province of Ontario, 124 ridings, is worth 100 points. If you signed up 20,000 members or you signed up 10, it's worth 100 points. So you can see that if you get into a situation, let's say candidate A gets 10,000 out of 20,000 votes, that's half the votes in that riding, therefore half of 100 points, which is 50. But if candidate B picks up 4 votes out of 5 in another riding, let's say in rural Ontario where the Liberals are not strong, 4 out of 5 votes is 80% of the possible points. It's 80% of the votes, it's 80% of the points. So 10,000 votes gets you 50 points. 4 votes gets you 80 points. You can see, and this is what happened with Doug Ford and Christine Elliott. Christine Elliott won more votes, she won more ridings, but she won fewer points. And that's how Ford won. Now, I think that causes real legitimacy problems if you've got somebody who gets so many votes, but not enough points and eventually loses. What's your view on that?
Well, we've discussed this on our podcast, and I would urge all of our viewers to go listen to and subscribe to the On Poly podcast. And one of the things I said on the podcast is that the rules of the contest, you hope, are to the advantage of the party generally. And, one of the things about this system, and it is not how I would advocate us running general elections in Ontario, certainly. But one of the things about the system is that it does give the party a really strong incentive to go out to the places where the Liberal Party currently struggles, right? Rural Ontario, Northern Ontario. The rules of this contest really give candidates a very strong incentive to go into farm country, to go into forestry towns and say, hey, my name is Nate Erskine-Smith and I'm running to be Liberal leader and I could sure use your support. And these are the places where the Liberals are going to need to pick up votes in the next election if the party is ever going to recover. And so in that sense, I think the rules are good at, hopefully, they are good at producing a kind of leader who will then be successful in the general election. Now, I don't know if that's a good enough answer to the real
but it's
democratic problems that you have pointed out. I know we do disagree a little bit on this, but I would say there are also democratic legitimacy issues with the old delegated convention as well.
Well, okay, and we can go into those. That's a fair point. The old delegated conventions used to work like this. Yes, you signed up to become a member of the, let's say in this case, Ontario Liberal Party, but you didn't vote directly for the leader. Yeah. You voted for a delegate to go to a convention and essentially represent the leadership candidate that they supported. Every riding, whoa, I heard incidentally 10 minutes away before they start. I hope everybody can hear us with this loud music in the background. Anyway, every riding across Ontario used to have 15 delegates elected. And you'd say, I'm a delegate for candidate A. If you want candidate A, vote for me. So all of these delegate selection meetings would happen at ridings all over Ontario. All of these elected delegates would then go to a convention, and they would have multiple, usually, ballots to pick a leader. There were also what you might call superdelegates, people who were members of parliament, members of provincial parliament, riding association presidents, nominated candidates. They would also get a vote. That system is designed to, if you like, prize those who are truly invested in the system and who really are activists in the party. The current system, the point system with a ranked ballot, is designed to spread the message as widely as possible, spread the net as widely as possible, and hope that you can get people who sign up. What does that say?
Are we ready for Kathleen Wynne?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's bring Kathleen Wynne up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Enough of me pontificating on why I don't like this system. Let's come on up. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the 25th Premier of the province of Ontario,
Whoa.
There's Kathleen Wynne. Premier Wynne, if
you.
you wouldn't mind, put that headset on that's on that chair.
Oh. It's been a while.
You're a shadow of your former self, and I'm an increased version of my former self.
Premier Wynne just said John Michael's a shadow of his former self because my good friend here has taken off how much weight over the last couple of years?
80 pounds.
80 pounds. So that's why she didn't recognize him.
I haven't put on 80 pounds in prednisone, but feels like it some days.
First of all, 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
You got elected at Maple Leaf Gardens as the leader of the Liberal Party.
I did.
So when you come back to a leadership convention, what goes through your head?
Well, it's very nostalgic. It's emotional. I can feel that same energy and excitement. But
no, not really. Not really. Come on now.
No, but I'm outside of it, right? So yeah, I don't feel it in the same way. But it is, it takes a long time to get through the crowd because there's a lot of love there, and I'm just happy to be here.
We were talking about this is your first appearance at a convention since 2018, since the defeat. I'm wondering,
I was at Del Duca's.
You were at Del Duca's.
Yeah.
Okay.
First time speaking, though, in a speaking role.
Yeah, they did a tribute to me. I did speak, but anyway.
Oh, all right. Well,
it's okay. It's okay. I don't mean to correct you.
No, but I'm glad you are. You did speak at the last convention, did you? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so it's you and Dalton McGuinty together. That's the first time
Dalton didn't speak.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm wondering, though, what is it, how are you feeling about, I guess, the last 5 years since you were leader?
Excellent. That's like when you guys went at the end of my term and I would go to a scrum and all the reporters would say was, what's it like to have so many people dislike? What's it like to have numbers that are that? What's it like? And I literally, it was so hard for me not to just say, oh, it's terrific. What do you think, you knuckleheads?
That's a good answer. Politicians need to give that more often. Can I ask you about the way in which this leader will be picked? Because yours was a delegated convention in which there were multiple ballots, and you had the dynamic of candidates dropping off and which candidate were they going to go to, and you had obviously many candidates go to you. They voted a week ago.
Yeah.
This is all over and done with.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a show, but there's not that much drama today as there was when you did this. What do you think?
Yeah, so I've been really torn on this. Because I really, not just because I won, but because I like the idea of there being a dynamic in the room, you know, where people get to see where the energy is, see how the candidates perform in the way you do in a nomination race, you know, you actually see how people do. So I like that. That's missing from this, but I have to say, I live up near Alliston now, so I was voting in Simcoe Grey, and I have to say that there was something great about standing in that long lineup with everybody, knowing that the vote that we were all casting were going to kind of have equal weight, you know?
Let me do a fast follow-up on that. Do you like the idea of 500 people, let's say, in Simcoe Grey being worth 100 points and 25,000 people in Toronto Centre being worth 100 points?
It's kind of like PEI, Steve. You know, I mean, it's kind of the reality of our geography. It's the reality of the country, and I'm fine with that. I think that finding a way to balance it is really important because there are just going to be parts of the province that are not as dense. So I don't have a problem with that, and I do think that the leadership race was very robust. There were lots of debates. We actually, Jane and I saw one in Lanark. You know, we were out in Eastern Ontario. So the candidates have gotten all over. The Liberals have had a lot of chances to meet them. So I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Well, and I would say, I mean, I think it's fair to say this is a genuine principle of yours, that it's not just numerical representation that matters, that geography or geographical representation that also matters, because of course when you were premier, your government created the two far north ridings, and there are, I think, numerical arguments you could make about those being disproportionately represented in a purely person counted way, but you also felt that it was very important that, for example, Francophone and Indigenous communities in the North be better represented.
Yeah, because as many of my colleagues told me, you know, Kathleen, we're not going to win those ridings. But that's exactly right, John Michael. It was very important to have that representation and those voices, and that's the only way we were going to get them, was to create new ridings.
Can I ask you how involved or not you still are in public life these days?
Depends how you define public life.
Okay.
I mean, I respond to requests to speak a lot, you know, so whether it's a school or, you know, I spoke to a union convention the other week. So I'm doing those things. I'm teaching, but that's not really public life.
Where are you teaching?
At U of T. I teach a public policy course to first-year kids in September and fourth-year kids in January.
Which school or faculty?
So at Victoria College in the Vic 1 program.
Got it.
And then in January it's Trinity College in the Ethics Law and Society. And I say to the kids, no PhD, 2 master's degrees, but political experience. That's it. We're going to talk about public policy, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
It's very fun. So those are the things I'm doing, and the speaking requests are, they're not big corporate gigs. They are small groups. You know, there'll be 100 people in a church basement who have questions about how politics works, and I really feel that it is part of my obligation to pull the curtain back, you know, to talk about what it's like, because people don't know what governing is like. They don't know how government works, and that's through no fault of their own. You know, they're having their lives, but if they have questions about it, I'm excited to join that conversation.
In terms of the support for any of the 4 candidates, matters of public records. We can say that you made a donation to Yasser Naqvi's campaign, and you made a donation to Adil Shamji's campaign before Adil Shamji withdrew from the race. Want to tell us who you voted for?
No. And I'm not going to. I mean, Adel was my neighboring member, right? In Don Valley East, and is a friend, has been a friend for a long time. And Yasser was in my cabinet, and I love him. So, and I have not declared publicly how I voted, and I won't.
How about this? How many of the candidates have sought your either support privately or publicly, or advice privately or publicly?
I've spoken to all of them, and I spoke to a number who ended up not coming into the race. So people like Stephanie Bowman, we had a
who
good
thought about
conversation.
running for a
who
while.
Thought about running, and so I've talked to all of them, and we're lucky. They're all smart, good people. So whoever wins today, we're in good shape.
Good. Hey, Premier Wynne, it's real good of you to drop by here.
Hey, Steve. It's great to see you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a real pleasure. It's funny, I took a few producers from TVO down to the legislature yesterday because we had a couple hours in the afternoon, and I'll tell you something. When you walk on that second floor of the legislature and you walk by 24 portraits of white men, and then you get to yours, it does stand out.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I wanted to get it up really quickly. So
Yeah. So
thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you for joining us at our station here.
Right.
And enjoy the day. Good luck with the speech.
Thank you.
Okay. That's Kathleen Wynne, 25th Premier of the province of Ontario. Obviously, the one and only woman who has had that job. And she will, as she leaves our station here, be rather inundated by people who, I know in the broader province of Ontario back in 2018, there was obviously a very strong desire to see Kathleen Wynne defeated. Yes. And that's exactly what happened. The Liberals came third, which has happened very few times in the 156-year history of the province of Ontario. But at these events, she is a bit of a rock star. Yes. People feel very kindly to her as I see her hugging, hugging members of the media, actually. So there you go.
One of the things, you mentioned hugging members of the media, and one of the things that I always remember about Kathleen Wynne's time, and the end of her time at Queen's Park was after her last press conference, she made a point of walking the room and shaking the hands of all the reporters.
She did.
And, even when she was in power, I haven't always had perfectly harmonious relations with media people.
You wrote some terrible stuff about her, as I recall.
And some people are still angry about this. She is not. We are in a time right now where I don't think that journalists or journalism as a profession are terribly highly valued, and I think even a lot of, frankly, self-styled progressives are very happy to jump all over the press when they feel that we are being unfair or inaccurate or whatever. But I always remembered that there was a woman who had every reason to, frankly, hate my guts and hate the guts of a lot of other people in that room, and she still, she shook our hands and she wished us well.
I do remember that. Yeah,
I thought it was extremely classy.
It was a very classy gesture. I don't know. Oh, we can see it in this shot here, in the two-shot here. You can see that they have now opened the doors to the, I think what they call Hall G, at the south building of the Metro Toronto Convention Centre. So people have started to come in now, and we're seeing a good deal of traffic in this room. I think even though the fact that this is a delegated this is not a delegated convention, there still are, and I should say when you do it, Sabrina, come on up. It's still the case when you have a delegated convention that about 5,000 people will show up. There's no delegates at this convention. All the voting's been done. We've already mentioned that. But still about 1,000 people are expected to come down here and at least partake in the unveiling of the result, even though the voting took place a week ago. Okay, Sabrina Nanji is here, one of the journalists who covers Queen's Park, and it's good to see you here. What do you think of what you're seeing so far? Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I think people are pretty pumped up, I would say. It's a lot less maybe depressing, than maybe they've had in years past, but they really are feeling galvanized. I think the big question is, how long is this going to take? First ballot win, potentially. There's a lot of buzz about Bonnie, as you guys know, but they're feeling like this is the beginning of their comeback, I think. But it's a long way to go, right? It's still unrecognized. They're feeling good, raising a lot of money to be competitive in in an election over 100,000 members. I think I'm wanting to see turnout. Like I've heard turnout was fairly
It was pretty
low.
bad. That's what we've heard.
And what does that mean for the new leader? I mean, can we say the party is united? This is a decisive victory if turnout was well below 50%.
Well, we heard Bonnie Crombie say it numerous times, including on the debate that we had in the Bill Davis studio at TVO, where she said 103,000 members shows that Liberals are back. We've got wind in our sails. People are interested in what we have to say. If 28,000 people, in fact, voted out of the 103,000 who could, what does that say?
I mean, I think certainly the leader will have to do a lot to keep those 100,000 members engaged and active. 2026 is still a long way away, and so they want to keep that momentum going. But I think certainly there will be questions over, is the new leader supported by everyone in the party? Is this a united Liberal Party? I mean, it was a pretty vicious leadership race up until now, right? I think things got pretty testy, but at the end of the day, they're all Liberals. I think they'll all rally behind whoever the next leader is and then set their sights on taking down Doug Ford and the Conservatives.
One thing that I want to bring up just briefly is the Kitchener by-election, the Kitchener Centre by-election that just happened last Thursday. And the Liberals came in a really disappointing fourth place there.
7% of the vote.
7% of the vote.
7%, that's terrible.
The Greens, on the other hand, will get their second MPP at the legislature. But I can't help but think of it in the context of if the Liberals had won that riding, and then you had gone into this weekend with, let's say, really massive turnout in this leadership, if it had been 80,000 votes of the 100,000, we all know, I mean, we're all journalists, we all know like how that story writes, right?
Yeah.
That's you write that story as this resurgent Liberal Party, and everybody is, they've got wind in their sails again. Well, we've got the really disappointing Kitchener Centre results and, frankly, lackluster turnout. I mean, I'm not even sure what to ask there, except to say that...
Does that story write itself as well?
Well, I mean, yeah. Is this bad news for the Liberals before they've even announced a leader?
It was, not the best way to start this off, I guess. And I guess the cynic in me might be wondering if the timing was all, orchestrated by obviously the Ford government calling this. But I do think that you can see it both ways, right? Like, the Liberals, what happened in Kitchener Centre, that was a brutal showing for them, right? Like about 8% of the vote, fourth place, even behind the PCs who had someone who wasn't even from that riding, beat them out. So definitely brutal, but it was interesting timing because a lot of the party's resources was going towards the leadership race and getting out the vote for all those candidates. And so their focus was there. So I do think that the new leader has a bit of a pass here. They can say that, this by-election happened just before I came in, took the helm. And so I do think that they have an out there, but definitely they're probably not as galvanized as they would have been if Kitchener Centre would have been another win for them.
We should mention that the leadership candidates are entering the hall. And it's interesting that usually when they do, at other conventions, there are signs, there is chanting, there is a lot of sis boom ba. I haven't seen any of it here today. I see Bonnie Crombie over here posing for pictures. I saw Ted Hsu, he just walked by a second ago. Yasser Naqvi was behind me a moment ago. I mean, okay, there are people here.
Yeah.
But holy smokes! I mean, what's going on? Is this a convention or is this a tea? Well, I was going to say, is this a tea party? But that means something else for American viewers. Okay.
Some cheers.
Finally, some cheers. What's happening? Someone's coming in here. I think one thing everybody has mentioned is that the four people who are running for this job are all capable people. They've got good backgrounds, they've got good resumes, they have some achievements in public life that they can put behind their names. Was there for you, over the course of the many months that they were campaigning for this job, was there a moment or was there a line, was there something noteworthy that you took away and thought, oh, that was kind of cool?
I think it's kind of been how, vicious everything was. I'm kind of wondering how they come back from this. I mean, Yasser Naqvi has called Bonnie Crombie Doug Ford light and been really vicious, attacking some of her stances on the Greenbelt, some of the things she told you guys actually about governing from the center right. She's since walked back those statements, but I think it might be a bit awkward at first now, Nate Erskine-Smith too. if these guys want to run for MPP under Bonnie Crombie as leader, I mean, how is that going to go? So I think that there might be some amends to make here, but at the end of the day, like I said, like they're all Liberals, they'll all rally behind the leader. I do think that Bonnie Crombie now, if she does take this, as a lot of people are buzzing about on the floor, I think it's going to be about defining herself rather than, you know, doing it quickly before the Ford government, you know, defines her. They've already started attacking her, and we've seen how that attack is coming through, saying she's only in it for herself. She's in the pocket of developers because of some of her donors. I think that's, you know, maybe a bit rich coming from the Ford government at this time, you know, facing the same criticism. But I definitely think she's going to have her work cut out for her if indeed it is her that ends up winning this thing.
Just before we let you go, Sabrina, tell people where they can read your stuff.
QPobserver.ca, all the hot gossip, the buzz, analysis you need. That's where you can find me.
Terrific. Thank you for stopping by our
Thanks for
position
having
here at the
me.
Convention Center, and enjoy the day.
Thanks, guys. Have
Thanks
fun.
so much.
That's Sabrina Nanji. Now, while Sabrina is taking her headset off, we have another guest who is about to come up here. Marcel, come on up. Marcel, come on up. Put the headset on, and we'll get you right into action here. This is Marcel Weeder, who has been, I think it's fair to say, one of Bonnie Crombie's senior-most advisors for many, many years, going back to her time as a member of Parliament, going back to her time on City Council, as the mayor of Mississauga, and now as a potential, what she would say, leadership hopeful for the Ontario Liberal leadership.
Well, we hope. We'll find out shortly.
Right. Tell us, Marcel, do you know anything about how the count is going?
So the count is proceeding. They hope to have an announcement somewhere around 2 o'clock, I think is the best guesstimate at this point. And, you know, I think the number that I've heard bounced around is somewhere around 30,000 votes were cast in the leadership.
What do you think of 30,000 out of 103,000 potential voters voting?
So it wasn't actually 103. I think it was closer to 80, because a number of potentially eligible voters, the emails didn't match up with, and so those memberships were then set aside. So we, you know, 30 out of 80,000. So, you know, it's about, you know, a little more than 35%, which is, you know, for a leadership campaign, pretty good number.
Just a quick update before John Michael comes in. We're hearing now that we are 5 minutes away from the program beginning. The program was supposed to begin at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. They're now saying it'll be 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time. What does this mean?
Well, that's a standard Liberal time, you know.
Behind the times? Is that what you're saying? Anyway, John Michael.
We just had Sabrina on, and she was talking about how, you know, this maybe hasn't been the ugliest campaign I've ever seen, but, you know, there have been some sharp words exchanged, and how, you know, how easy will it be or difficult will it be for the Liberal Party to, you know, put things back together again? Obviously, you are all Liberals. You all share the ambition of wanting to see the Liberal Party succeed. But, you know, when Nate Erskine-Smith says that he doesn't know if he will run provincially in the next election, for example, I mean, is there...
If Crombie wins.
If Crombie wins. I mean, is there part of you that says, well, fine, good riddance?
Well, we're one big happy family, and I'm sure, you know, we'll paper over any differences and move forward. We have a target, and that target is Doug Ford, and so that's who we're going to be focused on. You know, both they, you know, and Yasser are federal members. They have their terms still to play out. And Ted is already a member, and we hope there'll be an opening in Mississauga in the next little while for a by-election to be able to get Mayor Crombie in the House. As far as Nate's future is concerned, that's up to him, but he can play an important role with the party, and certainly has a constituency, and love to have him part of the team.
I got to follow up on that, Marcel. You say you're going to be, and I know everybody's got to say we're going to be one big happy family when it's all over and done with. But some of the candidates have had some pretty pointed things to say about the mayor, in effect saying she's in the pocket of developers and takes, you know, money from home builders, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that stuff That stuff got personal at a certain point, did it not? How did the mayor take all that?
Well, the mayor rose above all of that. The mayor, said, look, she's following the rules, and that's the critical thing, is that we are accepting donations from people personally from across the province. The amount of donations that she received from so-called developers was a small percentage of her overall fundraising. Remember, she raised more money than almost all the other candidates combined. And that wasn't just from one group of donors. She also, as a percentage, had less from the so-called development industry than people like Nate or Yasser, who also received money from developers. So, a little bit hypocritical to say, that she's in the pocket of developers. She's being able to put together a broad coalition of supporters, donors from all sectors, from Main Street to Bay Street.
You mentioned finding a seat for Mayor Crombie. Of course, if she does win the leadership today, she will be the leader of the Liberal Party, but she won't be an MPP yet. How much of a priority is it to find a seat, and how much of a priority would it be to specifically find a seat in Mississauga? If a seat opens up in Halton Region or in the city of Toronto, might Bonnie consider running there just to get a seat in the legislature first?
Well, I don't necessarily buy into that you have to be in the House. We've seen other leaders in the past who've been able to be successful by being able to go out, travel across the province, not having to be locked into a schedule at Queen's Park. And so I think, ideally, the mayor wants to represent her home constituency of Mississauga and would like to run in a Mississauga riding. But at the same time, she has a mandate to travel the province and introduce herself. And being able to do that is what's really important. And that's what she'll be focusing on in the weeks and months to come. If a by-election does happen in Mississauga, I'm sure she'll be up to the challenge for that.
Now, that would require a sitting Mississauga MPP to step down for whatever reason, and they're all conservatives.
That's
so
right.
I don't imagine any of them.
Well,
there's one exception.
Exactly.
Khalid Rashid,
That's
who is
right.
a former progressive conservative,
right.
but
That's
is
true.
currently sitting as an independent.
As an independent, that's true.
And that's exactly.
So, do you know something about that seat that the rest of us don't know?
I can only tell you what I've been hearing on the grapevine, and that he's looking for an exit strategy.
So there could be a by-election
There
there
could
before
be.
the next election.
Correct.
And if there were, in Mississauga, an open seat, would she definitely, if she becomes the leader, seek it before the next election?
I can say with a relative degree of certainty that would happen.
Okay, gotcha. How does she feel about how the whole campaign's gone? This is the first time she's run for leader across Ontario. How did it go?
She was energized going and meeting Ontario Liberals across the province. She enjoyed the opportunity to sit down, whether in coffee shops or in halls, and learn more about their communities, and to be able to find out what really is of concern to rank and file Liberals across the province.
Was it a problem being a GTA politician in more rural or more northern parts of the province?
Actually, no, because she was well known. Her reputation as not only as a GTA mayor, but she was the chair of the Big City Mayors. She was also involved in the Association of Municipalities, AMO. So she had an opportunity to traverse the province to meet with other mayors and councillors and understand some of their issues as well.
Something's up here. Like they said 5 minutes, and it's been 10 minutes.
Well, it's I'm glad I'm able to fill the time here with you.
No, we are too.
So,
but clearly something's up, eh?
Well, if I were reading tea leaves, there could be a possibility that it's a first ballot, and that's why they
want to make sure they've done their sums twice, and they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
And also the way that they've structured the programming for today is that they've anticipated the possibility of 3 ballots, and so if that isn't going to happen, they've got to compress the programming into one ballot program.
I got to say, you're good, because you're inferring that a delay in the programming here means a likely first ballot victory for your candidate. That's great spin. I got to tell you. Okay. I think actually we're going to get started right now. Here's Catherine McGarry, the president of the Ontario Liberals. Marcel, thanks for dropping by our position. Enjoy the day.
All right, you too.
Okay, let's go up to the podium and take the speech from Catherine McGarry and MPP Stephen Blais.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's hear you. What a fantastic day. My name is Catherine McGarry. I'm the president of the Ontario Liberal Party.
Et mon nom est Stephen Blais, je suis le député provincial pour Orléans et nous serons ensemble aujourd'hui, comme vos autres, pour annoncer avec passion de notre course de la direction pour la chefferie de la Parti libéral d'Ontario. And my name is Stephen Blais, and we are here together as your hosts for the day to announce the exciting news of who the next leader of the Ontario Liberal Party will be.
And really, before we get started, we acknowledge that the land on which we're meeting today is on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis.
We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Nous reconnaissons également que Toronto est couverte par le traité 13 avec les Mississaugas du Crédit. And we're thrilled to welcome you all. Thank you to everyone who has come here today, and a special thanks and shout out goes to Ontario Liberals joining us online from across Ontario to witness and celebrate this momentous occasion. Today, we will announce who our next leader will be, and more importantly, who the next Premier of Ontario will be.
Over the past year, we've had 4 absolutely amazing leadership candidates crisscrossing the province, each connecting with Ontarians and signing up new members. All those visits have led to over 100,000 grassroots Ontario joining our fight for a fairer Ontario. That is more new members than the past 2 leadership races in 2013 and in 2020. The future of this party has never been brighter or more exciting. Don't you agree?
Now, we'd like to take a moment and recognize our leadership candidates, 4 amazing people. You've put your lives on pause for the campaign and for our party and for all Ontarians. Win or lose today, you all deserve our thanks and our appreciation. So in alphabetical order, please join me in thanking. Dans l'ordre alphabétique, veuillez-vous joindre à moi pour remercier Bonnie Crombie, Nate Erskine-Smith, Ted Hsu, and of course, Yasser Naqvi.
Thank you all for putting your name on a ballot and making this a very thoughtful and exciting race. And it's been a real race, a race with more than one candidate, where our party and our members have grown and shared what it means to be a Liberal in Ontario again. The fact that so many strong and passionate and visionary candidates put their name forward is a real powerful indicator about the constant momentum that has been building within the Ontario Liberal Party over the past year. And as your president, I can sure feel it when I'm around the province. I want to also recognize all of the campaign teams who have dedicated so much of their time to these 4 amazing candidates over the past year. Can we please have a round of applause for them? We know that you've spent countless hours phone banking, talking to your friends, your neighbors, knocking on doors, analyzing data, holding events and scrutineering votes last weekend and again today. Staff and volunteers from every campaign have worked tirelessly for weeks and months to get their 4 candidates to the finish line here today. So thank you for your part in bringing the Ontario Liberals back again. Thank you.
And we know that whoever wins today, our volunteers will continue to be there together to keep the momentum going straight into 2026 across the province for our new leader and the next Premier of Ontario. Dans chaque région d'Ontario, les Ontariens comptent sur nous pour défendre leurs intérêts et choisir et élu le prochain Premier ministre d'Ontario. At this time, I'd like to share a video from each of our candidates. So if you could please turn your attentions to the screens on either side.
Ontario used to be a place where hard work was a ticket to success, a place where families could afford a home and find support in tough times. That's the Ontario I know and love. But it's not the Ontario that we live in today. Doug Ford and his Conservatives have shown us time and time again that they're looking for their friends, not you. They haven't fixed our healthcare system or our housing crisis. Our kids don't have better schools. And after 5 years of broken promises and $8 billion insider deals to pay over the Greenbelt, none of us are better off. Ontario deserves better. That's why I'm ready to be our Ontario Liberal leader. Ontarians and fight for world-leading French language education. Building a stronger, fairer Ontario starts today. My name is Bonnie Crombie. I'm not just running for Liberal leader, I'm running for you. bring back accountable and transparent government. It's time for Ontario Liberals to win, not in 2030, but in 2026.
Premier Ford dubbed them the minivan party. They still don't have a leader.
Be the start of a political comeback.
For what they expect to be their largest annual meeting in 20 years, how to choose the next party leader.
The Ontario Liberal leadership race has its first declared candidate.
Beaches Eastern with Liberal MP Nate Erskine-Smith.
Ted Hsu has officially joined the Ontario Liberal Party leadership race.
The MP for Kingston and the Islands launched his campaign during an event in Kingston. And Ottawa Centre MP Yasser Naqvi officially joined the race to become the next leader of Ontario's Liberal Party.
I'm Adil Shamshi, and I'm running to be leader of the Ontario Liberal Party.
Mayor Bonnie Crombie is preparing to run for the leadership of the Ontario Liberal Party.
We are getting ready for a summertime of campaigning.
100,000 have registered to vote, an all-time high for the party.
Well, the first debate of the Ontario Liberal leadership race took place last night in Thunder Bay.
10 days from now, more than 100,000 supporters of the Ontario Liberal Party will be able to cast votes for a new leader.
Hi, I'm Rob Baker from the Tragically Hip.
It's a big weekend for Ontario Liberal leadership hopefuls. Party members finished casting their ballots earlier this evening to select their new leader.
Our team is raring to go. We're already at work.
Oh, I am exhilarated. It is and anxious.
It has been a really healthy, competitive race within the Ontario Liberal Party. 4 really good people running.
Laid it all out there, and whatever happens, happens.
A week of anticipation while we wait for these results. December 2nd, with the winner announced at an event at the Metro Toronto Convention Centre.
Tell me about Nate Erskine-Smith.
Well, he's a 38-year-old. He was just shy of 32 when he got elected in 2015. He got a reputation as kind of a maverick, a dissenter in Liberal ranks. In his first year, he voted against the government 13 times.
He was in Parliament with me. He didn't always toe the party line, which I also think is important.
I left law for federal politics 10 years ago because I was really frustrated with the conservative majority government of the day. I wanted better. I wanted both substantively better ideas in our politics. I also wanted a better approach to politics, not a cynical top-down approach. That idea of doing politics differently, what does that mean?
I've met very few politicians who are willing to engage with evidence-based policy in the way in which Nate is.
He's got values and principles, and he doesn't compromise them.
The thing about Nate is he says what he does and he does what he says.
I want a politics that embraces strong local representation, that says to every single community, whether or not a community has a Liberal MPP at Queen's Park, every single community is going to have a strong voice in our party.
I know you can work across the aisle. I've seen you do it.
And we also need someone who's going to connect on the ground.
I think it's so important to have a leader that's going to be able to connect with the greatest number of people.
We've traveled over 115 ridings at this point. It is about engaging existing Liberals, and it's about bringing new people into our party. And we've done both in the course of this leadership, and we are just getting started. That is how we are going to rebuild our party, ready to rebuild our province.
When I decided to enter this race, it came on the heels of a lot of reflection. Reflecting on my life growing up and how that compares to the opportunities facing Ontarians today. On my time in politics and government, really on why I'm an Ontario Liberal. And I keep going back to 35 years ago when my family and I came to Canada. I was 15. Both my parents were lawyers, but they were not able to practice for a single day because their credentials were not recognized. So they did what many families do. They bought a small business, a motel in Niagara Falls, Ontario. We all pitched in. I cleaned rooms, I washed bathrooms, I made beds while going to school. A recession hit and we lost everything. Our family of 5 moved into a small 2-bedroom apartment. But you know what? Our family pulled together. We worked really hard to rebuild our lives. Ontario's public health and education system was there for us when we needed it. My story is the story of Ontario. Mon histoire, c'est l'histoire de l'Ontario. That is the promise of Ontario, and Doug Ford has broken that promise. Today, emergency rooms are closing. Kids are in overcrowded classrooms, and people are struggling to pay rent or buy groceries. We must do better. As Ontario Liberals, we have been in the trenches before. We built a party that won majority governments by winning in communities that hadn't elected Liberals for a long time. We formed a government that eliminated coal power generation, capped class sizes, and raised the minimum wage. A government that made Ontario more equitable and better positioned for the demands of the future. Because we have done this hard work before, I'm confident we can do it again. Over the course of this campaign, all the coffee chats, the local events, the dinners and debates, and my favorite, the ice cream stops, I was blown away by the passion, energy, and willingness to engage that we encountered. When I canvassed their houses or showed up at their meetings, longtime Liberals and folks who haven't considered voting Liberal in a very long time were welcoming, transparent, and willing to listen. Shared in our belief that together we could solve the enormous challenges facing our province today. Je tiens à remercier les Ontariens de m'avoir accueilli. Everywhere we went, the specifics of the worries and challenges may have changed, but really there was more similarity than not. And this is equally true for the hope and belief that our better days can still be in front of us. I want to thank the volunteers and staff who work tirelessly every day to ensure this campaign reached as many Liberals as possible and created more than 31,000 new Liberals along the way. We traveled to every riding, all 124 of them. We participated in 400 plus events, and along the way, we clocked more than 22,000 kilometers. We experienced the natural beauty of Ontario and the incredible energy and potential of its people. I know coming out of this campaign that today Ontario Liberals are more energized, more excited, and more ready to work than ever before. And under our new leader, and with the commitment and hard work of a strong team all across this province, Ontario Liberals will stand in stark contrast to Doug Ford. Under our new leader, Ontario Liberals will present this clear alternative and will keep the momentum of this leadership campaign going. We have to keep putting in the effort to transform our party in all 124 ridings to show people across this province that Liberals speak for them. Les libéraux ont l'expérience nécessaire pour y parvenir. Under our new leader, Liberals will advance practical policies to fix public health care, strengthen public education, and make life more affordable. Friends, I entered this race with a simple conviction, one that arose from my own lived experience. I believe it should not matter if you're born in Ottawa or Timmins or Karachi. Everyone should have an opportunity to succeed. That is the promise of Ontario. Unis, nous pouvons démontrer aux Ontariens que cette promesse demeure. Regardless of who the winner is as a party, we will stand united. We will work hard. We will work together. United, we can defeat Doug Ford in 2026. And united, we will restore the promise of Ontario.
Those are the four videos of the four candidates for the Ontario Liberal leadership. The chairs are now back on the podium and are about to announce the first ballot results.
At the very beginning of our race, we actually had 5 candidates. You've seen the results of 4 finishing campaigns, and at this time, I want to take this opportunity to thank Adil Shamji and his campaign team for all he did. Please stand up, Adil. Thank you. Your voice and your volunteers were certainly a good part of this and the first debate, so thank you. And thank you, all those teams, for sharing these videos. And I could hear cheers around the room that you saw yourselves in them. And it's great to know that no matter who becomes our new leader, our party will be in good hands. And the premier that Ontarians need is on the way. Our party started preparing for this day over a year ago. Our previous Executive Council created a leadership working group led by Tim Shorthill, tasked with meticulously planning out the leadership process. Tim and the members of that working group deserve our thanks for laying the groundwork for what we've accomplished over the last few months. Thank you, Tim, and the entire working group for getting us here today. After our party's executive elections last March at the AGM, our new Executive Council got to work very quickly to make some very large and critical decisions right away. In particular, I would like to recognize our Vice President Organization, David Farrow, our 9 regional Vice Presidents, Miguel Carnero, Karen Dedwan, Lawrence Dawkins, Lorna Jean or LJ Edmonds, David Morris, Kristen Oliver, Jesse Plashka, Doug Varley, and Bob Wright. And a special thanks to the Executive Vice President who has helped all of us along the way, Damien O'Brien. But each of you has put in countless hours recruiting local returning officers and organizing leadership election votes across the entire province. Thank you for all of the key roles that you have played in ensuring a fair leadership race.
Now, last weekend, our party successfully ran 139 leadership election votes across the province over 2 days, thanks in large part to a wide range and a huge number of volunteers. Grâce à notre équipe des bénévoles magnifiques, la fin de semaine passée, notre parti a organisé avec succès 139 votes pour l'élection pour notre chef dans chaque région d'Ontario. It was an incredibly strong showing of organization and dedication by our volunteers. The 139 people that served as local returning officers and the hundreds upon hundreds of additional team-neutral volunteers did an extraordinary job ensuring everything ran smoothly. We quite simply could not have been able to do it. We would not be here today to announce the results if it weren't for the dedication and commitment to fairness of these amazing Ontario Liberal volunteers. Nous ne simplement pas en mesure d'annoncer les résultats d'aujourd'hui sans le dévouement et l'engagement envers l'équité qui est démontré par ce groupe de bénévoles magnifiques la semaine passée. Thank you for the invaluable role you played in helping select our next leader.
We also want to take a moment to give a special shout out to the many volunteers who remain locked away without their phone in the count room. And they've been counting these ballots for hours. You are the unsung heroes of this celebration. We all appreciate and thank you for your hard work and dedication. And they'll be able to see this thank you to them after their work is done because this is live streamed. But last of all, we need to show appreciation for our small, and I say superhuman, as well as highly talented and hardworking staff team at the Ontario Liberal Party. Carter Brownlee, David Innes, Matt Kirkaby, Narman Partan, Phil Parsons, David Pretloff, Koji Shiramoto, and our Executive Director, Mandy Moore, and also Jonathan Espy, who led today's event. Thank you. As your president, I get to see this team in action each and every day, and they've once again accomplished great things with very few resources, but with a whole lot of spirit and determination. Please join me again in a huge round of applause for all of them. And finally, we're now at this exciting time also due to the incredible, detailed, and meticulous work done by our Chief Returning Officer, Simon Tunstall. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I know that we are all eager to hear the first round of results of voting. That's not eager enough. Are we eager to hear the first round of voting? There we go.
And thank you for your patience, everyone. You can feel the excitement in this room. We have the first round of results of counting. In alphabetical order, the number of points allocated to each candidate is Bonnie Crombie, 5,559 points.
Bonnie Crombie, 5,559.
Nate Erskine-Smith, 3,320 points.
3,320.
Ted Hsu, 1,300 points.
1,300.
Yasser Naqvi, 2,760 points.
2,760 points.
With no candidate receiving over 50% of the total points, we will now proceed to a second round of counting.
Aucun candidat ayant obtenu plus de 50% des total des points. Donc, nous procéderons à un deuxième tour de compte.
So the fourth candidate will be eliminated, and the votes for that candidate will now be redistributed to the remaining candidates based on the voters' next highest preference. Thank you for putting yourself forward, Ted Hsu, and congratulations to your candidates. And thank you, Ted, to your family and your team. Congratulations for running an excellent campaign. And many congratulations to our candidates who are moving on to the next round of counting. Please stay with us. Our ballot counters are already hard at work tallying up the votes.
We're going to dim the sound on the podium, and we are going to tell you the significance of the first ballot results. We're not going to go into the points here because it's complicated. Remember, it's 100 points per riding. They've divided them up according to how they broke down in each riding. Bonnie Crombie, the mayor of Mississauga, at 43%. She's still 7 points plus 1 away from being able to capture victory here. Close, but no cigar. Second place, Nate Erskine-Smith with 25.7% of the points. Yasser Naqvi in third, 21.3% of the points. Ted Hsu in fourth with 10% of the points. John Michael, tell us now what happens in this ranked ballot system.
People who voted for Ted Hsu, their votes are going to be recounted, basically, and their second choices will now be added to the totals of the remaining three contestants. So if, for example, if 90% of Ted Hsu's supporters listed Bonnie Crombie as their second choice, then this could be over in the next ballot. Obviously, if you are the Yasser Naqvi campaign, that's not what you want to see. You prefer to see that support go to them. But, you know, this is going to be, this is why they have the ranked ballot system, is in order to sort of structure these points in a way that, without relitigating what we talked about earlier, they want this to proceed in a bit of an orderly fashion.
Okay, so I don't think anybody's under any illusions that there's any surprise that Crombie's in first place. Everybody expected her to be in first, but 43% of the points is a little on the lower end of the estimates that I had heard for her campaign. She was obviously talking about a first ballot victory if she could get her supporters out. Clearly that didn't happen. 7 points plus 1 back is a little further back than I think her campaign wanted her to be right now. Fair to say?
I think that's right. I mean, we can back up a little bit, and Eric Grenier did a really good post this week looking at the threshold for frontrunners winning in these kinds of systems. And, the simple fact is most of the time the frontrunner just wins because the frontrunner was popular. But in these kinds of cases, you definitely want to have more than... Being closer to 50 is better than being further away. Let's put it that way.
Now, of course, if this were a delegated convention, we would be watching the Erskine-Smith, the Ted Hsu, the Yasser Naqvi boxes on the floor to see where those candidates were going to go. Would one back another in hopes of stopping Crombie? Would somebody back Crombie and put Crombie over the top? None of that dynamic is present today because this is a point system. The ballots have all been marked already. They were marked a week ago. And all they're going to do is count. Now, we should say we're going to interrupt our commentary here because the 24th Premier of Ontario has just been introduced and he will give a speech. Here is former Premier Dalton McGuinty.
I'm the ghost from Christmas past. It's great to be here with you, my friends, Ontario Liberals. Bienvenue à mes amis libéraux de l'Ontario. Bienvenue au Congrès à la direction de notre parti. Catherine, thanks so much for your very generous introduction. The truth is, any successes of mine were built while I was standing on the shoulders of so many other people. I was blessed with a fabulous caucus, wonderful staff, and the best party a leader could ever have. That record of achievement is not my record, it's our record. You know, I was thinking here, watching our leadership candidates, about my own campaign, and I was remembering visiting all those communities, all the travel, all the nights away from home. And at the end of the campaign, I remember coming to an overwhelming conclusion. I should have run in Prince Edward Island. This is one big province. When I was traveling, I phoned Terry every night. This was 1996. That was before cell phones. And one night I called her from my hotel room. I was tired, and I thought I had dialed the right number. A woman answers. I say, how's it going? She says, not bad. I say, how are the kids? She says, pretty good. I said, are they all in bed? She goes, yeah. And then I clicked, and I said, you're not my wife. And she says, and you're not my husband, and hangs up on me. I recall at our convention as well, Terry's reaction when it was announced that I had won. She pulled me in close in her own inimitable way and gently whispered her words of undying support. She said, you said you weren't going to win. This party of ours, the Ontario Liberal Party, is my second family. I joined our party in 1985. I became a riding association president the following year in a riding that had never been Liberal. We won our first election there in 1987, and we've won every one of the 9 elections since. I say that to remind you of your fundamental responsibility as a member of the Ontario Liberal Party, and that is help win your riding. So I want to begin by thanking all of you not only for being part of our leadership election today, but for your commitment to win your riding tomorrow. Winning tomorrow is going to take an energized party and strong leadership. So I too am going to take this opportunity to say to each of our leadership candidates how grateful I am for all the energy, excitement, and momentum that you've brought to our party. You are renewing us. I also want to take a moment to thank Premier Wynne for her leadership. When I think of Kathleen, I think integrity, tenacity, compassion, courage, and absolutely no quit. No premier in the history of our province has done more to break down barriers and make Ontario more caring and more inclusive than our Kathleen Wynne. I want to thank John Fraser for his steady hand on the tiller. At a very challenging time for our party, a time when we could have faded into the background of Ontario political history, John has kept us in the foreground, leading us with calm, confidence, and a firm resolve. We've been lucky to have him. And last but never least, please join me in thanking everyone serving on our party executive. Thank you to you and your team, Catherine. Durant mes années de vie politique, de vie publique, j'ai beaucoup appris sur la politique. J'ai appris de vous, d'autres politiciens, et de l'histoire. J'ai appris que la politique est un des meilleurs moyens de transformer la vie d'autrui. J'ai aussi appris que nos victoires politiques ne doivent rien au hasard. It's been said the years reveal what the days conceal. So I want to use just a little time today to share a little of what my past nearly 40 years in our party has taught me about our future. And let's begin with our very near future. Shortly, we're going to have a new leader. That candidate will have worked very hard to earn our support. Our job, beginning today, is to rally behind our new leader and give them that support. And then in the days and years that follow, our job is essentially threefold. Encourage our leader, support our leader, defend our leader. All this commands, in fact, that we come together and stay together. And it's important you understand, we don't just owe our unity to our leader and to our party, we owe it to our province, especially now, and especially because of who Ontarians are. We come from every corner of the world, so when there is pain and distress beyond our borders, in faraway places, this is not something we Ontarians merely dispassionately observe. This is something we feel deeply, given its impact on our loved ones back home. So it's vitally important that our party be an unwavering champion of unity, a shining beacon, drawing Ontarians together, always uniting, never dividing. Our message must be loud and clear. It doesn't matter where you come from or how long you've been here. It doesn't matter what faith you practice or tradition you cherish or culture you celebrate. It doesn't matter who you love. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. And it doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor or somewhere in between. What matters, the only thing that truly matters to us Ontario Liberals, is that if you're an Ontarian, then you're one of ours, and we've got your back. The way we see it, there's no us and them in Ontario. There's just us. Our party is built on the bedrock of an age-old ideal, one that reassures us we're all in this together. We're at our best when we work together, build together, and dream together of how much better we can make Ontario for all our children. I'm not going to pretend that being together and pulling together is always easy. Human nature often leads us to focus on our differences, but it's our higher nature that leads us to understand how much we have in common. Think about it. We all want good schools for our kids. We all want good health care for our families. We all want to live in strong, sustainable, caring communities. We all want life to be affordable so that if we work hard, we'll be able to get ahead, and so will our children. And finally, something I firmly believe. Deep down, we all want our lives to have counted for something. We want to know we didn't just occupy space and consume goods. We made a difference for others. All this is what we have in common. And it's our responsibility as Ontario Liberals to speak to that, to appeal to that, and to inspire that. And I can tell you, historically and philosophically, no party is better positioned. No party is better suited to this work of bringing Ontarians together and building on common ground than the Ontario Liberal Party. Now let me lift your eyes just for a moment so you can better see another responsibility that you and I share. I learned there is a reason for Ontario to succeed beyond meeting the aspirations of Ontarians. I'm talking about the leadership responsibility we owe to Canada. For Ontario, this is not an option. It's an obligation. We have been commissioned by history to play a leading role inside this great federation. Yes, it includes serving as our country's economic engine. But there's more than that. Let me give you an example. I've learned that Canadians count on us to lead in the fight to champion public health care. And not just because universal access is morally right, but because at our very best, we can and should be delivering excellence in public health care. And when we achieve that excellence, our fellow Canadians benefit from our experience. My point is, when Ontario Liberals build a stronger Ontario, you're helping to build a stronger Canada. Something else I've learned about our party. We're a Big Tent party, and we welcome you. We're a party that learns from the past, but doesn't cling to it. We're a party that believes in our future and doesn't shrink from it. We're a party that chooses idealism over cynicism, hope over despair, and faith over doubt. We're a party that fights hard for those who can't fight for themselves. And lastly, we are a party with an unshakable confidence in the courage and determination of Ontarians to keep building a stronger, more caring Ontario. That's what I've learned about our party. That's why I've got so much confidence in the future of our party. Building that bright future for our party and our province is going to take a lot of work. And you're going to need something to sustain you on your journey. And the reward you seek cannot just be political victory. Winning for us can't be the end, but it can and should be the means to a higher end. La politique est un sport de contact où la partisanerie peut être nocive et le cynisme toxique. Vous pouvez toujours opter pour le cynisme et profiter du pouvoir pour ce qu'il est, ou encore, vous pouvez opter pour un idéalisme généreux et la conviction profonde que la possibilité et l'honneur de servir votre communauté sont les plus belles récompenses de l'engagement politique. The last point I want to make is this, and this speaks to advice given to me by my father. My dad was the MPP for Ottawa South before me. His sudden death in office, in fact, launched my own political career. I regret that he never saw me in office, not even one day. But I'm very grateful for the lesson he taught me by example. And that lesson is this: the reward of public service is found in the service itself. That's why we do it. That's why we work so hard in politics, a challenging environment at the best of times. We do it because we find reward, we find joy in helping others. Our party is always at its best. Our work is always most rewarding when we put Ontarians first in everything we do. When we remember it's not about us, it's about them. It's about their schools, their health care, their jobs, their future, their hopes, their dreams. We work as a party, we fight as a party, we exist as a party for them. We have no greater reward, no greater privilege than serving Ontarians. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
There's the 24th Premier of the province of Ontario, Dalton James Patrick McGuinty Jr., who, as he pointed out, was not the first guy named Dalton McGuinty to serve in the Ontario legislature. Let's reset. I'm Steve Paikin alongside John Michael McGrath. We are bringing you live coverage of the Ontario 2023 Liberal Party Leadership Convention, and we're happy to have alongside here one of the leadership candidates in this race. Here's Ted Hsu, who's the member for Kingston of the Islands. You came fourth on the first ballot, 10% of the available points. How do you feel you did?
I feel like I was expecting a bit better, just based on some of the numbers, the spreadsheets we were looking at. I thought that the turnout being a bit low was a wild card that could help. In the end, it didn't work out, but I think I'm proud of all the work that the volunteers did in the campaign, and I'm going to keep going, doing politics my way, and trying to help the party and trying to help the province.
Now, in terms of the numbers here, you got 10% of the points, and I think the only question the hall is buzzing with is, where do your supporters go? And I'm not going to ask you to speak for every single one of the thousands of people who voted for you in detail, but do you have some sense of, among your supporters that you spoke to, did you give them an idea of who your second choice would be, or did you get a sense of what their second choice
So
was?
I did not tell anybody who, except for maybe 2 or 3 people very privately, who my second choice was. What I did was I asked everybody to scrutinize all the candidates and fill out a second, third, and fourth choice on the ballot, because that's what I wanted everybody to do. I was not offering anything particularly ideological, and so I was offering a different way of doing politics, a kind of vision for the province. So I have a feeling that my support is going to be split 3 ways, which, given the numbers that Bonnie Crombie had, means that she's not going to win in the second round either.
She needs 70% of your points to win on the next ballot. She's not going to get 70% of your points, is she?
No, I'm pretty sure she's not going to get 70%. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's spread out more than that. Again, it's not ideological. I had people on the right, on the left, people interested in the environment, people interested in housing, people interested in my way of doing politics. So I think it could go anywhere.
And you can't affect the outcome of the ballot at this point.
Right.
Do you want to tell people who you voted for as your second choice?
I'm going to keep it quiet just
because.
No fun.
Okay, well, let's see if I can come in through the back door since you went through the front door on that. Do you feel any obligation right now to kind of make public who you think this party's hands would be best in?
I think, no, I mean, my obligation is to support whoever wins the leadership. I'm the only one with a seat in the legislature, so I think there's a lot that I have to do to help the new leader succeed, whether it's in the legislature. I've also, because of this leadership race, spent about 14 months traveling around the province, getting to know all the ridings and getting to know a lot of people in the party who are not in this room today. There's only maybe 1,000 people in the room today. There's tens of thousands of Liberals across the province that I've gotten to know some of. And so that experience is something that I can use to help the next leader win the next election or campaign, get ready for the next election.
What do you think is going to be your job one on Monday when you go back to the legislature? I mean, obviously it's going to depend a bit on who the next leader is, but you must have some idea of what your next step is.
It's an interesting question because we are, being not an official party, all of the independent MPs, the Greens, Liberal, Independents, we have a schedule for when we can speak in the House. So I happen to have the member statement on Monday morning. So I will be the first Liberal to speak in the legislature on Monday morning. So I'll be spending my 90 seconds commenting on what's happened here today.
I don't mean this to sound as nasty as it may come out sounding, but there is this expression, nice guys finish last. And here's a nice guy. You ran on a campaign, frankly, of being one of the nicer guys in the race. Namely, that quality would help bring a lot of Liberals together under a nice guy's leadership. Does the fact that you came 4th out of 4 candidates show that this is not a business for nice guys, and you got to be a bit of a son of a bitch to do well in this business?
I would say that is not the problem that I saw. It was more having to do with knowing enough people in the party to start with. It took me a while to know who could do what and who was connected to who, and if you don't know the party as well. So, being from Kingston, you're a little bit less in touch. Not having been in politics my whole life, I'm a little bit less in touch. So I had to learn that, and that took a bit of time. And I think that is the main thing. It's not the nice guy thing. I'm able to win in Kingston, being the person who's seen as not so partisan, who looks carefully at the issues and sees all sides of them and listens to people from different points of view. I don't think that's a problem at all. I think I would have helped if I had known a bit more about the people in the party and who knew how to do what and how they were connected to each other.
Got it.
one of the with the three remaining candidates, you've got Yashanakvi, Ottawa Centre, Bonnie Crombie, Mayor of Mississauga, and Nate Erskine-Smith, Beaches East York. Very urban representation, if I could put it that way. And it is a part of the province that, or rather, the rural parts of the province and more remote parts of the province are the places where the party struggles. You are. I mean, Kingston is not a podunk village; it is a city. But I do wonder. I mean, if these are the candidates that are left, do you think the party is going to struggle outside of big cities?
It depends on what the rest of us do. It depends on what the leader does as well. So I think we have to spend time, again, going back to all of this rural and northern ridings and the small cities, and rebuilding those riding associations, putting out policy that's relevant to those areas early. And don't worry if the other parties steal it, but put it out early so that people in rural and northern Ontario know what you stand for, and nominate candidates early. So I think it all depends on what we do from here on.
Can I just ask you about how the party has decided to choose its next leader? This is the first time that this party has gone with a one-member, one-vote, ranked ballot system with a point system. And he and I have been arguing for the last several weeks about the fact that this just does not have the sis boom ba of a delegated convention, the dynamic on the day, all of that kind of stuff. As a guy who's put his name on a ballot, as a guy who's been through this process and probably seen some delegated conventions in your day, which way would you have preferred to contest the leadership?
I think this is better for the party. My reason for liking the one-member, one-vote system that we have right now is that it's very hard to tell people, sorry, you don't have the money to pay for travel and hotel and conference registration. You can't afford to take a weekend off to come to a convention. The process that we have now really opens it up to everybody to have a kind of an equal say in voting for the leader. But it also means, because of the weighting, each riding, no matter where it is, or whether it's a big riding or small riding, is worth 100 points. It means that we have had to travel the province. If there's any party where the leaders needed to do that, it's the Liberal Party. So we have all been forced to travel across Northern Ontario, the rural east and the rural southwest, to revive, and we're reviving the Liberal Party in all those regions.
Well, let me do a quick follow-up on that, because you're quite right. If every riding's worth 100 points, it is certainly in your interest to get to parts of the province that the Liberal Party is next to dead in, for sure. Because you sign up 10 people, they can have as much schlep in Northern Ontario as 20,000 people can in, downtown Toronto. Having said that, it's quite possible 3/4 of the people who signed up to vote will not have voted. And I wonder what that says about the actual wind in your sails as a party if people couldn't be bothered, if 3/4 of the people couldn't be bothered to vote.
Well, I'm told it is the largest number of people who voted in a leadership race, whether it's delegate selection or this one-member, one-vote we just had. I think there are some things we could have done better. One is we could have had more mail-in voting. A lot of people couldn't vote because they couldn't get to the polling station. And the limit was something like 50 kilometers, but it was hard for some people. Our polling hours were from 2 to 7, but it got dark at 4. There were many people who didn't want to drive in the dark. And imagine you're in a rural riding, you'd prefer not to drive in the dark. There are moose around, for example. There are many people who...
moment there.
There are various reasons why people didn't vote that I think we need to work on, for starters. But I think we're starting from a good place. Like, this is the first time we've ever done something like this. Next time we're going to do better. Next time the turnout's going to be better. We're going to have different ways for people to vote, more mail-in, more electronic voting, and we'll increase the participation that way.
Gotcha.
I want to ask you about the travel, but before I do, there was a picture in your video that you seemed to be doing a shot of something with the other three candidates, and I have to know what you were drinking.
So this is the University of Toronto students. They got together a Q&A session where you eat hot chicken wings.
Okay.
And then after every round of eating hot chicken wings, they ask questions, kind of rapid-fire questions. And then they go to a next round of hotter chicken wings. So at some point, I was just challenged, and I drank the whole container of hot sauce. And whoever captured that picture captured a really priceless moment.
Was it worth it?
It was worth it. It was fun. It was fun.
Okay, good.
I don't know if I got enough votes from that, though.
So the travel is one of the things that I want to talk about, because I think that, it might be the only thing that ever tempts me, and it's to the benefit of the Dominion that I don't want to get into elected politics, but the only thing that ever tempts me is the idea of seeing more of this province. And like an election, obviously, like I could rent a van, but you know, an election campaign is a hell of a way to do it. And I'd love for you just to talk a bit about, you know, what you saw traveling during the leadership race.
One of the things is in Northern Ontario, I would say you have to go there to really understand it, to see the piles of logs, to see the bare stretches of highway where if you run out of gas, you're really out of luck. And just the distances to experience them is something you have to go there to see. The other thing I would say is we have so many common problems. We have problems with housing, problems with addictions, problems with lack of healthcare capacity. So the commonalities, but with a different flavor in each region, I think are really important to understand. So I'm going to be a much more effective MPP now that I've seen the whole province and seen how different parts of the province are a little bit different. And so you can't just say housing. It's a little bit in Timmins, they're not running out of space. In Kingston, they are. It's really important to just appreciate all the different regions.
Ted Chu, we at TVO respect public service, and we congratulate you on having the guts to put your name on a ballot and contest the Ontario Liberal Party leadership. We suspect that you want to get out there and start to talk to some real people, not just us.
Oh, I love talking to you guys.
So we thank you for dropping by and wish
you
well with your member statement Monday morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
That's Ted Chu, the member of Provincial Parliament for Kingston and the Islands. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, John Michael, as we allow Ted to pull his headset off and go talk to some real people, before we get our next guest up here, we have to say that it sure looks like this is going to go to 3 ballots, because it doesn't look like, if you take Ted Chu's, whatever it is, 10% of the points, that's going to be enough to put. I mean, Bonnie Crombie's got to get 70% of those 10% of the points to get over the top on the second ballot, and that feels like a tall order.
Yeah, and so I don't expect Bonnie Crombie to win this on the second ballot. The thought that has got to be keeping some people anxious in the Bonnie Crombie campaign is if she doesn't win on the second, you know, the next person to come off the ballot is either going to be Yasser Naqvi or Nate Erskine-Smith, and those two had that very public agreement to support each other on the second ballot choices. So if she doesn't get enough of Ted Chu's support, like maybe she doesn't get 70%, but you know, she definitely wants as much as she can get, because it's hard to see her getting a ton of support from any of the other two candidates.
This thing may just be a heck of a lot more interesting than we thought it was going to be by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, we might. Well, I hope you didn't make any plans this evening.
I did, but but they also know that I may not show up. Kim Wright is here on our set right now. Kim Wright is a political consultant, has history in the New Democratic Party, and we're delighted to see you here today at the 2023 Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. What do you make of what you've seen so far?
Well, goodness me, what was supposed to be a coronation for Bonnie Crombie has taken a little longer than I suspect she thought it was going to. Look, what will be fascinating for me and TVO viewers and yourselves is what is the data that came out of this? Where are these points coming from? Are they coming from Brampton, Mississauga, Toronto, sort of fortress liberal Toronto, versus where they actually need to start getting seats back, Northern Ontario, Eastern Ontario, the Southwestern Ontario corridor from Kitchener-Waterloo to Windsor. Those are now becoming more and more New Democrat versus Conservative battlegrounds, and where Liberals aren't playing at all. So that will be interesting to see where those numbers start to play out.
Do you think that do you think that the Liberal Party leadership matters that much at the moment? You know, this party has struggled with 2 very bad defeats. How much does the person at the top actually matter?
Well, at this point, the 3 candidates that are left on the ballot, all of this will be a side hustle for them. They have day jobs. And I don't think Ontarians are looking for a side hustle leader, but that's what they're going to get out of the Ontario Liberals. They don't have an official party in the House. They are broke when it comes to their actual party financially, which is partially why we're seeing hand countings. But, you know, there is this brand recognition the Liberals have. So we never count them out. But it is going to be very difficult for them to start looking into communities that they need to win back if they expect to get official party status anytime soon.
Okay, Kim, since you took a shot at them, I'm going to give Catherine McGarry a chance to take a shot at you, because the party president said, look at the race we have. We have more than one candidate in our race, and that's, of course, a clear shot at the New Democrats, who only had one candidate in their race. So how about that?
I will say to everyone, and I have said to everyone, the New Democrats knew exactly the leader they wanted to get out of that race, and there was a significant race behind the scenes. Everyone came together and decided that Marit Stiles was going to be the leader that Ontario needed and that the Ontario New Democrats absolutely wanted. That's why we ended up having the leadership contest we ended up having.
In terms of the events of the day, I mean, this contest has been described as, Crombie wanting to move the party to the left, to the center, versus, other candidates maybe wanting to keep the party further to the Kathleen Wynne left legacy. Given how polarized the electorate is right now, I mean, obviously you have a progressive history in politics, but do you see a threat from a party that is trying to be that centrist party, or do you think that with things as polarized as they are, the smart bet would be to stay to the left?
So what terrifies me, frankly, from an Ontario perspective and an Ontarian's perspective, is Bonnie Crombie talked an awful lot during the leadership debates about how the Liberal government had gone too far in healthcare and social services. Those are core values of Ontarians. Those are closer to what I expect to hear out of a Conservative leadership campaign, not what I was expecting to see out of Liberals. I actually last saw Bonnie Crombie in real life. She was at the Albany Club, which is a Conservative bastion, and she was sitting on a panel for the Centre Ice Conservatives. So we're not talking about someone who screams, progressive liberalism here, or whatever they want to put out on their social media accounts. You also saw in her record as mayor her not being there when votes mattered about increasing housing stock, increasing inclusionary zoning. Her record as mayor of Mississauga is actually quite troubling, how much she stood back from developments, or even, frankly, supporting some of her councillors who were being terrorized by some of her fellow colleagues. So I have some serious concerns, and Ontarians should too, about if it is a Bonnie Crombie leadership, what does that start to look like?
I thank you for dropping by our position. That's Kim Wright, political consultant. Enjoy the rest of the convention. Looks like it's going to be a little more interesting than we'd thought.
Always a good time at a convention. Lovely to see you both.
Thank you very much. Kim Wright. Okay, we have standing by right over there the 24th Premier of the province of Ontario, Dalton McGuinty, who, if you have been with us during the course of the afternoon, you will know he gave a speech earlier at this convention, something he did not do in the March of 2020 leadership convention, which picked Stephen Del Duca. Now, I see right now Mr. McGuinty is having a chat with Ted Hsu. So when we said a second ago that Ted Hsu needed to leave this station so that he could go talk to some real people, that's what he's doing right now. Now, our producer, Colin Ellis, is giving me that, I know, but Mr. McGuinty is talking to some other delegates right now, or other visitors. We can't call them delegates. Other visitors. Hey, Premier. Hey, Speaker, leave him alone. He's got to come up here and do an interview. Let's go. Don't ask him a tough one. He can handle it. Don't you worry. He can handle it. Ladies and gentlemen, the 24th Premier of the province of Ontario, Dalton James Patrick McGuinty Jr. Okay. First question for you is obvious. Do you remember what you were doing 27 years ago yesterday?
You bet I was. You bet I do. We had a lot of fun. And one of my memories, you may recall this, Steve, after I had won and they ushered me towards the stage, someone kept saying, make room for the leader. So I promptly made room. Took a while to grow into the job in more ways than one. Yeah.
We should just, for those who don't recall, it was in fact a convention that started in 1 month and ended in another month, because the convention back in 1996 that picked Dalton McGuinty started in November, on November 30th. It ended on December 1st, and it ended at 4:30 in the morning when Joe Cordiano brought his delegates, the vast majority, to you.
Yeah.
What do you remember about that moment?
Well, I mean, it's great what we're doing here is great, and we're renewing our party. We're going to choose a new leader, but there is nothing quite like an old-fashioned delegated convention.
McGrath, are you listening?
I'm being outnumbered here.
Here, here.
Where there are these interesting migratory patterns as groups of delegates move, interact, confront, agree, and decide where they're going to go after somebody's dropped off the ballot. So it's really something to behold. It worked out for me, obviously. I was not expected to win.
You think?
Certainly.
Let's just remind everybody, you were in fourth place on the first ballot and a worse fourth place on the second ballot.
I dropped back.
And somehow won on the fifth.
That was a fake. I was just coming back to pass. Yeah. Yeah, but it was very exciting. And I know there's a lot of negativity associated with public life and politics, but my advice to any young people who may be watching is that it's incredibly rewarding, and it's an opportunity to make a difference. There are all kinds of ways to make a difference in life, but I think in the end we want to know that we have made a difference, and politics is one of those places where you can make a massive difference.
The next leader of the Liberal Party, if all goes as you hope it will, will have an even more difficult job than you did, because they would have to form a government with an almost entirely new caucus. Given the current state of the party, you have 9 MPPs, and that's not even enough to fill a cabinet, much less a legislative majority. What advice would you give the next leader in terms of preparing for that job?
Well, I think my advice right now is take every advantage of this interim period to do something I did after I lost my first one. And losing my first one was probably the most powerful, formative experience I had in politics.
You lost in 1999 to Mike Harris.
Lost
your first time out.
Yeah, lost in 99, and I learned a lot, not just about campaigning, but I learned about myself, and I learned about, Michael, the power of conviction, right? You can poll and you can toss out, a plank here and a policy there, but what people really want to know when the TV has got the sound turned off, they want to know if there's something that you're prepared to go to the wall for, that you think is so important that you're going to drive that particular thrust very hard. So my advice to the leader in the interim is take some time, do a lot of listening. And I went to the UK, I went to the US, I went to Ireland, I went to Europe a little bit just to try to get a sense of where public policy was going, how it was evolving, how people were shaping it, what kinds of personalities were shaping it. Then I brought that to bear. I think the other thing I would say is, one of the great untold stories about Ontario politics is you inherit a fabulous bureaucracy. You inherit a fabulous public service. I recall, Steve, the first time they ushered me into the cabinet room. I'd never been in there before. And somebody says to me, and this is where you're going to sit, Mr. Premier. And I felt like they were saying, we know you've never driven before. This is a Maserati. Take it away. But the good news was I had inherited a fabulous bureaucracy who were there to guide and advise.
They always say to open with a joke when you're giving a speech, and you decided to open with, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. Where did that come from?
Just came out of my head. Just came out of my head on the way up.
Was that was not on the script?
No. It's just, it's like, what are you doing here? I mean, I'm between them and opening the gifts, right? So I'm very proud of our leadership candidates. I'm proud of the races that they've each run. I think it looks very good for the future of the party. You never want to be cast out, but the fact of the matter is, the tide comes in at times and it goes out at others. When it goes out, it's always unsought. But there's a very healthy dimension to our party, for our party, and for democracy writ large. When they send you down the minors, right? You work on your skills and you come back. And you present yourself as a new option.
Let me do a quick follow-up here, and that is, I talked about the beginning of your speech. I now want to talk about the end. because, as I suggested in introducing you, you're not the first guy named Dalton McGuinty to have a seat in the Ontario legislature. Your father preceded you in Ottawa South, and you quoted him as having said, the rewards of public service is found in the service itself.
Right.
You have to know there are going to be a lot of very skeptical and or cynical people who are either watching this right now or who will read about that quote tomorrow in the papers or whatever, and they're going to think, that's just not so. They're all in it for themselves, and that harkens back to a different time, but it's not true anymore. What would you say to them?
I understand that's out there, but what I've learned about people, and I made, I guess, passing reference to that today, is that, yeah, there's a lot of cynicism out there, but it really, people paint it on as a thin veneer to protect themselves against life's inevitable disappointments. We all let people down. You guys let people down. My tribe has let people down, of politicians. There are others in various institutions, whether it's academia or churches or business leaders. There's a sense that they let us down. But when you pierce through that thin veneer, I believe that there is this primal longing and yearning to do something of value with our lives. And people know deep in their lizard brains, nobody gets out alive, right? We're all mortal. And we really would like to know, notwithstanding the cynicism we might profess, we really would like to know that our life counted for something and that we made a difference. The Greeks said our single greatest shared responsibility is to make gentle the life of this world, right? And I think we should see that as a shared mission. And I know people get angry and they get upset and they get frustrated and life doesn't seem to be fair. I get that. But the responsibility of leadership is not to appeal to that, is to dig deeper to what is best in people. Anybody can reflect what's worst about people, but that's not leadership, that's followership.
Let me maybe be a bit of a jerk here.
Provocateur.
In Kitchener Centre earlier this week, the Liberal Party came in fourth. Now, by-elections can always be weird, so maybe we don't overread that. Federal Liberal Party having some real trouble in the polls, would not win an election if an election were held today. Is there a deeper problem with the Liberal brand in this country? And I think, maybe presuming the answer, but if there is, to what extent are you responsible for it?
I don't think there's a problem with the brand as such, but I do think that, leaders in particular don't like to recognize this. But you become the liver of your party. And you absorb, rightly and wrongly, but it's a very important, healthy aspect of a strong democracy. You absorb those toxins. And that's okay. People need to have someone against whom they might vent. And somebody they can get angry at and criticize. And that goes with the game, right? So I think that's, this happens with the characters from time to time. And you just need to recognize that. And you need to find a way to see beyond that, Michael. It's so easy to get dragged down into the muck, but you've got to be, I am blessed or cursed as being an irrepressible idealist and optimist. I see a lot of good in a lot of people, and my job is to appeal to that and find a way to get the best out of people.
When Kathleen Wynne was in that seat about an hour and a half ago, I asked her, so what are you up to these days? So I should ask you the same question. What are you up to these days?
A number of different things, but I'll tell you about one thing in particular of which I'm especially proud. I'm chairman of the University of Ottawa Heart Institute.
Oh.
Big organization. We do more procedures there than any other institute of its kind in the country. I lost my dad early to a heart issue, you will recall, Steve. So I feel good being there and working with those people, the expertise, and helping to generate a caring culture. So I feel it's very rewarding for me, in fact, to be part of that.
You are now, if I remember this right, you are older than your father lived to be. Is that
5 years older than my dad? Yep. Yep.
That's your dad died shoveling the snow.
He just died shoveling snow. We found him on the back deck, but he was larger than life. And one of the things he would say, it's not the years that count, it's the mileage. And he put on a lot of mileage.
Your dad had a lot of good lines, I got to say.
Yeah,
he sure did.
Yeah.
Well, we thank you very much for. Oh, yeah, please.
One
Go ahead.
last one in, just because I've asked everybody else who sat in these chairs. Do you want to tell us who you voted for?
I voted for the next leader of the Ontario Liberal Party.
There you go.
That's the beauty of being able to vote for all of them, right?
I'm shocked by that answer. I'm just completely shocked.
Yeah.
Anyway, former Premier of Ontario, Dalton McGuinty, the 24th Premier. We are grateful for your time here today and hope you enjoy the rest of the convention.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, they have just said to us, we heard, I think, on the loudspeaker in the background, it'll be another 10 minutes. Here we go. Hoping you can hear this. 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes. This, I should say, very good. We should say this is one of the few Ontario parties where you will hear French spoken. You almost never hear it at a progressive conservative leadership election. I think you hear a very little bit at a New Democrat one. But the Liberals, and I think it's because they represent so many ridings in the province that have a significant Francophone fact, they do give French its due diligence at these conventions, which is good to see.
Yeah, no, and you know, the New Democrats do have some Francophone MPPs, of course, like France Jelena as their health critic. I also noted the emphasis on bilingualism in the official proceedings today. It's
Hi. Come on in. Come on in. Have a seat and put the headset on, and I will give you an appropriate introduction for the former Deputy Premier of the province of Ontario. Yeah, you got it on right.
Yep.
There's Deb Matthews. Just bring this thing up like that so we can hear you. Perfect.
Go.
There you go.
Have a seat and enjoy.
Oh, I hate these stools. Plus, there's a bar in front of me.
That's Deb Matthews. She, from one of the great Ontario political families. Her father, once upon a time, was a president of the Federal Conservative Party. You're a former deputy premier, former member of the legislature from London North Centre, I want to say.
That? John Robarts is riding.
John Robarts was
yes.
one of the MPPs there many, many moons ago. You're wearing Yasser Nakfi colors here.
I am. Well, red is everybody's color, right?
Well, I mean the badge.
I am,
You got a Nakfi
and
badge
I'm just
on.
trying to get rid of...
Sorry, can I give you a hand? Or you got
There
it?
we go.
Okay.
There we go. So I got to start with this. You know, at the convention 10 years ago that picked your good friend Kathleen Wynne, it was a really exciting delegated convention. There was dynamic on the floor. There was movement after ballots. Don't you think the rules of this convention just make the whole thing fall flat?
So you know that I'm a big fan of delegated conventions.
There we go.
Because they're fun.
Yeah.
They're fun when you're there, if you can get there. This is a much more democratic process. This involves a lot more people who couldn't afford to go to a delegated convention. So I think it's the right thing to go, but like you, I really miss the excitement of the crossing of the floor. I mean, that's what it's all fun, right? Like if you think back to the leadership conventions we both been at, it's when something happens and somebody moves. I was thinking you could do like the best ever reel of the floor crossings, or not the floor crossings, but the And I think Eric Hoskins, for sure, that was one of the most dramatic because we all thought he was going somewhere else, right?
Well, okay, just 10 seconds for those who don't remember this. This is 10 years ago at Maple Leaf Gardens. Eric Hoskins is last on the first ballot, and as a result, he has to make a decision about where he's going to go. He had met with Sandra Pupatello. I believe she had brought a cake.
She brought a cake.
She brought a cake to his place for a get-together, and she had every expectation that he was going to move to her box after the first ballot results. And apparently Greg Sorbera put his hands on his shoulder, this is the party president at the time, and said, you just heard that speech, you can't, Kathleen Wynne's speech, you can't possibly go to Sandra Pupatello now. And he did a virage and went to Kathleen Wynne, setting up a dynamic that allowed her to win 2 ballots later.
Yeah, I like to take credit for that, but if you want to give it to Greg, you can do that.
Did you help as well, getting Hoskins over to win? Okay, good. Okay, JMM.
So you are supporting Yasser Nakfi. He came in third. How are you feeling about this in the next ballot?
So I actually think this is going to go 3 ballots. I think that in order for for Bonnie to win, she needs to get, I think, about 70% of Ted's
Ted
votes.
Hsu's points.
I don't think she's going to go there. I think anything could happen. I think this is turning out to be a pretty exciting day.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see. But Yasser Naqvi, your candidate, 21.3% of the possible points on the first ballot.
Yes.
That feels lower than where you wanted him to be, right?
Well, I'd like him to be at 51, but this is the way it goes. And, you know, Yasser has just worked so hard. He's brought a lot of people in. He's done everything right. And at some point, you have to let the party decide. So it ain't over. And we'll just see where it goes from here. He's already made history, right? He's already made history as the first person of color to have gotten this far.
In terms of the support, though, I mean, I'm going to try and put this delicately, but you know, he's the candidate most closely associated with a previous premier. He served in Kathleen Wynne's cabinet, and yet, I mean, you know, also a former attorney general. You know, currently an MP, has lots of things on paper to recommend him, but was he still hurt by the record of being associated with Kathleen Wynne?
I don't think within the party. I think that, and when you just saw Dalton speak, right? We're pretty proud of our record. We're pretty proud, we as a party are pretty proud of what we're able to do. And I think, you know, it's a different issue with the public, but within the party, I think we're proud of our heritage, of who we've been and what we've done.
Dalton McGuinty did not have a speaking part in the last convention in March of 2020. He does this time. What does that say?
I have no idea. I wasn't part of the organization of either one. But I do think Liberals are starting to say, we actually did some really good stuff. Our values are strong. And you know, if you look at the number of votes we get as opposed to the number of seats we get, you know, we're still a solid party. And we're pretty optimistic that we can do well in the next election.
Well, you got a quarter of the vote last time, but just by the splits, you only got 9 seats out of it, or 8 or 7 or whatever it was.
Yeah, whatever, yeah, that's exactly right. So we're, you know, the party is anything but dead. It's been revitalized. This leadership campaign has really been good for the party. 4 solid candidates, 5 solid candidates when Adel was in the race. So, yeah, it's good. And it's wonderful to see so many people here today. I didn't expect this. And so many of them are young. And it's a great, for me, it's great. I like to know a lot of people, but I like to not know a lot of people too, right? See that new people coming in.
Okay, I guess a lot of people do know, but maybe some people don't know. Your brother-in-law used to be a Liberal premier in this province as well.
Yeah.
David Peterson. Why isn't he here today?
Well, I think the truth is it's his grandson's birthday party and they're having a bash.
Okay, that's a good enough excuse then. That's a good excuse. Because you figure if you want all the living ex-Liberal premiers here, you know, I did wonder why he wasn't here.
Yeah.
He's got a birthday party.
Yeah, a very important birthday party.
Okay, gotcha.
We don't mess with grandchildren.
I get it. No, I get it. You got anything else, JMM?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You're good to go? Okay. I'm going to ask you one last thing, and that is, you know, in the lead up to both this leadership, but particularly the last one, there was a lot of pressure on you to run for leader at some point, and you opted not to do that. You ever regret not going for it?
No, I really don't. Steve, to be honest, I was out of gas. Politics is a demanding job.
You had some big jobs.
I gave it everything I had, and the tank was empty. So I didn't think I was ready to do what you have to do when you're a leader of a party, especially when you're doing the rebuilding of the party and, you know, a lot of traveling, a lot of miles for a small meeting. And I was really happy to support Kathleen. Really happy to support Kathleen.
Is there gas back in the tank now?
You know, how can there not be at something like this, right? It's pretty exciting.
Okay. That's Deb Matthews.
But I'm not running.
No, I get it. Deb Matthews, former Deputy Premier of the Province of Ontario, thanks for visiting us here at our station today at the 2023 Liberal Convention, which is only minutes away, I think, from having the second ballot results known.
Yeah.
And
Kathleen's going to speak, right?
And she's going to speak as well.
So if they give the results, we know that means 3 ballots.
Right. Oh, okay.
Right?
Good way of deciphering all that.
Yes.
That's a good point. Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Okay,
If you want, you
take
can
care.
you can
Thank
go
you.
talk to some real people now. If you want to take that headset off and go enjoy yourself for the rest of the day. Okay, well, that's a good point. Are we going to hear Kathleen win first, or are we going to get second ballot results first?
I don't know offhand.
Yeah.
I've been up here and I'm. Yeah.
That would be good to know, because if I mean, I guess it would make sense for Kathleen Wynne to speak first and then to give the results after that. Do you know? Is that what's going to happen?
They won't have her speak after the results.
She would not speak after results, right? So, okay,
it'll
so
be Kathleen Wynne first.
The former premier is going to speak right now in a couple of minutes' time. Let's just reset things for you here. In case you're joining us late, we're at the Metro Toronto Convention Centre in downtown Toronto. Steve Paikin, John Michael McGrath. We are normally the hosts of the On Poly podcast, which we hope you will subscribe to. And it comes into your inbox for podcasts every Tuesday morning, during which we talk about the week that was in Ontario politics.
There we go.
And you can be sure that on Tuesday morning, this will be the first story that we talk about, unless something else kind of crazy happens. They've had the first ballot results announced for this 2023 Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. And on the first ballot, remember, it's a point system. Bonnie Crombie led, the mayor of Mississauga, with 5,559 points. That would be good for 43% of the available points. 43%. So she's still 7% shy of a 50% plus one victory. And the question becomes, as the candidates drop off, are there enough available points for her to pick up the points that she needs to win on the second ballot? In second place on that first ballot, Nate Erskine-Smith with 25.7% of the available points. In third place, Yasser Naqvi, 21.3% of the available points. And in fourth place, Ted Hsu, the Kingston and the Islands MPP. He had 10% of the available points. So what's happened now, since they announced the results of that first ballot, the bottom candidate is obliged to drop off. They don't have to count the top three votes all over again. They only take his 10% of the votes, his 1,300 points, and they reapportion all of those points to the second choice of the people who voted for Ted Hsu. And as we've said, if Bonnie Crombie doesn't get 70% of those 1,300 points, we're going to a third ballot.
Yeah, no, and I think, as people have already said on the show, I mean, it's very unlikely for Bonnie Crombie to get the 70% that she would need from Ted Hsu. So we are almost certainly looking at a third ballot. The good news, I suppose, is that it can only be a third ballot. There's not going to be a fourth. By the third ballot, you're down to two candidates. But, you know, for those of us who are able to, you know, get emotionally invested in spreadsheets, there's still some drama here, right? You know, it's not a. I will concede, it is not as dramatic as, you know, a gaggle of delegates crossing the floor.
Say that again. Are you conceding a point to me on delegated conventions?
I am. I've always conceded that they are more dramatic.
Now I can die in peace. Okay, good. Yeah.
But, you know, the quantum physics idea of the Schrodinger's cat box, right? There's this something is true. It is one of two outcomes. We don't know what it is, and because we are cursed people, we are cursed just to sit here and wait until we find out.
Well, and what's interesting is, yes, I mean, I think everybody was pretty clear that Ted Hsu was going to come in fourth. I don't think there was a lot of drama or surprise around that. So his votes, his points, are being reapportioned right now to the other three candidates. You know, Nate Erskine-Smith and Yasser Naqvi are close enough together in terms of points. 3,320 points for Erskine-Smith, 2,760 for Yasser Naqvi. They are close enough together that it's theoretically possible that with Hsu's points going to one of those other two candidates, one of them could jump over the other one.
Yeah.
And the last ballot, I mean, don't make the assumption that it's going to be Crombie versus Erskine-Smith on the last ballot. You never know. It could be Yasser Naqvi could be on the last ballot with Crombie as well. You never know.
No, absolutely. And, you know, it will be, you know, we had Ted Hsu on, and he said, you know, he thinks that his support will go, you know, will split more or less evenly. You know, in that case, I don't think you would expect to see that swing exactly. But, yeah, I mean, they are so close together that, yeah, like, you ask me right now, I don't know what that final ballot is going to be.
For sure. Okay, let's send things back to the podium. Catherine McGarry, who is the former Kathleen Wynne cabinet minister, now president of the Ontario Liberals, is taking the stage to introduce former Premier Kathleen Wynne, who will address this convention. So, over to Kathleen McGarry.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm sure that people that are still in the hallway will be making their way in. I hope you had a chance, like I sure did, to connect with old and new fellow Liberals. So we're going to be able to announce our second results of counting soon. But first, we do have another special guest to hear from today. So I'm going to ask the room to be quiet as we introduce our next speaker, who is Kathleen Wynne. Thank you. Kathleen was leader of the Ontario Liberal Party from 2013 to 2018. She was a 25th Premier of Ontario, the first and only woman to hold the role. I had the great privilege of serving under Kathleen in Kathleen's cabinet, and I know firsthand just how much this province and the people in this province meant to her, the work that she put into making this province a better place for everyone to live. I also know that Kathleen fully believed in the mantra that government should be a force for good in everybody's lives. And it's still true today. For one example, in my constituency office in Cambridge, while I was the MPP, I had a family visit who wanted me to know that the free tuition for post-secondary education was the only way that her child could become and fulfill her dream of becoming a doctor. She was actually in tears, tears of gratitude and just raw emotion as she saw her child step forward and get to the career that she wanted to. And that's only one tiny example from the countless number of lives that benefited under Kathleen Wynne.
During her time in office, Kathleen helped increase the minimum wage, made post-secondary education free for those with a household income below $50,000, and brought in a fair, market-based cap-and-trade program. Aidez-moi à accueillir Kathleen Wynne sur la scène. Please help me in welcoming Kathleen Wynne to the stage.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here with all of you. Thank you. We have not, however, seen dancing yet. Deb Matthews said that dancing would be a good idea. Just because it happened 10 years ago at our leadership, doesn't have to happen now, but dancing's a good idea. So if there's another break, let the dancing break out. Annie, bonjour, bonjour, bonjour tout le monde. C'est un grand plaisir d'être ici parmi vous. And I want to thank everyone, every single person who worked together to make this happen. There's so many of you. Catherine, thank you to you and the executive, to the Jonathan Espy and Tom Spence and all the people who have pulled this together. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. And to Dalton, you know, when Dalton speaks, so it's hard for me not to just say boss, because he is the boss. He was my boss. But it's also, when Dalton speaks, he's a philosopher king, right? Can we agree on that? He's a philosopher king. Why do I always feel like a street fighter after he's spoken? Because I do, scrappy, but that's okay. It takes all of us to make the team. I want to just, well, actually, I want to tell you a story, because I've been walking around and people sort of, look, is that Who is that? The hair. There's more of me than there used to be. Who is that? But I have to tell you Kathy Dunderdale's story. So Kathy Dunderdale is the former Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. And she was talking about this phenomenon, this thing that happens when you're out of office and you go out into the world and people kind of look at you and they wonder and they do double takes. One day in a grocery store, someone was looking at her in that way. Didn't you used to be Kathy Dunderdale? So I used to be Kathleen Wynne, and I still kind of am. So I want to send out, so I'm going to send out some hugs today. So first let me congratulate and send out a huge hug to Kelly Stice and her Kitchener Centre team. It's tough. Kelly poured her heart and soul into the campaign, and by-elections are never easy, and they are always subject to crazed interpretation by the media. You ran a great campaign, Stice campaign. Thank you so, so much. And to all the leadership candidates, thank you for putting your names forward. Your videos were amazing. They showed the breadth of the province, the breadth of your talents, and the work that you have done. You all deserve such a huge, huge vote of thanks from all of us. So Adel, Bonnie, Nate, Ted, Yasser, thank you so much. And here's the thing. You are all fine, fine people. You've energized the party. You've shone a light on the Liberal values that we all share. And now, whether Bonnie, Nate, Yasser, Ted, thank you for being there, will lead us, you've made it so clear already that there is a strong, smart, ethical option for Ontario. That is already known. Now, what about all of us? What about all of you who have committed yourselves over and over again to the Liberal cause? You have been and you are loyal, thoughtful people. You've been working hard for your candidate. You believe in him or her, and you want today to go your way. I get that. Believe me, I get that. I also know that more than believing in one person, you believe in the progressive Liberal values of our big team. Yeah, that's why you're here. We believe that publicly funded education is the cornerstone of a strong democracy. We believe that every child deserves to be and feel safe in our schools, no matter their names, no matter their pronouns. That's right, exactly. No matter their race, their religion, their abilities, their culture, everyone deserves to feel safe and be safe in our schools. And we believe that publicly funded universal health care is part of what defines us as Canadians. It's foundational to who we are. We believe that it's okay, I'm not going to go through everything we believe because it would take a long time. I just have 2 more, okay? We believe that every young person should have a shot at university, college, or training, no matter the income of their parents. And we believe, yeah, that's a big one. It's a big one. We believe that it is possible to be honest, collaborative, compassionate, and still be political. That's who we are as Liberals. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the coming together, because we've talked a lot about unity and coming together. So coming together after a leadership race is a little bit like coming together after a nomination at the local level. We've been in a family competition, but now that rowdy game of Risk that we were playing, we're going to move over now to the jigsaw puzzle table, and we're going to put it together and work together. I can hear Sheila Ward, who was my dear friend and mentor. I can feel her standing beside me in 1998 when I lost my first nomination. Okay, sweetie pie, you're going to go up on that stage and make it unanimous. And I did, and we did. And while there's no formal mechanism today to declare unanimity, I know that we'll do it anyway by standing behind the new leader in solid support. I know that about us. We will do that. But I think it's important to pull apart a little bit of what has happened through this process. At the beginning of the race, there was a little bit of an undercurrent of McGuinty Liberals, Wynne Liberals, Del Duca this, that, move to the right, stay on the left, move to the center. Now there's the risk of Crombie, NACV, Shoe, Erskine-Smith Liberals. All that ends today. That is done, right? I'm a McGuinty Liberal. I'm a Del Duca Liberal. I'm a Crombie Liberal. I'm a NACV Liberal. I'm a Shoe Liberal. I'm an Erskine-Smith Liberal. I'm Kathleen Wynne, and I'm an Ontario Liberal. That's right. So I want to go back to 1998 again. That day, after that nomination in 1998, I was asked by the party to introduce the candidate who had beaten me the next day at a fundraiser. That was Michael Bryant, and to channel the energy of Ferd Longo, best thing ever. I don't know if Ferd's here. Michael and I were friends from that day forward. Same team, that's the point. I was campaigning for Kelly last week in Kitchener, and the NDP candidate and a canvasser passed us on the sidewalk. One of them turned and asked if we were with the Liberals. My retort was, yup, we are the Liberals. That's who we are. You're here today not because you're with a team that exists somehow separate from you. You are the team. It's not just that we're all in this together, it's that we are it. This is it. This is who we are. We're all we've got. So riding by riding, count to 124, we are the team that will bring it in 2026. That's who we are. And we are on that road as of today. But just before we take the next step on that road, I have one more crucial hug and thank you to deliver. He was the driver of the minivan after the 2018 election. And he has grown us out of the minivan. He has stepped up every single time we asked him to. He led us, he cajoled us, he talked me down, the street fighter, while I was sitting beside him in the ledge fuming. He made us laugh and cry. He held us up and helped us punch above our weight every single day. He's been decent and kind, just as the political climate has gotten angry and base and rancorous. He's brought us together as politics has become more fractious and more polarized. When the historians and the pundits look back on this chapter of the Ontario Liberal Party, they will write that John Fraser nurtured us all, that he held us together while we got our act together. He got us ready to fight the 2026 election. So please join me in thanking John Fraser. Love you all. All the best.
Well, there we go. There's Kathleen Wynne, the 25th Premier of the province of Ontario, having given her speech at this 2023 Liberal Leadership Convention. And now there's a video playing of Greg Fergus, the federal speaker in the House of Commons, so let's go to that.
You were the Steinberg's manager out in the West End. I was this young little kid, well, you were young too, who was working for John Manley. And we struck up a great friendship. You, me, Linda, your kids, Julie. We all just hung out. You guys were a real inspiration to Julie and me. When we were just getting together, getting married, you and Linda gave us some great advice, great hope, and a lot of love. When we started having children, we turned to looking at your family and how active you and Linda were in terms of getting things done. And boy, did we have fun. We had a lot of fun together through the Ottawa South Liberal Association, through Liberal Party politics, by helping Dalton McGuinty get elected. This was really a seminal part in my life. And when I think of the opportunities that I have now as being Speaker of the House of Commons, it's because of people like John and Linda, especially you, John, as to why I'm the person I am today. Of course, that could be, a scary thing, and I'm sorry to put that burden on you, but only the good parts are really due to you. John, it's anybody can ask you to do something once, and that's fine. But when they ask you to do something twice, it's because they really like you, they really respect you, and they really think you're a great person. I know that, and I've known that for well over 30 years. So thank you, John, for all the work that you've done for the people of Ontario and the people of Canada.
I've known John for over 30 years. We grew up in the same neighborhood. We knew a lot of the same people and went to a lot of the same places. But it was really politics that brought us together. And it's our friendship today that keeps us together. When I'm asked why I'm such a big fan of John Fraser, my answer is pretty simple. Because you can count on him. In 1987, when I asked him to help out on my dad's run for MPP for Ottawa South, John was there. In 1990 and again in 95, 99, 2003, 2007 and 2011, when I faced my own campaigns, John was there. When I ran for the leadership of our party, John was there. When I retired and Ottawa South needed a new MPP, John was there. When our party needed an interim leader, John was there both times. Anybody who knows John at all knows his highest calling is actually to be a good husband, a good dad, a good grandfather, and a good son. It's really John's commitment to his family that has shaped him so profoundly. It's the reason he brings so much love and compassion and determination and this incredible work ethic to his public responsibilities. The way I see it, if you Google authenticity in politics, the response should be, see John Fraser. Because to describe John's leadership is just to describe John. He is thoughtful, caring, tireless, unwavering in his commitment to be helpful, decent, honorable. But what I most like about John Fraser is that he's a friend that we can count on. Thanks, John, just for being you and for giving yourself to us.
Most of you in this room will know John as a politician, maybe as a longtime volunteer or one-time constituency guy. One thing you will know for sure is that one of John's greatest strengths is his ability to bring people together and make everyone feel like family. And this probably has something to do with the central role his own family has played in his life. So, as you prepare to thank him for his service, we, his family, wanted to share with you a bit about the man he is and to give our own thanks. Though, given the man's penchant for teasing, we all suspect he's a bit nervous about what we have to say. John was born to loving parents, Jack and Mary Fraser, into the same community he still lives in to this day. From an early age, they passed on to John the love and values they had learned from their own parents, modeling the power of persistence, resilience, kindness, empathy, and of course, the importance of humor and laughter. They led by example in showing the fundamental values of family, community, and compassion for others. John's mother, Mary, always said that John was a good kid, and she was right. He was. When John was 7, he invited his entire baseball team to his house for cake on his birthday because he didn't want anyone to feel left out. John's sister Missy recalled that John always noticed if any of their friends had less food at home, and he would invite them over to their family home for dinner. That is John. John was always willing to work hard, come up with ideas, and commit. As a kid, At the cottage, he took orders from neighbors, slowly filling pints with raspberries and blueberries, and then delivering them on his bike so he could buy worms to fish. His sister Stephanie recalled John's work ethic came early, with 2 paper routes, bags slung from side to side, and no matter what, John got those papers delivered. And this was at a time when the Sunday paper weighed slightly less than the dictionary. He eventually subcontracted to Stephanie. She eventually got wise. John's dad, Jack, said that John was one of the good guys, someone you could count on to do the right thing, show courage, apply his heart, mind, and muscle to whatever was in front of him to help whoever needed him. John met Linda in 1976, and when they passed in the doorway at a high school dance, the rest, as they say, was history. 47 years later, they are still dancing in the moonlight, and those who know them know their commitment to each other is second to none. Together, they have raised not only their own children, but have amassed a large group of adoptive children that includes a substantial number of people in this room. Even with his busy life as an MPP and then interim leader, John's commitment to his family never wavered. In addition to his work responsibilities, John spent the last 10 years caring for his own parents and in-laws at the end of their lives, and did it with compassion, believing they deserved no less. In all of that, he somehow managed to find time to be a dedicated papa to Vaughn, Sloan, and Fraser, his grandchildren, who would like you to know you can't have him back this time. Just in case you thought we were going to take it easy on John, there are 2 things his sister Kara wanted to share. 1, John loves people. He loves connecting with people wherever he is, on the sidewalk, knocking on doors, at the office, at family dinner, at the legislature, at Grasshopper Hill with the dogs, on the ski slopes. If you haven't had a chance to talk to John, you should do so. But be forewarned, you may be there a while. 2, John loves a good laugh. He'll go to great lengths to make you laugh, especially when it involves a good prank or good-natured teasing. There is no concealing his mirth. The other John Fraser, also known as John Jr., said he is immensely proud of his father's accomplishments, from bread and fruit in the glebe all the way to Queen's Park and every stop in between. John's youngest son, James, also known as the one not named John, asked that we share with you something his father shared with him during a particularly difficult period. When things seem hard, moving forward is never easy, but good things happen when we move forward. John, from your large, extended family, thank you for always being our hero 24/7, sharing your cheesies and making us all laugh so hard, sometimes even at your expense. We know your mom and dad are with us all this evening and beaming with pride. We are proud of you, we love you, and thanks for coming out.
Wow, some of those pictures, folks, honestly. Good afternoon, everyone. Bon après-midi tout le monde. I want to thank Kathleen for saying those nice things about me, for that wonderful video, and the nice things people said about me. You know, I wasn't going to say this tonight, but, you know, it sounds like you're hearing your eulogy, right? And your name's in marble at Queen's Park. So you've got 2 ingredients that don't look very good. So I'm not ready to be boxed up yet. I just want you to know that. So, you know. So I've always felt like Kathleen's in my corner. And it's been a blessing, especially on those tough days. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. Thanks to all of you who made the trek from all across Ontario to be here. And thank you to everyone who's watching at home. I'm a bit excited because today we're making a little bit of history. We'll be announcing the results of our first ever leadership race where Ontario Liberals voted directly for their choices. And I'd like to talk to you about what I've learned in this job, about how we can build hope in the face of cynicism. First, though, there's some people I want to thank. Last weekend, we got to choose between 4 great candidates. It was a tough and competitive race. Here's what you need to know about them. All 4 of them have shown they're willing to put in the work to win. And every single one of them has listened and learned and got better and better as the campaign went on. The most important ingredient, important quality in a leader is their ability to grow. And I know that they all have that. So to Yasser, Nate, Ted, and Bonnie, thank you for putting in the work. To Team Neutral, how we're all here. You did an incredible job organizing this race. Think about this. Last weekend, they organized 139 elections in 124 places across Ontario. And then the next weekend, they had to organize this event too. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So thank you to everyone who helped, all our volunteers, Catherine McGarion's Executive Council, and of course, the party staff. So to Narman, Dave, Carter, Koji, Matthew, Simon, and Mandy, you're the best. I'm going to miss Wednesday mornings with you. And to our Ontario Liberal Caucus, Lucille, Stephen, Mary Margaret, Ted, Adil, Stephanie, Karen, and Andrea, I am so proud of each and every one of you and what we've been able to accomplish together. It's been my honor to lead you. To my kids and grandkids, I see my grandson Vaughn right down there. He's busy. You give me joy, and you remind me of why I do this. And to, hey Vaughn, I'm up here. Last provincial council, I'm breaking out of my speech here, I'm not supposed to do this, but Vaughn came up with me in the first provincial council, and I didn't think I could get him off the stage. So it's genetic. So, and to my wife, Linda. To Linda, yeah. Without you, none of this would have been possible. I love you and thank you. A lot of families in Ontario feel today like they're fighting against the odds. They're struggling to put food on the table for themselves, for their kids, to pay the rent, to pay the bills, to get themselves and their loved ones the health care when they need it. Ontarians are hurting. And Doug Ford has shown them that they are not the people he's interested in helping. The people Doug Ford is interested in helping are the insiders, his wealthy friends, and his fundraisers. Now, instead of focusing on finding solutions to the affordability crisis that Ontario families face, he's focused on covering up the fact there is a criminal investigation into his $8.3 billion backroom deal. And that, my friends, is putting too many Ontario families in desperate situations. Like my pharmacist assistant in Ottawa, a woman who I've known for 30 years. She works hard. She rents her home. And I was on the phone with her the other day to get a prescription filled. She told me her landlord was about to raise her rent. She couldn't afford it. She broke into tears because she wouldn't be able to live in her home anymore, and she couldn't find a place to go. Her story is a painful reality for too many people in Ontario right now. The world, it feels pretty overwhelming right now. And it's so much for all of us to be cynical. It's easier to give up. Cynicism can be hard to spot, especially when it's in us. Late night host Stephen Colbert shared some thoughts on cynicism back in 2006, and I'll paraphrase him a bit here. Some people who pretend to be wise to the world are just cynics. Cynicism pretends to be wisdom, but it's the furthest thing from it. Cynics don't learn anything. When we become cynical, it's like a self-imposed blindness. It's a rejection of the rest of the world because we're afraid it'll hurt us or disappoint us. Cynics always say no. And we aren't immune to cynicism as Liberals. I heard a question in a fireside chat put to Bonnie, Nate, Ted, and Yasser. Why would you even want this job? The moderator called it the worst job in the world. I got to tell you, folks, I was in the back of the room, and I almost threw my phone. I was that mad. Here's why. Because it's not true. Let's get one thing straight. Being leader is the best job I've ever had, period. So tonight, I've got a message for all the cynics out there. I've actually done this job twice, and I've learned a thing or two. I've learned how we beat cynicism and build hope. The first thing I've learned is you can't be afraid to say yes. That's one of the reasons why I love this job. Because when you have this job, you're surrounded by people who aren't afraid to say yes. Now, I'm not talking about being surrounded by yes people or people who are only telling me what I want to hear. I'm talking about people who are willing to take risks, people who are willing to be bold and swing for the fences, people who are willing to try something with you, even though there's a risk of failure. People who have the courage to try and make things better are the antidote for cynicism. Here's the end of that Stephen Colbert quote. Cynics always say no, but saying yes begins things. Saying yes leads to knowledge. Saying yes is how things grow. It's something you can build on. Saying yes is the foundation of hope. Putting aside our fear of failure and saying that in spite of everything, we still believe. Those are the people that I get to work with every day. That's why it's the best job in Ontario, period. They're the people who say, yeah, okay, we've been knocked down a couple times in the last 2 elections. So what? I'm willing to give it another try because I still have hope. So don't be afraid to say yes. We've got a history of saying yes, and we've been bold. Full-day kindergarten was bold. Ending coal power was bold. Fixing our schools, cutting our hospital wait times, free tuition, and showing the world that Ontario could blaze a new trail and elect an openly gay woman as premier. That's how I know saying yes builds hope. The second way I've learned to build hope is to keep it simple. Liberals have always been builders, and we're good at it because we know that if we want to make a difference, we have to make good choices. You can't choose everything. You have to keep it simple. I told this story at the AGM, and I'm going to tell it again, sorry folks, because I love this story. Doing classroom visits as an MPP is one of my favorite things because I like hanging out with kids. So I was in this grade 5 classroom, and I was talking like I am right now. And you know, the kids, they're falling asleep at their desks like some of you are right now. And just before they do, I say to them, ask me any question. And their questions, well, they can be really penetrating. And this 10-year-old girl asked me one of those. She asked me, what's the hardest thing about your job? And my first thought was, it's that I sit all day long and I think it might kill me, or at least shorten my life. But I knew I can't say that to a 10-year-old. It's not going to be good. So I had to think quickly. Then it hit me. Here's the answer. It's not being able to do all the things you want to do for people. You have to choose. Which means you have to keep it simple, and it's working. That's how we got Doug Ford to back off the notwithstanding clause. And that's how we got Doug Ford to reverse his Greenbelt giveaway. And that's how we won a by-election in Canada Carleton that had been held by the Conservatives for more than 100 years. We kept it simple. We picked each of these battles, and we won. That's how you build hope. Being interim leader taught me how important it was to be ready to work. You got to work hard to make sure that you're ready for whatever happens, every day, all the time. Because politics is simply, and you know, a lot of hard work. It's a grind. There are no shortcuts. The highs, they're high, and the lows, they're low. And the road always feels longer than it actually is. So we've got to be relentless and work hard. And boy, we've been working hard. We paid off our campaign debt before the other parties twice. And every dollar we raise now goes to defeating Doug Ford in 2026. Our leadership candidates, they recruited tens of thousands of new Ontario Liberals. And last weekend, we had the most Ontario Liberals ever vote for the next leader. We won 2 elections in Scarborough and Guildwood and Canada Carleton, all because we were ready for hard work, ready to build our party back up. Each time we do something big, it builds hope. I've learned that you build hope through hard work. The other day, Doug Ford called us the minivan party again. I've lost count. What Doug doesn't understand is that we're proud to be the minivan party, because there is no more perfect symbol of the people who we fight for are the people who drive to work in a minivan, or their kids to school in a minivan, or to hockey practice, or to music lessons. And guess what, folks? Shout out to the room. They're made in Windsor. It's something to be proud of, and it's part of our history. So, back in 1995, after losing an election we were supposed to win, a young man named Dalton McGuinty decided to run for leader. And the first thing he did was rent a minivan and crisscross the province, meeting with 5 or 6 people at a time in church basements and in living rooms. He was ready to work. He won that leadership. And even though we didn't win the next election, we got better. So we kept on working. Dalton got back in the minivan. We built our party back up, meeting by meeting, riding by riding, dollar by dollar. And in 2003, we won the opportunity to form government. And for 15 years, under Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne, we continued to work hard for those people who drive minivans and everyone else. And I know that we can repeat that success. So, I'm going to miss this job. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be working hard alongside you and our new leader to build hope across Ontario and get us ready for the next election. It's just that tonight will be my last time speaking to you as interim leader. So let me close with this. A journalist asked me, "What do you want your legacy to be?" My first thought was, well, I'm not dead yet. And I'm not one for really looking in the rearview mirror. It's not my style. So here's what I said to her. I hope that my legacy is that I was able to bring people together, and that together we accomplished things that at first didn't seem possible. So thank you for making all things possible. And remember, don't be afraid to say yes. Keep it simple. Be ready to work. That's how we'll beat back cynicism. That's how we'll build hope in Ontario. And that's how we'll beat Doug Ford in 2026. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
That's John Fraser, who's the interim leader of the Ontario Liberals. Let me repeat, two-time interim leader for the Ontario Liberals. He also had the job after the last election didn't go so well in 2018, and he got it again after 2022. I thought that speech was, in spots, a lot tougher and a lot more partisan than anything we've heard so far today. What'd you think?
Well, unlike the four candidates on the ballot today, unlike the three remaining candidates on the ballot, John Fraser has to go back to work on Monday and keep hammering away at the government, the role of the opposition party in the legislature. He was getting his practice in.
Yeah, he was. That's for sure. Okay, so that's John Fraser's speech. He is, incidentally, the MPP for Ottawa South. Ottawa South was Dalton McGuinty's riding. And why don't we go to the video right now? Guys, if we can.
So, interim leader, thoughts? He gave his standard line of, "I'm sure they have someone in mind." I responded with, "Yes, you." "Oh no, they won't want me." Within a day, he said, "I'm going to run to be interim leader, and I'm going to make it work." Making it work is the motto that John lives by. He always figures out a way to get the desired outcome. As many of you know, John was a primary caregiver for his mother during his 2 tenures as interim leader. His mother, Mary, suffered a significant stroke in September of 2018. Mary was a strong-willed, proud woman who wanted to live in her own home, even after having a stroke. John and his siblings ensured that his mother was able to remain in her own home until her final day. Despite the challenges of caring for someone in their own home, John made it work. John brought that caring, compassion, and tenacity to his 2 tenures as interim leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. He banded together an amazing team that supported his vision of keeping the party relevant and financially sound. He would never have been able to bring this to fruition without Deb and Brian and their respective teams during his first term, and Mandy and Catherine and their teams during the second. I know that John is exceptionally proud of the fact that at the end of both of his terms as interim leader, he left the new leader the ability to make a fresh start, unencumbered by any debt. A lot has happened with the Ford government since 2018. From invoking the notwithstanding clause, the missteps during COVID, and now the Greenbelt scandal. John has the uncanny ability to know what people really care about and how to channel their voice and make the government listen, even from the back corner of the legislature. His passion to make this province a place that truly cares for every Ontarian shines through in everything he does. Thank you, my love, for taking me on this amazing journey and allowing me to be your First Lady. I know that you will continue to make it work for the Ontario Liberal Party with our new leader until we form government in 2026.
Okay, that's John Fraser's wife, Linda, and they're actually one of the sweeter stories around Queen's Park when it comes to relationships and marriages. I think they've known each other since kindergarten, so they go back a long way. Let's take a look at what's happening on stage now, because I think we're going to get second ballot results here at the convention.
For all those incredible speakers we've had today.
No, I think if we're ready for second ballot results, I'll grab my spreadsheet.
Well, a reminder, Bonnie Crombie was 7 percentage points away. Back to the stage.
Interim leader, not only for yourself, but for the second time in our party. And twice now you have shepherded us through, following painful defeats, and that wasn't easy. But today, as we've been hearing all afternoon, this party is bigger and more energized than ever, and we would not be in this position today without your leadership. So thank you for always holding Doug Ford accountable and speaking truthfully to Ontarians. And let's hear it one last time for John Fraser. And thank you, Kathleen, as well. I always, you take me back to those days where we heard the bells ringing outside the legislature for the next vote. But what strikes me is you've heard from 3 leaders, honest, ethical, full of integrity, and in it for the right reasons, in it for you, not for themselves. And that is just awe-inspiring.
Throughout this leadership race, our party has experienced incredible growth. Tens of thousands of Ontarians have become Ontario Liberals. But our party has been growing in the legislature too, and we're very happy about that. I would now like to take the opportunity to acknowledge 2 extraordinary women, my new colleagues, Karen McCrimmon, the MPP for Canada Carleton, and the exuberant and always smiling Andrea Hazel, the MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood. Je voudrais maintenant profiter de l'occasion pour saluer 2 femmes extraordinaires, mes nouveaux collègues, Karen McCrimmon, le député provincial de Canada Carleton, et Andrea Hazel, le député provincial de Scarborough-Guildwood. And we now like to, Karen unfortunately is ill today, but we'd like to have Andrea come up on stage real quick.
Come on up, Andrea! Woo-hoo! As John likes to say it, we now need 2 minivans to go anywhere. Anyway, I wanted to let you know, just before I hand over to Andrea here, that since being elected in July on a very, very hot day, don't you remember that?
It was boiling,
my gosh.
Yeah. Scorching.
Anyway, they hit the ground running, are fighting alongside the rest of our caucus to stop Doug Ford, hold his government accountable, and advocate for their constituents and all Ontarians. These women work hard every day to make Ontario a little bit better for everyone. So I want to thank them again, and another round of applause for Karen and Andrea, our newest MPPs. Thank you everyone for your patience. I know we're all eager to hear these results. Here are the second round of results. In alphabetical order, the number of points allocated to each candidate is Bonnie Crombie, 6,047 points.
6,047 points.
Nate Erskine-Smith, 3,792 points.
3,792.
Yasser Naqvi, 3,101 points.
3,101 points.
And a hand for all of the candidates so far, please. And what this means is this: with no candidate receiving over 50% of the total points, we are now proceeding to a third round of counting.
Aucun candidat n'ayant obtenu plus de 50% des total des points.
Okay, we're going
Donc,
to jump
on
in here
continue
because
avec,
this is a significant development in the leadership race here for the Ontario Liberals at the Metro Convention Centre. What happens now is Crombie's in first place at 46.7% of the total points available. She is within spitting distance of 50% plus one. Erskine-Smith in second at 29.3%. NACFI in third at 24%. So John Michael, clearly, NACFI is the last place candidate, drops off, and his 24% of the points now get reallocated. What scenarios do you see emerging?
Well, obviously, NACFI and Erskine-Smith had that very public announcement about being each other's second choices. So you would hope, if you're the Erskine-Smith campaign,
that's in the cards, and I'm optimistic. I mean, obviously we would have liked this to be wrapped up after one or two ballots, but this is truly grassroots democracy, the one member, one vote weighted system that we adopted at our AGM in Hamilton last March. And so I was a strong proponent of that system because I think it's inherently more democratic. And that's what we're seeing here today. For anybody pointing out on social media that this suggests the party isn't strong, quite the contrary. It suggests that we have a robust membership, that this was a competitive leadership race with initially 5, now 4 outstanding candidates. So I'm just excited to be here, and I'm optimistic about the final ballot.
Let me take you somewhere I don't think you want to go yet, but I'm going to try. It is possible that Bonnie Crombie loses this, that enough of NACFI's support goes to Nate Erskine-Smith, that he, in fact, comes from behind to win. What do you think that says about the direction of the party? Bonnie made an explicit pitch of bringing the party, as she would say, back to the center, and certainly it doesn't look like there's a overwhelming consensus for that idea.
So, I mean, I'm still confident that Bonnie's going to take this on the final ballot. I'm not sure it's a question of left or right. There was a lot of debate about where the party sits on the political spectrum in the early months of this contest, which is all well and good. But I think what you've seen with Crombie's campaign is she's appealed to Liberals from across the political spectrum. I consider myself to be a progressive Liberal. I've been strongly backing Miss Crombie. I note some of the endorsements that have come out from veteran Liberals like Sheila Copps, who's the darling of the left wing of the party, as well as Eleanor Kaplan and many others. We have former candidates like Jill Promoli in Mississauga and Tyler Watt in the Ottawa area, who are strong, progressive, left-leaning Liberals on Crombie's campaign. So, as has been said, we are a Big Tent party, and we're not right, we're not left, we're pragmatic. We're of the activist center, as our former Premier Kathleen Wynne was fond of saying. So I do kind of reject a bit the premise of your question there.
I thought you might.
Okay, but let's, one of the most interesting things that did take place over the last many months in this leadership race was I don't know if you want to call it alliance or non-aggression pact, or, I'll vote for you, I'll vote for me on first ballot, but I'll vote for you on second ballot. Erskine-Smith and NACFI made an alliance. They made it very public. It wasn't a backroom deal. They did it at a press conference attended by my pal John Michael here on the South Lawn at Queen's Park. And they basically said, we obviously want our supporters to vote for us on the first ballot, but if we drop off, we want you to go to the other guy on the second ballot. We're about to find out how strong that alliance was and whether people who supported NACFI take that advice. But how concerned are you right now that Yasser NACFI may be able to deliver all of his points to Nate Erskine-Smith and make him the leader?
I mean, Steve, it's a consideration for sure, but I think, if you speak to people in this hall, as I'm sure you have, there's a consensus probably that, overwhelmingly probably a lot of Nate Erskine-Smith support they would rank Yasser NACFI as their number 2, but not the flip side. So I'm not sure if Yasser NACFI's down ballot support goes overwhelmingly to Nate Erskine-Smith.
Why do you say that?
Well, as I expressed pretty concisely on social media, I think that it was a very self-interested deal. It was an anything but Crombie maneuver. Anybody who follows Ontario politics will know that Nate Erskine-Smith and Yasser NACFI have virtually nothing in common.
Wait a second. They were in our studio saying that they completed one another's sentences.
I don't think there's a lot in common there. They're two people that I respect and that are hardworking members of our party, and they have a place in the Ontario Liberal Party. But I think it's part of the one member, one vote. As you said, it was a press conference. They're well within their rights to do this, but I'm not sure it was truly based on policy because Mr. Nafke is, he was the party president. He was a senior cabinet minister, more of a pragmatic politician, if you will, whereas Nate Erskine-Smith, built his political career as somewhat of a maverick and of an independent-minded MP. So these two gentlemen, they are within their means to collaborate, but I think that maneuver was cynical, and I think a lot of party members saw it for what it was.
Bonnie Crombie, Mayor of Mississauga, former MP, but somebody coming relatively recently to Ontario provincial politics in the formal sense. Nate Erskine-Smith, similarly, has a federal political career and is also coming into Ontario provincial politics from the outside. What do you think it says about the party that the finalists on the ballot are not a current or former MPP?
I mean, I think that's just a reality of the party. I think, we have 9 caucus members now, so you would expect that there would be talent coming from outside the caucus. We are in government at the federal level, so it's not surprising that 2 federal MPs have entered the race, and there was speculation last year that there would be more federal caucus members throwing their hat in the ring. So, no, I think, obviously we want our next leader to be in the legislature, the sooner the better, but I fully expect, if Bonnie Crombie becomes leader, she will take the first opportunity to enter the legislature when she can. She obviously wants to represent a constituency in her region, and that's how it should be. And so, we have 2.5 years before the next election, so I'm confident that we will have an opportunity to have our leader enter the legislature so that we can take this forward government we can hold this government to account.
I'm just checking here, okay, Carter Brownlee, who does media relations for the Ontario Liberal Party, I've been asking him all afternoon how many people actually voted in this thing. And he said, I'll tell you in the next press release. And I'm looking right now, and I'm not, there we are. In this race, 22,827 Ontario Liberals cast their ballot. 22,827. Now, they do point out this is nearly double the almost 13,000 Liberals who cast ballots in 2020 and more than the 19,000 Ontario Liberals who cast leadership ballots in 2013. Okay, so it's the biggest number ever, but it's a hell of a long way from 103,000, which is where, you guys started apparently. So what does that say about the validity of this process?
I think, the turnout is a bit on the low end, but we knew going into this that it's one thing to join a party for free. It's another thing to engage those members over the course of a 6 to 7 month leadership race, and then mobilize the vote on one given weekend. People are out of the country. People live busy lives, and so I was hoping that the turnout would be a bit higher. But I was realistic that a turnout in the 30% range was probably more realistic. I don't think it negates the value and the how this new one member, one vote system is inherently more democratic. I mean, we have 1,000 people here today in this room, but the 23,000 who voted, they live all across the province.
Andrew, I'm going to thank you for coming, but I see Yasser Naqvi there, so I want to get him in there.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming onto our set.
Thank you.
That's Andrew Perez, who is a Bonnie Crombie supporter, and no doubt marked his ballot that way and predicts a third ballot victory for Bonnie Crombie. Thank you, Andrew. And now, if we can, let's get Yasser Naqvi, who is the candidate, of course, who has now dropped off the ballot. Mr. Naqvi.
You guys are like dogs. Who's died? What's going on?
I know.
Have a seat. You got a headset there you got to put on.
Our
we'll
usual
give you a second to
podcast
put that on.
attire is a bit less formal.
Let's just, as you get your headset on, I think the first question we need to ask you is just how you feel about how you did today.
Well,
and maybe move this up a little bit.
Like this. Here
There
we
you go.
go.
Perfect.
Listen, I feel great. We worked really hard. We hustled across the province. As I was saying earlier to some other media, this province is big, beautiful, and diverse. I've been in places that I've never been. You both know this. I was 15 years old when I came to Canada. I hardly spoke any English, and people welcomed me in their home. I slept in places that I never thought I would be sleeping, and they made me feel like I'm their own. This is my home. This is where I belong, and not a single regret. It's amazing. Now the work continues. Get united behind our new leader, work hard, rebuild this party, and defeat Doug Ford in 2026. Not just for the Ontario Liberal Party, but for the future of our province.
We've been talking all day about the low turnout, and I'm wondering if you think your campaign was particularly or disproportionately affected by low turnout, that maybe more people supporting Nate Erskine-Smith are a bit more true believers, to use the phrase, and the turnout affected you more.
I'll be honest with you, it's hard for me to answer that question. I mean, I have not had the insight into the numbers right now. I'm sort of learning almost in real time, as all of you are. So that analysis will happen. I think what we have to remember, this is the highest turnout we have ever seen in Ontario Liberal Party in a leadership race, right? This is the first time we were doing this one member, one vote system. More people have turned out to vote than in the 2013 election leadership, in 2021. I think that's a win for our party. The fact still remains that there's over 100,000 members. Our job and our leaders' job is going to be to engage those people, keep them engaged, keep them motivated, listen to them, work with them, and build an organization that needs to happen all across the province so that we're competitive in every region before the next election.
Yeah, sir, we talked about this when you came into TVO for the all-candidates debate a few weeks ago. The most interesting arrangement that you and Nate Erskine-Smith, that alliance that you went into, which you announced in front of Queen's Park, and you've told your people that if it can't be me, my suggestion is vote for him. So of the 24% of the points that you got on that second ballot, what percentage do you think are going to take your advice and go to Nate Erskine-Smith?
Hard to again answer, right? I mean, I wasn't there telling them how to vote. It was a suggestion that was made, and again, what Nate and I did is not unusual in
It's unusual to do it in public, ahead of time.
Well, because we have a new system, right? I mean, we saw that back in 2006 between Stéphane Dion and Gerard Kennedy, and look how that result happened. You see that happen all the time on the convention floor. If this was a convention floor, you would have seen perhaps Ted Chu walking in one direction with his supporters, or now Yasser Naqvi would be under a lot of pressure right now to walk somewhere. So you know,
remind him that's the scenario he wants.
I know. I heard that podcast where he was in this vehement defense. Look, I think this is a great system because it really does give individual party members a say. The weighted system of 100 points allows all parts of the province to be equal. The proof is in the pudding. Look at the amount of time that all initially five of us, have put in going into parts of the province where I got told, Steve, that a Liberal has not shown up in a long time. That's how you rebuild a party.
No, I understand that. And forgive me, John Michael, I want a quick follow-up on this. You know your supporters. You know the people who voted for you. How likely do you think they are to also take your advice and vote for it? Because obviously, Crombie's within spitting distance of the finish line right there. So you basically... she only needs a very small percentage of your down ballot support to put her over the top.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all the indications, all the conversations I've had that people were paying attention to the kind of engagement that Nate and I had and the kind of values alignment that we had. The proof will be in the next count.
You, one of the things you said during the campaign was that you believed that Ontario was ready for a Muslim premier. I'm curious if you think that your religion played any part in the results today. And I'm particularly curious if you found it difficult, the fact that voting was happening in the context of some really unpleasant stuff happening in the Middle East right now.
I have an unabiding faith in the people of Ontario. I think this province is an incredible place where we come from all different parts of the world. We are not perfect, but we have very open minds. And as I said to you earlier, I did not see me being held back. As I said to my kids just now, before coming out, as I said to them this morning, and the conversations that have been in there, remember 11 and 7, and they're taking this also in real time, is that the change does not happen overnight. It happens incrementally. I think we made a big change. The fact that Yasser Naqvi was standing on this stage. My parents are here. They got to see only in mere 35 years to be in this particular role. I think is a big step forward for our party, for our province. I'm proud of the work this team has done. We brought in some people who've never been involved in politics because they saw something in me that looked like them. And that's a win, and I think that makes our party even stronger and our province even more grander in our perspective on things.
I've covered a few of these things in my time, and it is very often the case that the candidate's family takes it way harder than the candidate, him or herself. And I've seen, children and spouses in complete meltdown, tears and weeping, whereas the candidate, understands that losing is a possibility. How's your family taking it?
I think my family's taking well. Like, my kids are strong and only 11 and 7, so obviously they don't have my kind of resiliency, but they're covered with love. I think they know what their dad is doing. Their mom is very involved in politics as well. These are very special kids. I love them to bits. My big responsibility is going to spend some more time with them. I have been at this for 18 months. I tried my very best, as all parents do, to be with their children, but I have missed moments, and my job is to recreate some of those moments and be with them as a family as we understand this and work through this and look at the next part.
Got it.
Well, the next part, are you, you've already said this publicly, I believe, but you intend to run provincially in the next election.
Yeah, look, I said from the outset that my mission is to defeat Doug Ford in 2026, and I'm going to stand very much united behind my leader. I do need to take some time just to regroup myself and spend time with the family, and then engage in those conversations with our new leader. And whatever role they want me to play, I will put in my political experience, the network that I have built, the incredible people that I was able to sign in every part of the province, and make sure that we work together to build this party and to bring back a principled, progressive, pragmatic, liberal government for the betterment of Ontario.
I appreciate that the sort of Monday morning quarterbacking and trying to figure out, what happened will not necessarily take place here on a Saturday afternoon. But I am curious, by all objective criteria, you've got the most governing experience of all of the people who are running in this race. You have had the most senior cabinet portfolios of all of the people running in this race. You are widely reputed to have an excellent organization filled with the people who look like the new Ontario, and you came third. What do you think happened?
Steve, you're asking me a question that probably best answered a week or two from now. Most of the numbers people on my team are in a locked room right now, still counting ballots. But I know one thing. We ran an amazing campaign. We worked really hard. The amount of hustle that we put in, I think we set the pace for this campaign for other candidates. And I'm proud of that, because I'm known as somebody who knocks on doors. I'm known somebody who works 3 times harder than anybody else, and we did that. I said to my team in the beginning of this campaign, hey guys, I love knocking on doors. We're going to knock on doors. And they said, yeah, so this is a leadership. You're not running for a nomination, or you're writing. I said, yeah, we're still going to knock on doors. And we knocked on doors. I knocked on doors in communities a Liberal has not ever knocked on doors. And we heard that at the doors, which I think compelled other of my friends to knock on doors as well. This is how we're going to build the party. This is the kind of hard work we brought in. And I think we've helped bring a new generation of Liberals in Ontario Liberal Party.
Terrific. We thank you. We say this to all the candidates who come up here. We respect public service at TVO. We congratulate you for putting your name on a ballot and giving it a shot, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
That's Yasser Naqvi.
Thank you.
Who is he's still got a job. He's a member of Parliament today. And he will go back to that job on Monday, and very good. We thank you for coming here, Yasser. You be well. Okay, let's get our next guest up here. We are
Aaron Morrison.
There's Aaron Morrison, who's going to join us right now. Arison, you're going to come on up?
No.
Hi, Aaron. Come on up. Nice to meet you. Steve. Hi.
See you again.
John Michael. Here's Aaron Morrison. Okay. Let's get your take from 35,000 feet about what you've seen so far and what you think.
What I'm seeing so far is a really divided Liberal Party. This is wild. I think we came in with people expecting it to be Bonnie Crombie on the first ballot, maybe the second ballot. going to a third ballot where you only have about 23-24% voter turnout is a bad signal for the Liberals. So I think there's a few very happy people in this room, but a lot of people who are upset or confused.
We should establish off the top, you are obviously not part of the Liberal family
You betcha,
here.
you betcha,
Do you want to
yeah.
explain to the good folks out there watching what you do?
Well, I'm a longtime New Democrat strategist. I've worked all over the country and on the Hill, and now I run Morrison Comms Inc., which is a consulting firm.
Gotcha. John Michael.
You know, one of the big discussions during this race is the direction of the Liberal Party, left versus right. And, you know, would it be better for the NDP if the Liberals do pick Bonnie Crombie and bring the party to the right of where it has been in the last few elections, and they leave the left of the political spectrum undivided for Marit Stiles and the NDP?
Yeah, in many ways, yes. This campaign really has been sort of a battle for the definition of liberalism in Ontario, right? We have Bonnie Crombie, who calls herself a fiscal conservative, says that the previous Liberal government spent too much on healthcare and she wants to cut that amount back. When that is the discussion, you would think, sure, if it's Bonnie Crombie, that leaves the left wide open for the New Democrats and really crowds in Doug Ford and his Conservatives. On the other hand, Nate Erskine-Smith is a relative unknown, known for being maybe a little bit of a rebel, a little bit of a spoil sport in his federal caucus. So I think there's some excitement about running against him as well.
Okay, Aaron, I got to put this to you. You probably heard Catherine McGarry, the president of the Ontario Liberals, say up from the podium, you know, we got a good race happening here. We got 4 candidates in this race. You know, we have more than one candidate. That was clearly a shot at the New Democrats, who only had one person run for the leadership. Does this show that the party's got a little more wind in its sails than yours does, where only one person showed up for the job?
Good question. I think it would if they had better voter turnout. They had about 23-ish% turnout. And what that says is, 3 out of 4 Liberals basically said, these are my candidates, I'm out, I'm not voting then. They didn't bother to go cast a ballot. So in the New Democrats' most recent leadership election, provincially speaking, there was only one candidate, Marit Stiles, but the party did hold a vote to ratify her leadership. They had about 50% turnout, and she passed with flying colors. So I would say
she was the only name on the ballot.
She was the only name on the ballot, but it was a yes/no. It
Yes.
was like a Marit or like do it over kind of question. Right. But even on that ballot, where everybody knew she was going to pass with flying colors, we still had about 50% turnout. So the concern here for the Liberals today, for sure, what Catherine McGarry was going to be going back to talk to her board about in the days ahead is, we got a problem with engagement. We have a problem with turnout. We need to address it.
Obviously, the news of the day is the Liberal leadership, but, we've got you here, and since we've allowed you to take a few shots at the Liberals, let's talk Kitchener Centre, right? A really disappointing result for the NDP in the Kitchener Centre by-election, well behind the Green candidate.
A seat they held.
Yes, a seat they held until the departure of Laura May Lindo. What went wrong for the party in Kitchener Centre?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they didn't quite have their eye on the prize there. They were distracted getting ready for a provincial council meeting, distracted with what was going on in the legislature, distracted with the RCMP investigation into the Greenbelt and the goings around Doug Ford's government. I think that they maybe took it a little bit for granted, whereas you had the Green Party fighting hard in that riding. It was they really put all their eggs in that basket, and it proved successful for them.
Do I remember correctly, you now live in Waterloo region?
No, but I do spend some time there.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But on the other hand, I mean, you've got the PCs with sort of a fly-in candidate, showed up late.
And still beat the Liberal.
And still beat the Liberal, which is, I think a little troubling for the Liberals. They held that seat for 18 years and only translated that into about 8% on the ballot. And I think that is much more concerning for them, although there is no doubt that New Democrats are going to do some soul-searching over resources and planning for campaigns.
Does it trouble you at all that... let me go back a little bit. Until they kicked her out of the caucus, the whole Sarah Jama, the Hamilton Centre MPP thing, kind of really exploded in Marit Stiles' lap. And I guess we should hasten to remind people that Marit Stiles inherited Sarah Jam as a candidate. All of that happened before she became the leader of the party. How has that percolated through the NDP at the moment, and have you been able to overcome it?
Yeah, good question. So last weekend, the NDP had a provincial council meeting, which is sort of the governing body in between conventions. About 200 delegates from all over the province get together and talk about policies. There was a resolution on the table about whether or not JAMA should be invited back to caucus. Good discussion in the room, little bit of debate, healthy debate, and at the end of the day, 2-1, the provincial council said no, she should not be invited back into caucus, which is an endorsement of Marit Stiles' choice to ask her to step away. So I wouldn't say that this issue is settled. There's still a lot of discussion that's going to happen. There's learning to do. There's growth to happen in the party, for sure. But I think it's fair to say that Stiles has sort of passed the leadership hurdle on this, and the party is behind her through an official vote now.
Let me do one fast follow-up here, which is, obviously one of the reasons we're asking you these questions is that if people are looking for an alternative to Doug Ford, they have, essentially 2+ options. Now that the Greens have won a by-election, maybe they're a legitimate option as well. People are going to be deciding who's ready for prime time, the NDP, the Liberals, or maybe the Greens. Look at what's happened in the last month or two. What do you conclude from all of that?
It's a really good question, and I think today will give us a little bit more, once we have those third ballot results, it'll give us a little bit more of the lay of the land here. Bonnie Crombie, it represents the right wing of that party, the Liberal Party, in terms of, she calls herself a fiscal conservative. She's the one who, she's been criticized for taking money from developers, the same developers that donate to Doug Ford. In that case, you really have the lay of the land where the Liberals really represent, sort of like the old BC Liberals, kind of farther on the right. Whereas if you have a Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, maybe the picture looks a little different. You have a bit of an unknown there. So I think that's going to be a determining factor. The big advantage that we know now is that the NDP is the official opposition in the legislature, and their leader holds a seat. Whether it is Bonnie Crombie or Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, they have to campaign from outside. They don't hold a seat in the legislature, can't participate in question period, can't be there for scrums every day. So it will be a challenge to get sort of breakthrough, maybe similar to the challenge that Stephen Del Duca had.
Gotcha. I want to thank you for dropping by our position here today and sharing your views, Erin. It's good to meet you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Thank you very much. That's Erin Morrison, New Democrat supporter, as you heard. She is going to leave our position, and we have a former candidate for the Toronto mayoralty. Come on up, Mitzi. Mitzi Hunter, who's, of course, a former MPP at Queen's Park for the riding of Scarborough-Guildwood. We'll put the headset on. And, okay, tell us, first of all, welcome. It's good to see you again.
It's good to
Hi.
Put the mic to your mouth.
Yeah, we'll just get that microphone fixed up. Okay, who'd you vote for?
Oh, it was a secret ranked ballot.
I know, but I'm asking anyway.
How excited was I to be scoring a ranked ballot with these 4 fantastic candidates?
So how did you rank them?
First, second, third, and fourth.
Yes. I was hoping you'd put a name to each of those numbers. You're not going to tell anybody?
No, because, these are all my friends. I've known them forever. I've known Bonnie the longest, since I was at Civic Action. And, of course, I served alongside Yasser Naqvi in cabinet at the provincial legislature, and also with Ted Hsu just more recently. And Nate is a neighboring riding in,
That's
Beaches,
right.
East York, but Scarborough is close by. So how am I going to...
So it's a big strikeout for me on that one. Got it. Okay, John Michael, you try.
Did you didn't endorse anybody in the...
No, I didn't. I really felt that we had a very strong field of candidates. As I said, I had relationships with each and every one. I have talked to each candidate as well, and I decided to be part of the team neutral. I was most excited about the ranked ballot for this leadership election. I really felt that all the candidates were making making an effort to go out into rural and northern Ontario and to really connect with the roots of our party and to see what it's really like. And I thought that was something that was super important. Of course, the organizing of 5 debates helped that effort as well. But I know that a lot of them were doing work in between to connect with Liberals, and I'm thrilled that we're here today and everyone's waiting for the final results.
Well, some of the history here, I mean, you advocated for a ranked ballot in the last leadership race, of which you were a participant in, a contestant in, and it didn't happen then. We did have a delegated convention in 2020. Do you wish, in retrospect, that 2020, like seeing the results now, and frankly seeing some of the teething pains you're having with this system, do you wish that 2020 had been a ranked ballot?
I do. It was something that I had, my local riding association in Scarborough-Guildwood and I had proposed the year before that particular leadership election. It came within a hair of passing, but it needed a super majority to pass, and it just didn't make the threshold. But, you know, the fact that we are now at that ranked ballot stage is, and yes, it is a new system, so we've got to give it its chance to work out, but it makes for an exciting leadership election because...
Well, we'll see about that.
Well, it does because, you know, the grassroots members of the party across the province had a chance to go and mark their ballots, and what we are counting today is what they decided. No one has changed their vote or their decision, and I believe that that's democracy at work.
Let me ask you a bit of a touchy-feely question, because you're one of the very few people in this room who has run for the leadership of her party unsuccessfully. And there are 2 other people in this room right now, Yasser Naqvi and Ted Hsu, and there will be one more candidate who will have run unsuccessfully when we find out the results of the 3rd ballot. How long does it take to get over that kind of a loss?
You know, Steve, I think we're starting that process today. You know, I believe that I feel the energy of all the teams today. They've put out their best efforts. I know many of the members on each team. And that process of bringing together our party and healing has started today because
but I mean, for you,
it's not about...
For a candidate, how long does it take for a candidate to get over the sting of defeat?
For me, it didn't take long because COVID happened the week after our convention. And I was in the provincial legislature the Monday morning. You know, fighting for what I felt was people's lives. And so I didn't look back. I just continued with the work that I was elected to do in my riding in Scarborough. And it was serious times, and we had to all pull together.
Gotcha. One more from John Michael, if he wants.
Yeah, one of the big discussions, that, and I think this gets to a bit of what Steve was asking, you know, in terms of, you know, gluing the party back together after a defeat. You did go through that where Stephen Del Duca won on the 1st ballot, but you know there was some work to get everybody on side again afterwards. And I'm wondering if you would have any advice for the next leader, whoever that is, about how do you get that party back together?
I do, because John Fraser has already set the tone in his speech today. Say yes. So whatever riding associations ask of the leader, say yes. Whenever they invite you to come out to whatever, a spaghetti dinner, say yes. And I found that. So after, you know, the last leadership, there were many, many different meetings and debriefings that happened, but all of them were instrumental in bringing members of our party together. And I believe that that's what's going to happen again. Whoever, you know, comes forward to lead, they're going to have to go out into all the ridings, 124 ridings, and, you know, one of the areas that I did really well in the last leadership was in the Northern Ontario, and they still call me today. You know, just I get phone calls for different reasons because people want to feel connected to our party. It's a big province, and so there's going to have to be that effort to really go out there and to make sure that all the policies that we eventually put forward are reflected of every region in this province.
Gotcha. That's Mitzi Hunter, who's the former MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood, former cabinet minister in the Ontario government. We're going to say goodbye to you because I've got one of your colleagues standing by right over there. I think you remember Charles Sousa.
I do.
You may have been at the same cabinet table as him for a little while.
We were.
So we say goodbye to the former junior finance minister, and we'll say hello to a former finance minister. One headset off. Thank you very much, Mitzi. And here comes Charles Sousa in. Great to have you here, Mr. Sousa. Hi there. Charles, I guess I've known you long enough I can call you by your first name. Not that you need it. You might be the only person in this room who actually doesn't need that microphone on in order to be heard because you've got that basso profundo voice. But I want to start with...
It's good for me to hear you.
I want to start with what you were doing almost 11 years ago, which is that you were running for the leadership of your party at a delegated convention in January 2013 against Kathleen Wynne. And one of the things that happened at that convention was the dynamic of you dropping off the ballot and moving to her and helping her win. None of that is present in today's leadership election because, of course, all the voting happened a week ago. What system's better?
Well, I mean, I was very excited and it was very traumatic, the delegated convention. A lot of energy is required, a lot of people are engaged, and I think it made for a lot of drama throughout the course of the lead up to it because there's a lot of negotiating, everyone's talking, everyone's trying to determine what are you going to do in terms of your next votes. Because in a delegated convention, unlike here, it's a free-for-all after the first round. And as you know, I think it was Eric lost that. He dropped off.
Eric Hoskins, yes.
And Eric Hoskins. And I called him and I said, do not presume you know where I'm going today because everybody thought I was going to go with someone else because of ethnicity and because of your persuasion, all that good of stuff. And I go, no. I'm going for the person who I think is going to win. I'm going to go for the person who I think is going to keep us in power. And I've always mentioned, and I've always was preoccupied about going into an election prematurely. And for me, Sandra not being in the House, she would want...
Sandra Pupatello.
Pupatello would want an election. And great lady. They were all fantastic, by the way. So when we got into... After Eric Hoskins dropped off, Harinder Takar made a move right away to Sandra. And I go, well, okay, that was unnecessary. But it made it very clear to me. And I told Gerard during those discussions, listen, you and I are not in this now. Like, might as well do the walk. And he goes, let's go one more time. And of course, at that point, we were already in the next election. And Harinder and Eric were off, so it was just Gerard and I up for grabs.
Gerard Kennedy.
And I tried to suggest we do this together. He chose that he wanted to stay on one more time for the benefit of trying to come up the middle, as Dalton had done. And I go, I'm walking. I don't have to. I didn't have to do it, but I'm going to do so. And as you know, I went to Gerard Kennedy first, so come on down. He didn't, and then that's when I did the walk over to Kathleen. I did so because I felt she was very sincere, she was in the House, and she recognized, as we did, that we had to regroup. Tim Hudak was going to win that election if we didn't take an opportunity to regroup, reestablish ourselves.
Do you miss all that dynamic at this thing, though?
Oh, my gosh, it's different. There is a little bit of excitement because now we're down to the last ballot. But yeah, that discussion, I mean, we had a lot of meetings in my washroom at the Mississauga, at the Maple Leaf Gardens. And so was a lot of, don't tell Maple Leaf, but I still have the key to that washroom. And the Speaker of the House is giving me
I saw that Dave Levac just tugged your jacket.
He said, stop talking, just sit down. He often did that to me when I was in the House. But I miss it, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us do because it created a lot of intrigue. And it was anybody's game in a delegated convention. Anything could happen. Anything can happen in that occasions. We had the speeches, we had a lot of entertainment, we had a lot of attention, media too. I mean, there was a lot of engagement. And I think it helps a party also lift itself in that capacity, in that instance. But these ballots are now the norm across all parties. And maybe it does do one thing, though. It increases the party membership. It enables us to have more people engage. Every vote tends to count in that instance. So that's important too.
You mentioned how important it was for you that Kathleen Wynne had a seat in the House. The only two candidates left on the ballot do not have seats in the legislature. And the argument that they have presented, when people like me have asked, is that, well, actually there's drawbacks that come from being in the House. Like you can travel the province more. You're not locked into the legislative schedule in the same way.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Well, if I look at some of the previous leaders that have had that instance, like John Tory, he never had a seat in the House. He was a leader in, I think, multiple years. And it was difficult for him to be noticed at times. And when he ran for the by-elections, it didn't happen for him. Although he became quite a phenom and became the mayor of Toronto in the end.
He did.
Stephen Del Duca had a tough time, not being in the House. But of course, he, myself, Yasser, we all carry a bit of baggage from our previous life in the legislature, and we're still branded as being irresponsible or fiscally irresponsible. I would argue that's not the case, because I did balance the books, and we did bring a lot of jobs to Ontario, 1 million plus. There's a lot of reasons that they put us in that light, and they did a very good job of creating that impression. I wish it weren't so, because people like Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne did tremendous work for the province, and they served us well, and they should be reminded and regarded for that.
Can you tell us how you marked your ballot?
You can ask me, and I can tell you that I marked my ballot, and today we're going to have someone that's going to renew our party, and I'm very excited about that opportunity.
Did you mark it 1, 2, 3, 4?
I did. I marked it 1, 2, 3, 4.
You did. Now, the assumption, you're a member of Parliament from Mississauga, so the assumption is you either have a great relationship with Bonnie Crombie because of that, and you made her number 1, or you two are big-time rivals to be the king and queen of Mississauga going way back, and therefore you marked her number 4. Which is it?
I've known Bonnie a long time,
I know.
And we've had many campaigns that we've run together. And she's worked extremely hard for the city of Mississauga. She's been an extraordinary mayor, and she's done extraordinary work. And it's hard to follow someone like Hazel McCallion. And Bonnie, she was able to very effectively continuously regard Hazel and share the podium almost always.
So do you want her to continue to be the mayor, or do you want her in a different job?
I think what I want is for people to succeed, and people to do well, and to continue. And someone like Bonnie, who's a fighter, doesn't let go. I think we need that kind of character and that kind of enthusiasm in the party. And I'm hopeful that regardless of what the outcome may be today, that Bonnie will still be a big part of the Liberal Party and the Liberal family to continue fighting for the renewal of this party and to show Ontarians that there's another way forward, and we need to be a bit more responsible in certain things that we do. And I'm thinking about issues like the Green Belt or carbon pricing. I mean, why would we get into a carbon pricing war with the federal government when we already had a pricing system with cap and trade, and we're netting about $1.2 to $1.5 billion a year as a result of some of that? We didn't need to renew that. And so I think I want pragmatic and responsible things going forward. I'm not being hyper-partisan here. I am a liberal, mind you, but I do recognize that decisions we make have to be beyond election cycles, and we have to take into consideration many factors. And I'm hopeful that the party can come to I hope that the people of Ontario will come to see that what we were doing was long-term in scope, and I think that's what people want, people that are there for them.
You mentioned well, the whole context here is you are a Mississauga politician. The Premier was asked about Bonnie Crombie, and he pointed out accurately that currently all of the seats in Peel region are held either by current or, in one case, a former Progressive Conservative. What do you think went wrong for the Liberal Party brand in, I mean, not just Peel region, like much of the Western GTA, but the western part of this region?
Listen, I find that the pendulum, not just in Mississauga, throughout Ontario, throughout Canada, throughout Europe, throughout the world, there's this concern of going too far to one side to another, and those extreme measures on either side worry me a lot. I'm a centric, right? I'm very much a liberal. I'm progressive in the policies that we put forward, provided we can sustain them and sustain those programs that are important to us, right? So I want us to be responsible in the fiscal matters and enabling that to be so. So I always look at the sustainability of the things that we do. And I think most Canadians are that way. They just want us to manage their taxpayer money in an effective way. And I think that's the real answer as we go forward.
I just want to... Okay, we got a 10-minute warning here. So that means presumably we're going to get third ballot results in 10 minutes' time. The third ballot is the last ballot. It can't go beyond that. So We're coming up on, I can't even read my own watch here. What time are we coming up on?
4:20.
4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. So
4:20? Back to those distribution of cannabis. I mean, oh my gosh.
That's right. That's right. What do you think, Job?
Oh, you still want me to talk?
I want one last question from you, and that is, what do you think job one is for the new leader when he or she takes over?
No, that person has to do their utmost to build trust with the people of Ontario, recognize that they're serious about the work that they're about to do, and feel hopeful that the party can become the governing party. They have to believe that that person will lead and will do it with integrity and will do it with sincerity and will be accomplished, that can actually get it done. I mean, just like any kind of project you may do, there's always an execution risk. That person has to minimize that risk, has to give confidence that they are the chosen, they're the choice as we go forward. And I think with all the membership growth and some of the controversies that are happening, also with the provincial government now, there's a great possibility for that person to do extraordinary work in the next 2 to 3 years. And it's going to be a long 2 to 3 years.
And now I'll shake your hand. There's Charles Sousa, who's the member of the federal parliament for the Liberal Party in Mississauga Lakeshore, I think.
That's
Is
correct.
that right? Okay. Thank you for visiting us here, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Cheers.
Got to leave the headset, though, I'm afraid, for the next guest. There we go. Thank you. Say hi to Zenny for me, please. Okay. Say hi to Zenny for me, please. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Charles Sousa, one-time Liberal MPP, one-time finance minister for the province of Ontario, now a backbench MP for the Liberal Party federally. We got another guest who's popping in right now. He's got observer status here. Observer status. Matthew Ray is here. He's no relation to Bob Ray, the former Premier of Ontario. But he joins us now. Do you want to just sort of describe what it is that you do for a living?
Sure. I'm the MPP for Perth Wellington. I'm also a parliamentary assistant to Minister Calandra.
Very good. So you're a Conservative here at a Liberal event today, and you're the guy who's going to tell us what? That it doesn't matter who they pick, Doug Ford's going to get it done for forevermore.
100%.
Thank you and good night. No. What do you think?
Well, I think it's very telling, Steve. You know, you and others were saying it's a shoo-in in the media for Bonnie, and
I sure never did say that. Come on, Matthew, you got to listen to our podcast.
I do listen to your podcast.
Neither of us ever said that.
It's a good podcast. I recommend it, everyone.
Thank you.
But they were saying Bonnie was going to be a shoo-in, and we're now to the third ballot for a long time, and I think it speaks to the divisions within the Liberal Party. And I go back to also the election results in Kitchener Centre. They finished fourth. I know Premier McGuinty and Wynne were here today speaking, and they held that riding under their leadership, and now they're fourth place. And so if I was a Liberal member, I'd be asking a lot of questions right now.
Well, okay, let's stay on Kitchener Centre for a second, because your party came in second in the general election just last year in Kitchener Centre, and now you're behind both the Greens and the New Democrats. And then there were issues about the candidate selection in that riding as well. Not a stellar showing for your party either.
Well, it's a low turnout across the board, and so I know we continue to work across the riding or across the province to meet with voters. I know many of our caucus members knock on doors regularly and hearing directly from constituents, which is the key to ensuring that we're putting forward good policies that meet the needs of Ontarians.
Well, but let me just follow up on that for 1 second. You know, Kitchener Centre is the kind of riding that you could tell the story after the 2022 election about Doug Ford broadening the support of the Progressive Conservative Party into traditionally progressive areas, a lot of places that have either current or have lost manufacturing employment, for example. And so Kitchener Centre would be, especially because you did post a reasonably strong showing in the general election, you could make that part of the story if the PC candidate had done better. Is the fact that it was kind of a weak showing, is that evidence that the bloom is off the rose for the PC party?
Not at all. I know in Windsor West and Windsor-Tecumseh, we picked that up last time. Essex, we picked it up. Timmins, we picked it up. These are all former NDP ridings. And I know when the
Hamilton
Premier...
East Stony Creek.
Hamilton East Stony Creek and Steve's backyard. And I know where the Premier goes to these areas, when he goes to Hamilton, Windsor, Timmins, Kitchener as well, many times, he always gets a great reception from those traditional NDP voters who voted for him.
Matthew, you know the Premier well. You're in a caucus meeting with him every week. Bonnie Crombie says she has a unique ability to get under his skin. Is that true?
The Premier is focused on getting it done, as you mentioned off the top, Steve, and ensuring that we continue to deliver on the promises we made to the people of Ontario.
Okay, I'm going to repeat the question, Matthew, because that was not responsive at all. Does the mayor of Mississauga have a unique ability among all those running for the leadership of the Liberal Party of getting under Doug Ford's skin?
Well, you want to talk about the mayor of Mississauga? Let's look at her record on housing starts. She has some of the lowest housing starts in the province, and housing prices have gone up under her watch. She actually had to use powers Premier Ford gave mayor, strong mayor powers, to ensure that she got federal funding. So I think it speaks to her leadership or lack of leadership around housing starts that our province will continue to get homes built, and we're focused on that.
Does she get under the Premier's skin in a way that none of the other candidates do?
The Premier is not focused on whoever's going to be the leader in a couple minutes, I think, they're announcing. We're focused on continuing to deliver lower gas prices for people at the pumps, removing the license sticker that we did last election, and removing tolls. We're going to keep costs down for Ontarians who are struggling right now. And I know affordability is a big issue in my riding and across Ontario, and we're going to continue to deliver for Ontarians.
Okay. You want one more, John Michael?
Yeah, well, while we're taking a bit of a broader view of the news here, the Premier also announced a big deal for the City of Toronto, uploading highways, extending funding. How's that playing in your riding? Because I don't think your riding's getting any billion-dollar special deals.
My riding's happy about the wastewater infrastructure, the $200 million over 3 years in the fall economic statement, which I'll add, unfortunately, the Liberals members in the legislature voted against. And so that will actually help get homes built in my riding, because that's what I hear from my municipalities often is we just need the wastewater infrastructure there and continue that investment. And now we're calling on the feds to join us in funding that.
Can I just take this opportunity, since you represent a Southwestern Ontario riding, to point out that one of the greatest MPPs ever from Southwestern Ontario, Darcy McHugh, who was the treasurer in the Bill Davis government, we're going back 50 years now, he just died a couple of days ago. And I know in Southwestern Ontario, the name Darcy McHugh means something. He was a big deal.
Yeah.
So you're a Conservative MPP. He was a Conservative MPP. You're very much walking in his footsteps. So we thank you for visiting us here at our perch at the Liberal Leadership Convention.
My pleasure, Steve. And yeah, as you mentioned, Darcy was a giant in Southwestern Ontario, and I know he'll be deeply missed by his family, obviously, but the community at large.
Right on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew. Good to see you here.
Nice to see you, too.
Appreciate it.
Take
That's
care.
Matthew Ray, Perth Wellington MPP for the Progressive Conservative Party. Okay, we've got just a matter of, what are they saying now?
David Mack.
Programming is about to begin. Programming is about to begin. Okay, we are about to get the third ballot announcement right now. We have been here since about 12, we've been on the air since 12:15, so about 4 hours.
Yep.
And I think Matthew Ray is correct when he does say that a lot of people thought this thing would be over in one ballot, or if not one, then at the most two, because the assumption was Bonnie Crombie's first ballot number would be a lot higher than it was. As I check it again, she got 43% of the potential points on the first ballot. 43 was on the low end of what a lot of people were predicting for her first ballot result. On the second ballot, she jumped 3.7 points. So she only jumped to 46.7%. She's within spitting distance, but clearly she's got to pick up enough second ballot choice from Yasser Naqvi, who was the third place candidate who dropped off. And if Naqvi's able to somehow bring all of his supporters, I'm saying it like it's a delegated convention, but if in fact Naqvi's second place, second choice votes go to Erskine-Smith, we could have a huge upset here.
Absolutely, and the problem for the party, not to be overly doom and gloom here, but the problem for the party is it looks like it's going to be a really, really tight, close race, like a 51-49 result, and historically, the divisions can be kind of nasty, right? And like, you can talk about federally where like the Chrétien-Martin Liberals, those divisions were ugly and stayed ugly for a very long time. The divisions between, frankly, some people who supported Sandra Pupatello in 2013, some of those people did not accept Kathleen Wynne's victory with a lot of grace, let me put it that way. And so as much as everybody who's sat in the chair next to us has talked about how it's going to be one big happy family after these results are announced, and everybody will unite behind the leader. I mean, it is such a divergent pitch from Nate Erskine-Smith and Bonnie Crombie. They have really fundamentally different views of what the party should do and what it should be. And I think it's going to be very hard to reconcile those.
Well, it's funny. You've just sort of done something and said something that we are often accused of doing, which is to exaggerate the differences among the candidates. I know the Liberals are going to try to emerge from this today, saying we're all one big happy family. But having said that, I think you're quite right. I think the reality is Bonnie Crombie sees a Liberal Party. She said this to us when she came into the studio for an interview on the agenda months and months ago. She said that she feared that the Liberal Party had become too woke. She said she feared that the Liberal Party had moved too far from the activist center, where she rather would see the party. She actually even mentioned to you that she thought the party ought to govern from the center right.
Yes.
She later walked that back and said I think we were the 25th interview that she'd done that day,
yes.
And she misspoke a little bit.
And I can confirm it was a long day for her.
Yeah. But Nate Erskine-Smith clearly comes at these issues from a more progressive, much more left-wing, much more activist point of view. Crombie sees a bigger role for housing developers, sees a bigger role for the private sector, wants the Liberal Party back in its more traditional centrist position. And you raise an interesting question about how easily these two different visions of where the party ought to be will come together once this thing is over.
Well, not to be too sort of mercenary about it, but Bonnie Crombie raised a lot of money for the party. And
almost more than everybody else combined.
Well, exactly. And you really would, ideally, if it is, for example, Nate Erskine-Smith who prevails in this ballot, you definitely want to make sure that Bonnie Crombie's fundraising prowess stays in the party, and you want to find some kind of future role for her that keeps her and her donors happy.
I want to just ask Larry Curry. Yeah, there we go, Larry. If you can, Larry, even open up the shot more, and we can see some of the people behind us here, because everybody who was sort of all over the room before, everybody is very much up against the stage now. They are, in effect, crushing the stage because they want to get close to and get, of course, everybody's on social media today, right? Everybody wants to be close enough to get that video or snap that picture of the winner who's going to come up to the microphone and give a victory speech in maybe just a couple of minutes' time. Because we don't know exactly what the magic number is, right? We thought it was going to be 6,700 and something.
It should be.
Should it still be that?
6471.
6471. Okay. So if Crombie does better than 6471 when they announce her name, the place is going to erupt, and we're probably not going to hear the second place number for Nate Erskine-Smith. But here we go. We've been waiting 4 hours and change for this. Catherine McGarry, the president of the Ontario Liberals, now taking to the podium to give the third and final ballot results. Here comes the winner.
The president of the Ontario Liberal Party, Catherine McGarry, and the member of Provincial Parliament for Orleans, Stephen Blais.
Well, hello. Welcome back, Ontario Liberals. Let's start by thanking all of those volunteers who've been counting all day to bring us here to this moment, the third and final round of results. Thank you, volunteers. It has been a long but very exciting day, and it's come down to this. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Thank you. For our final round of votes, we have the following result.
Pour Bonnie Crombie, on a 6 911 votes.
6,911 votes.
She's got it. Bonnie Crombie is the new leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. She needed 6,700 plus points to win. She is at 6,911. That won't be a huge victory, but it's more than 50% plus one. And the chance of Bonnie start here at the Metro Toronto Convention Centre. Bonnie Crombie is the new Ontario Liberal leader.
On a 6,029 points.
Nate Erskine-Smith, 6,029. Bonnie Crombie is our new leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. Congratulations, Bonnie Crombie.
Well, John Michael, as the incoming Liberal leader takes to the stage, I think you and I can both agree 53.4% to 46.6% is a little closer than some people had this thing.
Yeah, I mean, if it had been 53% on the first ballot, we would have called this a walloping victory. They worked for it, though.
All right. Bonnie Crombie first got elected in 2008 as a Liberal member of the federal parliament from Mississauga-Streetsville. She was a one-term MP. She had the misfortune of being in that job at a time when the Liberals were in free fall federally. Michael Ignatieff came in 2011, led his troops to, unfortunately for the Liberals, their worst ever showing. And Bonnie Crombie was one of the casualties of that 2011 election campaign. She lost her seat, but somehow found her way back into politics. There was a vacancy on Mississauga City Council. She ran for that and got it. And then when Hazel McCallion stepped down as the mayor of the city of Mississauga, Crombie ran in her place and was victorious. She has been elected 3 times as the mayor of Mississauga, and she now takes to the lectern as the new leader of the Ontario Liberals. Let's listen.
Wow. Wow. Well, good afternoon, Ontario Liberals! This is such an honor. Thank you. Thank you for your faith in me. Merci pour votre confiance dans ma vision pour notre parti. Thank you for believing in what we are going to build together. Thank you for taking a spark and turning it into a big red flame here today. There is no question, being an Ontario Liberal is back. And that is thanks to each and every one of you. This campaign has really been an amazing experience. Contested campaigns, hotly contested campaigns like this one. This was a marathon. Oh my goodness. And I know that many, many people in this room have worked incredibly hard for the last 6 months, for the last year, some for more than a year to get to here today. So thank you for every bit of effort that you have put into rebuilding our party. It is by challenging each other to be bolder, smarter, and to work harder that we will keep building the Ontario Liberal Party back. But we need your energy, we need your ideas, and we need you! Nous avons besoin de tous les libéraux de l'Ontario. We need every Liberal across Ontario working together. So I want to take a moment to thank the people who have brought this party together in such an exciting way. Nate, Yasser, Ted, and Adel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have challenged us to be bolder, to be smarter, and to work harder. You have challenged me to be bolder, to be smarter, and to work harder. Congratulations to each of you. This is a moment for all of us. Let's come together and challenge the status quo. Let's give our party the fresh start we need with serious leadership for all of us. It's been a week since we voted, and now we're all gathered here today. A moment to catch our breath, right? For me, it's been a time of some reflection, to think about where we've been, where we are as a party, and where we need to go. And there's one word that comes to mind: resilience. As a party, we've been through 2 very tough elections. We could have spent the last couple years talking about how hard it's been or how unfair it's been. But no, John Fraser and our Liberal caucus leaned in to push forward. That's right. Thank you, John, and thank you to the caucus. Together, we have held Doug Ford and the Conservatives accountable for countless abuses of power. Our caucus has grown with 2 new local champions, Andrea and Karen. And we embarked on a hotly contested leadership campaign with the best and the brightest candidates. And that's right, let's hear it for them. Come on. And we grew our party to be the biggest in this province with more than 100,000 members. That is resilience. And look, we're going to need that resilience because we all know that we're in for an even bigger fight ahead. We have built this big, strong, Liberal team, and now, I hate to break it to you, but we have to dig a little deeper. You know why. Because Doug Ford and his Conservatives, they will be coming after us at any minute now. So we have to be ready. We have to be ready to work even harder, but together. Ford and his Conservative cronies have been the opponents in all of our sights for this entire campaign. 2026 has been in all of our sights this entire campaign. But this is our moment. Doug Ford and his Conservative government haven't just lost touch with the people of this province, they've deliberately ignored people's needs. Doug Ford cares more about lining the pockets of a few well-connected, wealthy friends than he does about building homes for real people. And Doug Ford doesn't have a plan to fight climate change, and he never will. Doug Ford calls our healthcare workers heroes, yet, in the same breath, refuses to pay them a living wage. Doug Ford could cap class sizes and better support our educators, but he'd rather pick fights with teachers instead. People across Ontario are ready for a government that prioritizes the things that you care about. Yeah. A universal health care system that supports you when you need it. Groceries, housing, utility bills you can afford, and education that sets you up and your kids up for success, and communities that care about each other and our climate. People are looking for a government that they can trust. It's not too much to ask for. Doug Ford doesn't care about the real people in Ontario. This has been made abundantly clear. And that is simply not good enough for Ontario families. Not anymore. It's time to earn back that trust. It's time to show that a government that you can trust is an Ontario Liberal government. And we're going to lead the way. Yes. Job for the next 2.5 years is to earn Ontario's trust. Earning trust is a step-by-step process, and I need all of you to be part of that effort, sharing policy ideas, knocking on doors, hosting meet and greets in your communities, and bringing your neighbours into the Liberal team. The work ahead is going to be even harder than the work behind us. But we're ready, aren't we? We're ready to show exactly how resilient we are as a party. Together, we're going to create a policy platform that speaks to the needs of people across this province. We're going to talk to people in communities from every corner of the province so that we can show what it looks like to have a government that listens and cares. Together, we're going to inspire and recruit candidates who reflect Ontario. And together, we're going to keep this momentum going, raising a war chest that that's going to help us reach voters who are very, very ready for a change. That's right. That is our mission. Are you with me? I'm so glad. I'm very aware that some of you here tonight and those watching at home, some of you know me very well. Some of you know me a little bit. And some of you not very much at all. So I'd like to take a moment to introduce myself to you. Hi, I'm Bonnie Crombie. And like many of you, I'm living life right now in that sandwich generation. I have 3 children. They're here with me tonight, right in the front row. Alex, Jonathan, and Natasha, who are the center of my universe. And I'm blessed to have my mother, who's 87, Veronica, in my life. Hi, Mom. She's not here with us today. It was a little too much for her. But I love you, Mom. Hope you're watching. You did get the link, right? Hope so. My mom was born in Poland. Yes, I'm the most Scottish-sounding Polish woman you'll ever meet. But they moved to France just before war broke out in Europe. My grandfather fought against the Nazis, and he was captured and put in a war camp. But thankfully, near the end of the war, he was liberated by an American soldier, and my grandparents and my mother came to Ontario. My mother and my grandparents gave me an amazing childhood, but it wasn't always easy. My biological father, he struggled with addiction and mental illness. He and my mom split up when I was 3, and we lived in a rooming house with my grandparents in High Park, Staff Roncesvalles. And I want to tell you this because it shaped who I am today. My mom taught me resilience. She instilled in me the values of education, hard work, saving your pennies, never taking anything for granted. And I've always worked. I worked through school. I was working as a mother. Boy, that's not easy, is it, ladies? No. And ultimately, I found work that was a calling. I got involved politically because of Pierre Elliott Trudeau's vision of a just society and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, where people of all backgrounds can find a welcoming home in Canada. My mentor in politics, you may not find this surprising, was the legendary Hazel McCallion. Hazel taught me everything I needed to know. Do your homework, she used to say. And by that, she meant listening to people. But she also taught me to pay attention to how we manage other people's money. That was critical, because these are the foundational values of life and in politics that I believe in. I've been a business leader. I've been a member of parliament. I've been the mayor of the great city of Mississauga for almost a decade. But today, this is the greatest honor of my life. Thank you. The trust you have placed in me to be your leader is a responsibility that I take very seriously, because I love being an Ontario Liberal. I am proud to be an Ontario Liberal, and I look at all of you, and I know that we can do anything together. So, let's celebrate together. I want to say a profound thank you to my incredible team who supported me. They challenged me every single day of this journey. I want to, love you guys. Thank you, Sam. I want to thank my family, especially my kids and my mom, who keep me going with their love, their faith, their confidence in me. Oh, thank you, Tashi. And I want to thank the Ontario Liberal Party staff and all the volunteers for guiding us through this campaign and playing such a key role in re-energizing Liberals in this province. It has been an honor to travel our amazing province over the last 6 months. It has been eye-opening. Ontarians are the most resilient people. I spoke with people who organized in their own communities to try and attract more doctors because the Ford government let them down. I listened to parents who are worried about their kids taking a bus to school for over an hour each way because the Ford government failed to support rural students. I talked with young, working professionals who see the dream of home ownership as a pipe dream. I'd heard from young people worried about their future and their kids because we're not protecting this planet. And I listened to seniors, like my mom, who are worried that they will not have the support they need and deserve to age with dignity. That's from the folks over 39 right there. There are so many challenges out there that are begging for smart, progressive solutions and real leadership. That is our task now, all of us, together, to fan out across Ontario and show people the difference. De montrer aux Ontariens qu'ils peuvent avoir un gouvernement responsable. To show people what it means to have a government that cares. And I'm excited to lead the way. I am so honored that you're with me, and I want everyone with me. So let's get to work. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Well, there she is.
Colleagues, the other candidates, and Adil, join me on the stage, please.
This is not an atypical move where the candidates who have taken part in the leadership run all head to the stage. I will be interested to see whether Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne, as two former premiers, are up there. John Fraser, the interim leader, will not be up there because he's with us right now. But there's the picture that everybody wants to see. All the candidates, arms raised, trying to convey an image of a united, happy party under its new leader, Bonnie Crombie. Well, there's John Fraser, who is the two-time, let it be said, two-time interim leader of the Ontario Liberals. Okay, this thing was a lot closer than some people thought. 53.4% for Crombie on the last ballot, 46.6% for her prime challenger, Nate Erskine-Smith. How much tougher is it going to be to bring this party back together again, given how tight that vote was?
Oh, I think we'll be able to bring the party back together again. You know, we had a pretty resounding defeat in 2018 that was really hard, and a lot of people were angry. I think what you see in this room is a room full of people. They're a family. We'll all come together. I'm sure that we will. We've been able to do it. It's been a difficult 5 years in some way, in some ways not. Because, the biggest problem I had in 2018, a week after I became interim leader, was people calling me and saying, how can I help? And I had to say, well, we're just sorting things out right now. Come to this meeting in a couple months. So I feel confident that she'll be able to bring the party together. Got a caucus behind her. We're all united. We'll be able to do that.
In terms of the path forward, Bonnie Crombie had one perspective as to what the party needed to do, a very different one from Nate Erskine-Smith, but it's also implicitly a bit of a criticism, well, more than she has said that she thought the party went too far left under Kathleen Wynne. Mm-hmm. You were part of the Wynne government, and I'm curious, do you see the party turning away from a legacy that you're so very proud of?
Well, look, I think, the decisions that we made, as I said earlier, we kept it simple, which was to try and do those things that are important for Ontarians, like getting rid of coal, the green belt, making class sizes smaller. Those are all things we could come together on. I don't think those are left-wing ideas or right-wing ideas. Those ideas are what people need. And we're at our best when we're Liberals, when we're focusing on the things that are most important to them, their hospitals, their schools, a clean environment, the economy. And, it's a caucus, it's a party. You're not all always going to agree, but you need to come together. And that's why we were successful for 15 years in doing those things that we were able to do.
If she calls you tomorrow and says, John, you've been the interim leader of this party for 5.5 years, the leader in the provincial parliament, what's the first thing I need to do as the permanent leader of this party? What are you going to tell her?
Well, I think what she's doing today, which is bring people together, give people opportunities. We'll have to get out there and raise money. She'll have to do what she just did for the last 7 months, which is get out there and meet people all across Ontario. And then the third thing is build your team, get your candidates. Those are really important things to do. But here's my first piece of advice. Take a rest. There's a long road ahead. Take a break. Take a rest.
When do you do that?
I think you do that right away.
It's just starting tomorrow, take a break?
I would say, you're going to take a break in the sense, but slow down a bit, catch your breath, be ready. You don't need to be shot out of a cannon. It's 2.5 years. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
You were the interim leader before Stephen Del Duca won, and then you were effectively the party's leader in the House because Stephen Del Duca didn't have a seat. Yeah. Ms. Crombie also does not have a seat as of now. How important do you think it is for her to get a seat, and how high a priority should she make it?
Well, I think the reality is most of the work that you need to do to win an election is outside of here. It's in communities, and like I said, whether it's in church basements, it's meeting people, it's getting known. It's so hard to be known as an opposition leader in Ontario. I worked for Dalton McGuinty for 14 years, and he'd been leader for, even before the 2003 election, almost 7 years. And there were still people who didn't know he was the opposition leader in his riding, right? So it's like, because so much of what we do here is focused here in the 416 and a bit of the 905. And once you go out in concentric circles, it's harder for people to know who you are because they just get little snippets of you. Here, there's a high dose of opposition leaders, as I would know. One of the things that happened after I became interim leader is I could no longer walk back to my apartment in total anonymity. And so, which was a good thing, and then again, maybe not. But
I'd like your view on this. She's a former member of parliament, so she has some understanding of federal politics. She's been a 3 times elected mayor of Mississauga, so clearly a great understanding of what municipal politics is involved with. She has no experience at the provincial level at all. She needs to get up to speed on that. How tough's that going to be?
Oh, I think she can do that. I think politics, again, it's about hard work. On the issues, I'm just a big believer in keeping it simple. I always have this mantra, which is, what are the 3 most important things? What are the 3 things we need to do? And, just take things in bite-sized chunks. She's got some great people. We got a great caucus. We have people like Adil and Steph, I can name all of them now, but all of them are strong leaders in their own right. They all know their files, and they're going to be there to support her and help her learn some of the things. No one arrives with everything they need. It's just not the way it works in anything. So I'm confident that she has that ability to grow, ability to learn. She's got some good people around her in her campaign. She's got a good caucus. And, we have a small party office, but they're really good, hardworking people who are, like I said earlier, they never say no.
Let me do a fast follow-up on this, because your pal Dalton McGuinty, when he became leader of the Ontario Liberals, had 6 years in the provincial parliament to get up on healthcare, education, justice, environment, a whole bunch of issues that you may deal with in municipal politics, but in a very different way. She's going to, as the expression goes, try to drink water out of a fire hose coming at her that quickly. It takes some ability to do that, right?
Yeah, I don't think you need to drink water out of a fire hose, because there are only so many things that are important. And generally, that's the thing that, when I became interim leader, I didn't know I've been around for 5 years and working in provincial politics for a long time, but I didn't know everything. So I had to learn. And the trick it's just like, you only eat an apple one bite at a time. So don't think that you can do, don't try to do too much. The most important thing, just like you saw right now, just be authentic. Be yourself. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to want to get them.
Got it.
The caucus is pretty small right now. I'm not going to make a joke about it, but the implication is that if the party succeeds, even if you just become the official opposition, much less actually form a majority in the legislature, you need a whole bunch of new MPPs and a whole bunch of new candidates. And I'm curious, what do you think the message needs to be to people in their ridings? Why should they consider putting their name forward to be a Liberal when this is a nice result for Bonnie Crombie, but she's still relatively untested. The party is still struggling in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So I think we're a party that focuses on things that are important in people's lives. We have a lot of people who want to do the right thing. I think if you want to help, if you want to be someone who's a helper, as my kids used to say, it's the party where you want to be. It's been my party for 40 years, 10 years as a member, but I've been working as a volunteer or working for 40 years. And it's a family, and we focus on families. I think one of the things, too, is that if you want to be a candidate, we're going to support you. We're going to make sure you have a great team behind you, because we've just signed up a lot of Liberals who all came out and worked on this campaign. And so there'll be a structure there that'll help you. And it's taken us a couple election cycles to build up that structure. And so I think that's an important message to people who want to run as candidates. And last time around, we had, and it's not just because I want to say that, I'm not trying to blow smoke up all those candidates. We had a great bunch of candidates. I walked into the first time we all got together because of COVID. First thing I thought is, I'm so old, number one. And number two is, they're all so young. And they're doctors and nurses and, lawyers and mums. And so they were just like, it was a really beautiful thing to see. We can repeat that because people want to do the right thing. They want to focus on people, not like this government, which is focusing on its friends.
I have often heard it said that the most important person on Convention Day is the one who wins, but that the most important person the day after Convention Day is the person who comes second, because that's the person who's going to decide whether a party is truly unified or not. What does Bonnie Crombie have to do with Nathaniel Erskine-Smith in order to make him feel like he has a role in this provincial party going forward?
I think just listen. I think you genuinely listen to the people who ran against you and with you. They have something to bring to the party. Like, I've been in a caucus for a while, and we all don't agree. But we find a way to come together. And we did that for 15 years. We've even done that now when...
Turn around and have a look, incidentally.
Oh, my gosh.
There's the leader.
There's the leader.
There she is right there.
It looks like it's time,
coming up?
it's time for me to go.
Yeah,
okay, here we go. All right.
John Fraser, thanks a lot for coming up and visiting us. This is the very definition of being the interim leader, as opposed to the permanent leader.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Mayor Crombie. I guess I can't call... You're still technically the mayor now, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, you put the headset on, and then we'll be able to hear from you better. First of all...
Hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, congratulations. Hello, Stephen.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, what's this moment like?
It's a little surreal. We're going to wake up tomorrow and think, did that just happen? I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I'm delighted at the amount of energy we brought to this campaign. You can see that Liberals across the province have been energized. There's a real spark in the party today. I know we're going to build back. We're going to reinvigorate this party, and in 2.5 years, we're going to mount a huge challenge to the Conservatives, Doug Ford and his government.
I don't want this question to be read as making your accomplishment, your victory, about another man. But nevertheless, one of the issues with the vote being as close as it is that there are going to be a lot of people who voted for Nathaniel Erskine-Smith.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what your message to them is in terms of party unity.
They ran an incredible campaign. Honestly, this was such an competitive race. They put so much effort into it, and they came up with some really great ideas. But we need everyone. We need all Liberals to come together. Every one of us, every one of my colleagues and their teams to come back together to row in the same direction so that we can come together to fight Doug Ford in 2026.
Do you want him running for you in the next election?
Of course, I want them all. We're a formidable team. I would love it if he would make that commitment.
Okay. I've seen probably 20 victory speeches at conventions, and I don't know that I can recall one where somebody was as kind of open and honest about some of their background. And the notion that you lived part of your life in a rooming house in the West End of Toronto, or that your parents split up when you were 3 years old. Mm-hmm. I mean, these are some unusual things to kind of put out there in a victory speech. So why'd you do that?
I wanted people to know me better. I think some people have misperceptions. They think of me as the mayor of Mississauga, and they have certain ideas about who I am. And I wanted to speak directly to the other camps and Ontario Liberals. I wanted them to get to know me, who I am as a person, a little better. I've struggled just as they have. I've experienced many of the same things they have. I've lived a very simple life growing up. I share their struggles. We were an immigrant family coming to Canada as well. So I understand the challenges that new people to our country face.
It will probably not surprise you that the Progressive Conservatives have already got attack lines out, and I just
let's see. Are they good? What have they got?
Well, here, let me just read part of the email that they sent out whole moments after you were
Are they
announced.
fundraising off me again?
They say she doesn't get the concerns of everyday people. She drives fancy cars and vacations at her home in the Hamptons. She's been pushing for a carbon tax for 15 years. She's proud to oppose Highway 413. Let me stop on Highway.
I don't even have a car, actually. I have a fleet vehicle. I'm going to have to change that.
Let's stop on Highway 413, though, for a second. I mean, that is a highway that the Premier ran on in the last election, and he carried every seat in Peel Region. And why oppose it?
He also got elected with 17% of the vote. I think most people stayed home. I don't think it was a vote of confidence for the 413 whatsoever. I'm very proud of Mississauga Council. We were the very first council to move a motion to oppose the 413. We brought it to Peel Region, and Peel Region also opposes the building of the 413, which is Vaughan and north of Caledon. It's not necessary. It paves over 52 hectares of sensitive land, agricultural land, and it's not needed. There are other solutions. There are other options that can be implemented. We could have an extension of the 427. We can have a truck-only lane on the 407. There are a lot of other solutions. We don't need the 413 highway, and there is no population projected there until 2050. And again, sprawl. This government solution is tall or sprawl. And again, building on the 413 is sprawl.
And just to sort of reiterate, Stephen Del Duca also ran against the 413. It didn't go well for him. Just to be blunt, I mean, why do you think it's going to go better for you?
I'm not running against the 413. I'm running against Doug Ford. I want to bring affordability back to Ontario. I want our youth to have a dream of owning a home or finding a rental that they can afford. I want to move away from private medicine. I want to accept that climate change is real and have some solutions in place. And I want to ensure that my children and your children have a great education and they're set up for success and they're being trained for the jobs of tomorrow. That's my agenda.
Admittedly, a couple of process questions here, but you actually have to resign now as the mayor of Mississauga, don't you?
I will have to.
When will you do that?
Well, I have my budget to wrap up and the regional budget to wrap up, and of course it's a very serious job being mayor, so I'll have a little bit of work to do at City Hall. But tomorrow morning I'll be meeting with the presidents of the party, and I intend to meet with the caucus and sit down with John Fraser, and so certainly early in the new year that will happen.
So the second they announce the results, you are in effect technically the Ontario Liberal leader right now.
Correct.
But you can't assume those responsibilities immediately? Is that what I'm hearing?
I will assume the responsibilities. I'll be carrying the two positions for a short period of time.
Okay. Now the second thing is, obviously you don't have a seat in the legislature.
That's right.
Now you don't need a seat in the legislature to do your job as a leader of a party, but you could argue that it's a good thing to have. How urgently will you want to get in there?
If an opportunity presents itself, I might take it. I did have this conversation with John Fraser. I said, how important is it that I get a seat immediately? And he said, Bonnie, I think the work that needs to be done is on the roads, selling liberalism, selling yourself. Let people get to know who you are. Let them get to know who we are as a party. Go back to those small towns, rural communities that feel isolated and neglected, and speak to them, listen to them. So when we create a platform, we are addressing their needs.
Do you, I mean, if I think everybody's under the assumption that the seat's got to open up in Mississauga for you to run for it. But would you take a by-election run in a seat somewhere outside Mississauga?
I would consider it, but it makes more sense for the mayor of Mississauga to have a seat in Mississauga.
Right on. Okay.
Just to go back to what you were saying about, and John Fraser said much the same thing to us just before you got here, that, didn't think that the priority needed to be having a leader.
Yeah.
And in terms of, if a seat does open up, but even if it is in Mississauga, can you imagine a scenario in which you actually say, you know what, I can do more and better work outside of the House, or do you
Well, we're
think
speculating. I mean, ideally, I would like to have a seat.
Right. Okay.
So if a seat opened up, I'd probably consider it strongly. But in the meantime, I'll get to work and get on the road.
Yeah, I ask just because I think, a lot of people have made this argument over the past year, because it's not just you who didn't have a seat in the legislature.
That's right.
of the candidates who were on the ballot. And I do think that there's it's a bit of a self-serving story to tell that I'm a junkie for Parliament, and so I like the idea of treating the legislature seriously.
Of course.
And
I like the idea that you represent your community and your neighborhood as well.
Yeah, and so.
But I do remember John Tory. I think Laurie Scott stepped down so that John could have a seat in the legislature temporarily, and then he found a seat in downtown Toronto, and Laurie had her seat back. I mean, this is possible too.
Yes, things happen. In terms of, we're talking about process questions. You wouldn't need to, legally speaking, you don't need to resign as the mayor until you actually accept a seat as an MPP.
That is correct technically, but I think I will wrap up my responsibilities early in the new year,
okay.
and then
you'll just
focus 100% of my time on being leader. Yes.
I want to ask you about the Premier, because I've heard it said numerous times, and I think you've said it too, you seem to have a distinctly unique way of getting under his skin.
I'm not sure why.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. What do you think it is about you that gets under his skin? Because he was asked about you at a press conference that he had in Mississauga the other day, and his response was really tough. Like, he said some things about you that were pretty tough, and he said, basically, bring it on, I'm ready for her.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He should be very concerned. He should be very concerned. I think maybe I'm a strong, bold woman that he doesn't like. We're both grew up in Etobicoke. I don't know what it is. But that's okay. I'm going to focus on his voters and showing them that there's a different path, that we can bring back an honest, ethical government with integrity, that doesn't walk back legislation, that doesn't mislead voters. And we're going to win because we're going to focus on the priorities of the people, not just a handful of wealthy friends and ensuring that they get ahead. I want everyone to get ahead, just as my family were given that opportunity when they came to Ontario. That's what I want for Ontarians, an equal opportunity to succeed. Everyone should have an equal opportunity to succeed. We should be worried about the needs of average Ontarians who can't afford their rent, who can't afford their groceries or their utility bills, not just a handful of rich friends. That's the difference between him and me.
When Doug Ford won the PC leadership, it was obviously very unique circumstances, but he inherited a party that was already ahead in the polls. you are not there yet. The Liberals are not leading in the polls. They continue to struggle, and we've talked about the Kitchener Centre by-election a few times already today. What do you think you need to do to move the party into serious contention to get not just second place, but to really get to the lead?
Doug Ford has lost 3 by-elections. All 3 they've lost. Yeah. So I think this is a sign that people are very concerned about his leadership and the direction that he's taking the party and Ontario. So there's a lot of work to be done to focus on the right priorities, the priorities that people care about. And there will be a lot of work to do, of course, and I intend to be there on the road, in the small town, rural communities, in the northern communities. That's where the work needs to be done. I was visiting Bob Nixon, who I know you are very close to and very fond of. I was visiting him in Paris, Ontario, and he said, don't give up on Brant County. This was all Liberal once upon a time, and Bonnie will be Liberal again. Go into Brantford next door and you'll see. And sure enough, when I went into Brantford for my evening meet and greet, there was 100 people there.
Bob Nixon's a 4-time Ontario Liberal leader,
That's
and
right.
now you are, in his footsteps, the Ontario Liberal leader.
Somebody I'm very fond of as well.
I should give you a chance to go talk to some real people now that you've had it with us.
Thank you.
I guess I can call you your worship for just a little while longer because you're still technically the mayor. Bonnie Crombie, congratulations on being the new Ontario Liberal leader, and we'll see you down the road.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, John.
Very good. Very good. Well, I think it's, for those who have just sort of joined us recently, you've obviously just been hearing from the new leader of the Liberal Party. We want to remind everybody this was a 3-ballot affair. There were a lot of people who thought, including Bonnie Crombie on our program at TVO, who thought, if I get my vote out, I can win this on the first ballot. Didn't happen that way. On the first ballot, Crombie came in at 43% of the points. On the second ballot, she only inched forward a little bit at 46.7% of the points. It wasn't until a third ballot, you could only have 3 ballots in a 4-contestant race. It was only after that she got over the 50% plus 1 mark to 53.4% of the total points. Not votes, points, because this is a ranked ballot point system. Adil Shamji's here. He's the member for Don Valley East. He thought about running for this. Well, you did throw your hat into the ring for a little while for this Ontario Liberal leadership race and then dropped out to support Bonnie Crombie. You're obviously happy with the result, but are you concerned about how close it was?
No, I'm not concerned about it. I mean, I still think that it was a very clear mandate that the Ontario Liberal Party has come behind Bonnie Crombie. All the candidates have come behind Bonnie Crombie, and now the really important work begins of getting out, connecting with all of the 15 million Ontarians that are struggling right now, struggling to put food on the table, to find a family doctor. We need to listen to them, hear their solutions, and deliver the better, brighter, more prosperous future that they're hoping for.
I've been told a story, I won't name from whom, that there was a poll that went around that showed that basically Bonnie Crombie was everybody's second choice, and that this was before the NAC v. Erskine-Smith alliance announcement, and that was what motivated you to drop out, that you saw that even if you had a strong showing in the first ballot, that Crombie was going to get everybody's second choice vote. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct at all.
Okay.
I mean, by professional background, I'm an emergency doctor. I have another career to go to. I came into this work because I want to create a better Ontario. And there's no need to sell myself out to the person that I think can win. I went to the candidate that I thought best represents the values that I stand for and that can deliver that better Ontario. I mean, when it comes to fighting for public health care, public education, leaving no one behind, being balanced and being a prudent, wise fiscal manager, there's no one that exemplifies that better than Bonnie Crombie. And so it was a very easy choice, irrespective of whatever poll results were out there, which I didn't have access to.
I think I know the answer to this question, but let me ask it anyway. You know, it's often the case when a new leader doesn't have a seat in the legislature that somebody from the caucus resigns to create a by-election to let them have a chance to run and come in. Are you going to resign your seat to let Bonnie Crombie run in Don Valley East?
No, no, and I don't think that she would ask me to. We've got 9 phenomenal caucus members at Queen's Park. We need all of us to stay there to continue to hold Doug Ford's feet to the fire. The reality is that for as long as there is a conservative majority government bent on pursuing their ideological agenda and not actually listening to the members of the opposition or the people of Ontario, the most important work for the leader will not be inside of Queen's Park. It will be outside of Queen's Park. It will be connecting with every single Ontarian, hearing their stories, listening to their proposed solutions, and then coming up with a plan to deliver on that. And so it would be wonderful if she has a seat. I believe that we're going to get her a seat, but she's going to do the really important work, which I firmly believe happens actually outside of Queen's Park.
One fast follow-up. Did she offer you anything to drop out of the race and join her team?
No, I guess well, you're more experienced at politics than I am, so you might know, but I think it's a myth that there are all of these quid pro quos that happen in the background to try and get candidates to withdraw or anything like that. No. I stepped out because I believed it was the right thing and the right time in our campaign, and I joined the best candidate. The candidate that I believe could best deliver that better Ontario for all of us. And along the way, we see eye to eye. So we've worked together on healthcare policy. We've worked together on education policy. She's given me the opportunity to contribute to all of the work that she's done. That's all that I need to feel as though I'm making a difference in Ontario, the opportunity to meaningfully contribute. And if there's one thing that Bonnie does incredibly well, it's that she brings people together. She listens, she learns, and then she moves forward. And nothing could make me prouder to be on her team than knowing that she will do exactly that, not just with me, but every single person in our party, including the other candidates today.
You mentioned a mandate, and I've said a few times now on the show that Mayor Crombie was proposing, by her own estimation, a shift in the party's outlook. That talking about moving it to the centre, moving it, governing from the centre right. Again, she walked those remarks back at one point, but definitely a change in viewpoint. Given that it is this 53-47 split, do you think that, quite aside from Mayor Crombie's claim to leadership, the party is made up of people, and half of the people in the party seem to resist this idea of moving the party from the left or from the status quo to something to the right. Do you think that she's going to face resistance?
Well, if you actually look at the policies that she's put out, there's nothing that looks like it's conservative or to the right or anything like that. It's very balanced, it's pragmatic, and it's centered on a number of key values. For example, she was the only candidate who didn't just say that she would defend public health care. Her policy sets out her roadmap for how she's going to deliver it. So when you actually look at her policies, whether it is in healthcare, whether it's in education, whether post-secondary education, affordability, doubling ODSP, there's nothing in any of that suggests she's anything but balanced, value-driven, and firmly in the center. And I don't think it's going to be hard to convince people to believe that.
Can I just ask you about the process that you have all undertaken today? Namely, 103,000 people signed up to vote in a leadership election, and I guess we're told about 22,000 and change voted, which is a pretty low number considering how many signed up. What does that indicate to you?
It's hard to know exactly. It could come down to a number of things. It was the weather was terrible last weekend. That could be a factor. I think there has also been a perception from the very beginning that Bonnie Crombie has been the front runner, and perhaps people thought there was no point in coming because the outcome that we saw this weekend was inevitable. But what's very clear is you look, 103,000 people did sign up. They all contributed their ideas, their perspectives. We've had this amazing opportunity to engage with people from every corner of the province. There are, I believe, 139 voting stations, 139 opportunities to practice getting out the vote for the next general election. And we had great turnout everywhere. And so this, I think, is nothing but an indication of the reinvigoration of a reinvigorated party, one that's ready to take on Doug Ford right away.
Okay, that's Dr. Adil Shamji. He is the member of provincial parliament for Don Valley East, a one-time leadership contestant in this race who decided to drop out and back Bonnie Crombie, and that judgment seems to have been endorsed today by the majority of the people who took part in this thing because she won. Thank you for visiting us here, Dr. Shamji. It's good to see you again.
It's entirely mine. Thank you. Great to see you too.
Thank you. You can take the headset off if you like now because we got the guy who comes second today coming up here. Let's get Nate Erskine-Smith up here because we're going to find out from him just how unified your party's about to become. Thank you very much, Dr. Shamji. Okay, one MPP steps down and another MP steps up. And here we go. Nate, it's good to see you. Well done.
See you.
Have a seat, put the headset on if you would, and we'll have a bit of a conversation. I was saying to Bonnie Crombie just a moment ago that on Convention Day, the most important person in the party is the winner.
Yes.
But the day after the convention, the most important person is the person who comes second, because that person decides how unified the party's going to be.
Sure.
What have you decided?
With respect to?
With respect to how much of a team player you can be for her, given the shortcomings that you pointed out that she had during the campaign.
Well, I think the Liberal Party is a Big Ten, and that point was well made by Bonnie Crombie in the course of this race. And when I think of the ideas that ultimately were put on the table by all campaigns, we saw strong action to get housing built. We saw serious ideas to tackle the climate crisis. We saw serious ideas to defend and improve public health care and defend and strengthen public education. And so if we see an Ontario Liberal Party that embraces those serious ideas to deliver on common challenges in every corner of the province, then that's going to be something that a lot of people are going to be able to get behind, I think.
Mayor Crombie said that she would love to have you run for the party in the next election, and I was hoping you would do that. But you have thus far you've kept it ambiguous. At least the last few times that I've seen you speak about it. I realize it's a big day with lots of other stuff going on. But
have I changed my mind?
Well, can you imagine running? I mean, it's one thing when it's theoretically leader Bonnie Crombie. Now it is a real-world thing. Bonnie Crombie is actually the leader of the Liberal Party. Would you consider running in 2026 with her as the leader?
So I've always said I would consider running. I've also said I want to make the biggest difference that I can, so it depends what role that is. I will say if it's to be an individual MPP and backbencher, then I'm not all that interested. I've got a great job right now serving my home community at the federal level. Mary Margaret McMahon is an excellent MPP. I would want to work closely with her and continue to work closely with her in whatever capacity, and I certainly have no intention of running in Beaches East York, so it depends what is the riding, what is the role, it really depends. I will say this, my 7-year-old was asking, what happens if you win? And I said, well, I'd be the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party and maybe at some point the leader of all of Ontario. And he pauses and he says, and if you lose, we can get a puppy? So I'm not sure he was cheering for me, actually, but I'll say I'm going to spend time with my family, and I'm going to thank my family profusely for putting up with me for the last year, and we're going to make that decision together.
So many election candidates promise their kids puppies.
And no, just be clear. Because you got to be clear about your promises in politics. I did not promise the puppy.
So the puppy is still up for discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let me ask you about the campaign. The fact is you were in early. Bonnie Crombie came in late.
Yeah.
Had she not come in at all, you'd have won this thing.
Correct.
I mean, losing these things, I've been told by previous candidates, can be absolutely agonizing and take months, if not years, to get over.
No. I don't find
Where are you right now emotionally?
No, I don't find it agonizing at all. I look at this and I see a race that many people expected was already over by the time it began. People who said, oh, it's a foregone conclusion, there's a front runner and there's only a front runner. And certainly when you look at the Toronto Star coverage, every other day they were saying, oh, the race is over, the race is over. And I would laugh each time because I would know, no, we built an incredibly strong grassroots team absolutely everywhere. We brought a lot of new people, not only into our party, but to politics for the very first time. And we've got an incredibly strong team behind us. And I knew it was going to be competitive. We made it competitive. I think that's a win in and of itself. And Beaches East York had the highest turnout of any riding across the province. That's also a win on its own.
How many people voted in Beaches East York?
I have no idea, but I know there were lines and lines and lines around the block. And we had an incredible atmosphere. I had a woman who voted in my riding who wrote to me to say she rarely votes Liberal, has never joined a political party before, joined because she's attended meetings, she's seen me interact with constituents and present ideas in different ways, and she came to vote in her wheelchair in the rain after her celebration of life because she is going to take part with MAID on December 19th. And she joined because of my advocacy and my work in the riding. I mean, what's better than that? That someone was willing to commit that amount of time at such a difficult part of their life to support us locally. I mean, that's why you do this.
don't quite know how to follow that story. I will try. In terms of the next steps, maybe reiterating something that Steve was asking, but in terms of unifying the party, if Bonnie Crombie calls you tomorrow, you pick up the phone and she says, like, Nate, what do I need to do to get you on side and keep you on side?
What does that mean on side, though? And I'm going to go out there and rock the boat or something?
I don't know. I mean,
I think it means that.
Look, this is a party where they endorse the Green leader.
I did not sign that letter, by the way.
I know, but
no, she'd obviously like you to be a big champion of hers in the days and months to come, and I think John Michael's just, in his elegant way, probing whether or not you feel you could sign on to that right now.
Yeah, well, as I say, one, it depends upon, for my own personal involvement, the role I can play. I've said on the debate stage that unity is important and our teams ought to come together, and that's a big part of politics at the end of the day. I've also said ideas matter in our politics, and so, in answer to your question of what I would want to maintain a level of involvement, it's never about what I want personally in the sense of a particular, I wouldn't say, well, I want this particular role. It would be about what ideas are we going to commit to on housing, what ideas are we going to commit to on climate in terms of the level of ambition, and is this going to be a party that I can really commit myself to in terms of the time and energy that it's going to take to relentlessly rebuild? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, where do we come in the Kitchener Centre by-election? We came in fourth.
Yeah.
Like, we should be under no illusion here. We've got a great group of people who are running for leader. We've got an incredibly hardworking, strong, well-known leader now, and that's a really important step. But this is going to take a relentless amount of work all across the province to rebuild this thing, and we got to not only keep the team that's together, but we got to bring a lot of new people into our politics.
I got to say, just as we wrap this up here, you're 39 years old.
Yeah.
You're 39. You've never had a cabinet job. You ran a hell of a campaign, you ran a hell of a race, and you almost won. So you got to feel, I think, pretty good about all of that today, do you not?
I feel great. When you said the word agonizing, I feel the exact opposite.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. That's almost got it out, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, who is the Member of Parliament still. He has a job to go back to tomorrow. For Beaches East York, we thank you for visiting us here on the platform, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you. Good to see you, Nate.
Good to see you.
Nate Erskine-Smith. Okay, we're getting the hook here, John Michael. So any final comments you want to convey about today's events?
No, I mean, it's been a longer day than I think we may have initially expected, but an interesting one. We will see, Bonnie Crombie doesn't have the immediate ability to go into Queen's Park and start affecting change from the legislature, but I suspect we are going to start seeing the effects of Bonnie Crombie in the legislature soon. Perhaps the Premier will speak of her in question period. Perhaps we will see the NDP react, and that will be part of the thing that people like you and I watch for in the weeks and months to come.
Well, as I told her when she was sitting in that chair, I've seen a lot of these victory speeches at conventions. I've seen some really bad, boring ones. I've seen ones that have gone on way too long. I've seen ones that did not connect with the audience at all. That one did. That one connected with this audience. It was a dynamic speech. It was heartfelt. It was blunt. It was very open about her background. Some things in her background that I don't think you necessarily expect to hear in a victory speech. But maybe that's an indication of the kind of leader she's going to be in the days going forward.
I would add, she's gotten, I think it would be fair to say she has substantially improved over the course of this campaign. And I've discussed this maybe monotonously before on the podcast, but one of the things I look for in any political candidate, regardless of the party, is the capacity to learn and to improve. An example that I will give, given the current events, is Kathleen Wynne put a lot of work into improving her French when she became Premier, and that was really important for her. And similarly, watching Bonnie Crombie become, I think, a much better public speaker, culminating in that speech that we witnessed tonight. I think that's an indicator of somebody who is putting the work in, and despite having a lot of support behind her institutionally in this race, perhaps wasn't taking it for granted.
Right on. Good job today, partner.
Thank you. You too.
That was enjoyable. On Poly Podcast pal John Michael McGrath. I'm Steve Paikin. dial us up on Tuesday mornings, because we do this On Poly podcast thing. We tape it Monday afternoons. It will be available at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning in, what do they say, wherever you get your podcasts?
Yeah, don't actually try to dial anything, though. Those don't dial anymore.
That might be a 63-year-old bit of nomenclature there for dialing us up. Anyway, good to work with you today, JMM, and we'll see you for the podcast tomorrow, Monday afternoon for Tuesday morning. And that's it for us. Thanks to all the crew here. It was great working with you guys again today. We're going to sign off from the Metro Toronto Convention Centre, where Ontario Liberals have chosen Bonnie Crombie as their new leader at this 2023 convention. I'm Steve Paikin. So long from downtown Toronto.